the sky, and it was transmitted to the jade chariot behind Wu Beizan like a heavenly order. In his eyes, Wu Beizan was not worthy of talking to him, and looking at Wu Beizan's posture when he took action just now, there must be someone in charge in the jade chariot. In the past, he might not have given her a chance to talk and would have asked Yu Ji to take action with him. But this time it was different. Lu Yanran was an important part of her own efforts to weaken Lin Fan, and she couldn't afford to lose it, at least for now. Without waiting for Wu Beizan to say anything, a person walked out of the jade chariot. This person was wearing a red dragon gold robe, and his face had a slightly demonic beauty. He looked at Zhou Xingdou, chuckled twice and said, "Zhou Dao child, it's just a misunderstanding. Why get angry?" After the person said this, another beautiful figure was pulled out from the jade chariot. It was indeed Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran glanced at Zhou Xingdou, and then her dim eyes suddenly burst into surprise, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Zhou Xingdou's divine eyes immediately looked at Lu Yanran, and when he saw that her Dao Foundation cultivation was not damaged and her body was still intact, he felt relieved. Then he looked at the strange man wearing a red dragon gold robe, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "I didn't expect that the prince of the great Yan dynasty would dare to come to my Zan Heavenly Dao sect's territory to show off his power. Huo Lingtian, what do you think of this Dao child?" Now that his identity has been exposed, Zhou Xingdou naturally no longer conceals his identity. And the man in the jade chariot was none other than the prince of the Dian dynasty, Huo Lingtian. Although Zhou Xingdou was not familiar with the great Yan dynasty, Zhou Xingdou still recognized the Emperor Yan and the crown prince of the great Yan dynasty. This is just like Huo Lingtian knowing himself. You may not understand the major forces in the absolute beginning Dao domain, but you still need to know the important figures among them. This is also to avoid big fights over trivial matters due to the inability of some powerful individuals to recognize each other. Huo Lingtian smiled softly, his expression was neither humble nor arrogant, and he did not mention what happened just now. He bowed slightly to Zhou Xingdou and said, "It's all just a misunderstanding." Ling Tian thought that Zhou Dao child would not embarrass Ling Tian with such a trivial matter. At this moment, the Lord's mansion of Lingguang City, which had been silent for a long time, burst out with a stream of light and rushed towards Zhou Xingdou. The light dissipated and revealed a middle-aged man in rich clothes. Cold sweat was pouring from his head, and big beads of sweat were dripping down. He bowed down to Zhou Xingdou. This person's tone was trembling and full of panic. "As the Lord of Lingguang City, I didn't know that Zhou Dao child was coming. I deserve to be punished by Dao child." Zhou Xingdou looked at the Lord of Lingguang City, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his voice was like the might of heaven, majestic like the sea, resounding throughout the city. "The people from outside the sect have conquered our land and oppressed our people. As the city lord, you will not stop me, you will not show up. What's the use of you?" Boom. As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, there was a roar above the dome. In an instant, a thunder column suddenly fell down, and the face of the Lord of Lingguang City changed drastically. His voice for mercy was drowned by the thunder before he even uttered his voice. In an instant, the true God City Lord turned into ashes. Seeing this, Huo Lingtian's face, originally full of laughter and politeness, became a little stiff at this moment. Zhou Xingdou also looked at Huo Lingtian again at this moment, a pair of eyes bursting with a coldness that swallowed up the sky and the earth. His figure continued to rise, and he said coldly with a look down, "Huo Lingtian, this Dao child tells you one last time, hand over Lu Yanran, otherwise the Emperor Yan will not be able to save you today." Zhou Xingdou's words are like heaven's orders, leaving no room for doubt. It seems that the prince of a dynasty in front of him is also a subordinate in front of him and cannot disobey. When Huo Lingtian heard this, the smile on his face immediately disappeared. A pair of strange eyes showed a little anger. "Zhou Dao child, I have no intention of fighting with you, this person is for you alone." Speaking of this, Huo Lingtian raised his palm and pushed Lu Yanran beside him towards Zhou Xingdou, and then said in a cold voice, "But this does not mean that I am afraid of you. Please take back the words that insulted my father, the emperor, Zhou Dao child." Zhou Xingdou took Lu Yanran, and Lu Yanran's soft and delicate body was pressed into his arms. Looking at Zhou Xingdou's beautiful eyes with tears, he said as if he was afraid that Zhou Xingdou would dislike him, "Master, Yanran didn't say anything, and he didn't touch me. Yanran is still clean." As she spoke, Lu Yanran burst into tears and said in a trembling voice, In order to get me to tell the sword code, they tortured Uncle Zhan to death in front of me. They also said that they would put me and the Lu family women into a military prostitute camp. Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows trembled, and his heart was slightly touched. He looked at the pitiful Lu Yanran and said warmly, "I see." But at this moment, the anger in his heart reached its peak. The Lu family was already his, and the women of the Lu family, such as Lu Yanran and Li Shuru, were all his belongings. No one else is allowed to dare to get a hold of his belongings. Huo Lingtian said this, even if he didn't put it into action, it had already touched Zhou Xingdou's reverse scale. Zhou Xingdou's face was cold. After handing Lu Yanran to Li Shuru, he looked at Huo Lingtian with a scarlet light flashing in his eyes. Huo Lingtian was not afraid, standing on the red jade chariot, the red dragon's golden robe crackling due to the air flow. Those enchanting eyes looked directly at Zhou Xingdou, his eyes hard and unyielding, and a burning aura rising up from his body. He shouted with the might of an emperor in his tone. "Zhou Xingdou, you must give Ji an explanation today. Court death." Zhou Xingdou lost his patience and let out a deep roar. Thousands of giant elephant particles rushed through his body, and the hell vortex true energy that belonged to the divine elephant's prison suppressing power suddenly burst out. Zumiji and Zhou Xingdou raised his hand and grabbed it, and the terrifying power rippled through the space. Suddenly, a black-purple spear condensed in the hand. The spear was burning with fierce underworld flames. The spear body flashed with the scene of hell, and the tip of the spear flashed with sharpness, as if it was going to penetrate everything in the world. Now that Lu Yanran was no longer in Huo Lingtian's hands, Zhou Xingdou no longer had any worries. He had long needed to vent his anger, so how could he talk to her anymore? This spear is the first layer of the current supreme power method in the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, the spear of Hades. It is also the strongest attack method among the divine elephant's prison suppressing power. Roar! A roar shook the sky and the earth. Zhou Xingdou's arm swayed with the strength of 1,000 dragons, and he threw the spear in his hand with all his strength. For a moment, the music of Hades was chanting like the sound of death, and the spear cut an extremely ferocious crack in the sky, heading straight for Huo Lingtian above the red jade chariot. Huo Lingtian never expected that Zhou Xingdou would actually fight against him directly for a group of ants, which also angered him. As the crown prince of the Great Yan dynasty, under one person and above billions of people in the Great Yan dynasty, he has always looked down on all living beings, but he has never been as kind as he is today. But he didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to be ungrateful, so he couldn't help but cursed angrily. "I see you are toasting instead of drinking wine as a penalty, so I will ask for advice from you, Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child." In an instant, Huo Lingtian's aura burst out, and the surging divine king's power pressed in all directions. A red fire dragon appeared and entangled itself from Huo Lingtian's body, and let out a loud roar as if it were lifelike. A divine fire that towered over thousands of flames soared into the sky at this moment. The ferocious power of the red fire dragon was fully displayed, as if it were real at this moment, with countless fiery red flame runes flashing around it. Huo Lingtian raised his palm to look at it. The red fire dragon was like arrows shot from a bow, carrying thousands of flames and rushing towards the incoming spear of Hades with great power. Whether it was Zhou Xingdou's attack or Huo Lingtian's counterattack, they were all completed in an instant, with extremely fast speed. Almost the next moment, the spear of Hades hit the heroic head of the red fire dragon. Boom! A powerful collision broke out, but there was no pull. The black and purple spear of Hades exuded a power that penetrated everything. The moment it collided, the fire dragon's head was opened, and it came straight out from the dragon's body. The moment the spear of Hades passed through, the red fire dragon began to expand, and the dark fire exploded, engulfing the entire dragon body. But the spear of Hades still continued unabated and rushed towards Huo Lingtian. Huo Lingtian suddenly looked shocked. He didn't expect that his full-strength attack would be disintegrated so easily. But when he looked at the spear of Hades, countless scenes of hell appeared in his mind, which made him stunned for a moment. But at this moment, it could kill him, because the spear of Hades had already reached his chest. But at this moment, Wu Beizan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly took action. He could not get involved in the fight between Zhou Xingdou and Huo Lingtian. So after knowing that Zhou Xingdou is Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child, he has no words or actions. But he had a blow with Zhou Xingdou, and he understood how powerful Zhou Xingdou was, and he already had the power to attack the saint. But on this occasion, he couldn't tell the prince clearly, otherwise he would be suspected of inflating other people's ambitions and destroying his own prestige. So he had expected this moment, and almost instantly, he pushed Wei Lingtian away, and the holy power that had been condensed for a long time in his hand suddenly grabbed the spear of Hades. However, the overwhelming power of the spear of Hades still made it take several steps back. In the end, it took all its strength to communicate with the power of heaven and earth to destroy the spear of Hades. But even so, Wu Beizan's palm that grabbed the spear of Hades also left gurgling holy blood at this moment, which shocked him. How can you have such power without reaching the holy realm? Although it is extremely rare to be able to exchange blows with a saint in the holy realm, it is not uncommon. So at first Zhou Xingdou hit him with the Thunder Emperor finger, which didn't surprise him too much. After all, Wu Beizan didn't use all his strength at that time, he just wanted to teach Li Shuru a lesson. But now that he has taken over the spear of Hades, he actually needs to use all his power, even the power of heaven and earth, to wipe out the power of the spear of Hades. Under such circumstances, the spear of Hades still injured his saint's body. You can imagine Zhou Xingdou's fear. Below the saints are all ants, this is never just a saying. Not only is the difference in the origin of life between the two sides, but the saint can also mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth to attack, crushing the saint with almost no suspense. But Zhou Xingdou's performance even made Wu Beizan suspect that this person had entered the holy realm and was not like a saint. At this moment, when Zhou Xingdou saw that the spear of Hades was easily blocked by Wu Beizan, he narrowed his eyes and looked slightly condensed. The spear of Hades is known as the strongest attack method, and it is blessed with the power of 1,000 dragons. It can be said to be Zhou Xingdou's strongest attack. It also condensed his true strength. I originally thought that with my current achievements, I would be able to fight against the saint without losing, not to mention being able to cross 2 heavenly barriers and defeat the saint. But now the spear of Hades was blocked by Wu Beizan without much effort, which also made Zhou Xingdou understand the difference between saint and mortal. I am definitely no match for the saint now, and I still need to be cautious when facing the saint in the future. After all, saints can not only mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but also control the power of space. His spear of Hades might be able to injure Wu Beizan, but if Wu Beizan escaped into the void, he would not be able to do anything to him. If Wu Beizan goes all out and uses the space movement method to bless the power of heaven and earth, if he doesn't use the prison-suppressing sword contained in the divine treasure to reach the 9 states, I'm afraid that's a living target. But unfortunately, Wu Beizan's opponent was never himself. Zhou Xingdou looked displeased and shouted in the direction of Wu Beizan. "Fa hi, Yuan Tian, why don't you take action?" As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Wu Beizan's expression suddenly changed, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Silently, a golden Zen staff emerged from the space quietly and appeared at Wu Beiwer's waist. The movement of this Zen staff was very small, like the breeze blowing by. When Wu Beizan discovered it, it suddenly burst out with supreme Buddha power. In an instant, the spiritual power here was completely gone. The mighty power of heaven and earth, Mahayana Dharma, was blessing at this moment, carrying an extremely violent power, and it really hit Wu Beizan. Wu Beizan immediately felt as if he had been hit hard, and let out a muffled groan before being thrown out of the jade chariot by the Zen staff like a kite with its string broken. At this moment, Fa Hai's figure also emerged from the void. He did not give Wu Beizan a chance to react. He retracted his Zen staff and pinched the Buddha's seal with a sound like a bell, and roared angrily. "HMPH, even with a small skill, you dare to do the same thing." The mighty heavenly dragon, the world-honored Saitagarbha, the Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Bama Bang. In an instant, Fa Hai borrowed the power of the heavenly dragon Buddha, and the Buddha's sound resounded throughout the world. The shoulder-length dragon on his body lit up with the light of the lotus, and a golden heavenly dragon suddenly blasted out, directly towards Wu Beizan, who was still retreating. But at this moment, a flattering voice came from Zhou Xingdou's ears. "Young master is really the great emperor of all heavens who descended to earth, and heavenly beings were born, but the saints who were beaten by the realm of true gods were unable to fight back. I am really impressed by my subordinates, and my respect for you is so." With this clumsy flattery, Zhou Xingdou knew who was next to him without having to guess. Immediately, Zhou Xingdou glanced at Yuan Tian, who had appeared beside him at some point, and asked lightly, "Why not take action together with Fa Hai?" He did not bring Fa Hai and Yuan Tian out originally, and they were still cultivating in his palace when he left. But as his own battle slave, how could Fa Hai not feel Zhou Xingdou's fighting situation? Almost as soon as Zhou Xingdou made his move, the two of them arrived in the void here. However, Zhou Xingdou did not let them show up, but waited for the opportunity in the void. He did not choose to let Yu Ji take action because he and Yu Ji should not be too involved openly. But Fa Hai and Yuan Tian are obviously their own people. How can they not be allowed to come out when the opponent's holy realm takes action? But when there was such a big commotion in Lingguang City, Fa Hai and Yuan Tian were not the only ones hiding there. Yuan Tian bowed slightly and smiled flatteringly at Zhou Xingdou. This is something that fellow Taoist Fa Hai has to deal with. Compared with that saint, I feel that the safety of the young master is the most important. After hearing this, Zhou Xingdou stopped talking to Yuan Tian and looked at Huo Lingtian, who now had an ugly look on his face. Huo Lingtian couldn't accept it at this moment. He was defeated by Zhou Xingdou just now. If Wu Beizan hadn't taken action in time, he might have had the power of life. Huo Lingtian didn't care about Wu Beizan's life and death, and looked at Zhou Xingdou and asked in shock. What state are you in? He could actually feel the aura of the true God realm on Zhou Xingdou's body, but this was simply impossible in his eyes. It was reasonable to think that Zhou Xingdou had hidden his realm. Zhou Xingdou looked at Huo Lingtian with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Waste. After the words fell, Zhou Xingdou suddenly took a step forward, clenched his right fist fiercely, and a roar shook the world, and the power of 1,000 dragons suddenly gathered with his 5 fingers. He suddenly arrived in front of Huo Lingtian like thunder, and all the millions of giant elephant particles in his body exploded, and a terrifying fist mark hit Huo Lingtian like an ancient divine mountain colliding. Facing this punch full of terrifying power, Huo Lingtian's hair stood up in shock. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back anymore and suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, an extremely hot breath burst out from the sleeves of his red dragon gold robe. Endless divine fire will wrap around his body at this moment, and a bronze lamp will appear from his sleeve, which is constantly reviving. A power that burned the sky and boiled the sea burst out from the bronze lamp, pressing in all directions. It made countless people here fear and tremble. Even Li Shuru, who had never faced the bronze lamp, could not help but feel weak at this moment, and was shaken down from the sky by the terrifying power. At the same time, the flames dancing on the lamps surged out with holy flames that incinerated everything at this moment, and rushed towards Zhou Xingdou who was attacking. But Zhou Xingdou didn't give in even an inch, and there was just a thunderous sound between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the thunder pattern between the eyebrows was activated, and thunder surged out like a sea and covered Zhou Xingdou's fists. His fists moved forward to fight against the incoming monstrous holy flames. Boom! There was a loud noise, and endless power reverberated where the two sides met. The monstrous holy flames overflowed, and thunder flew like the sea. Huo Lingtian and Zhou Xingdou were pushed back hundreds of feet at the same time, and their blows were evenly matched. Zhou Xingdou, do you insist on being an enemy of Ji? Huo Lingtian stopped his violent retreat, holding a bronze lamp in his hand, like a god in fire, and shouted angrily. The disdain in Zhou Xingdou's eyes became even stronger, and he sneered. You rely on the holy soldier of resurrection to compete with this Tao child, and you are worthy of being alone in front of this Tao child. Huo Lingtian's face darkened when he was ridiculed by Zhou Xingdou, but he said solemnly. I can compensate you for your losses, and I can also apologize to you. We don't have a blood feud, so why would we both lose in a fight? He is no longer alone now. At this time, Huo Lingtian has understood that he has lost this round because he used the holy soldiers. Wu Beizan was also beaten to nowhere by the monk who suddenly appeared. Now he can activate the holy weapon in his hand 3 more times at most, and he will be exhausted after 3 times. Zhou Xingdou stood upright and realized that his fists had been burned by the holy flames. His skin, as clear as glass, was now a little charred, with several blood scabs cracked, and blood dripping slowly. Huo Lingtian's bronze lamp is indeed extraordinary. It was probably tailor-made for him by the great Yan dynasty, and it actually allowed Huo Lingtian of the Divine King realm to restore 50% of the power of the holy soldiers. The holy flame is even more frightening, almost reaching the level of a melting chain divine weapon, which cannot be achieved by ordinary saint soldiers. Although Zhou Xingdou's physical body was strong, he could not withstand the bombardment of the holy soldiers. The punishing Thunder Emperor did not wrap his fists when he came, and could only protect his torso from the holy flames. But this does not mean that he agreed with Huo Lingtian's words. Zhou Xingdou's eyes turned cold, he shook off the blood stains on his fists and snorted. HMPH, both sides suffer. You deserve it too. When Huo Lingtian saw that Zhou Xingdou disagreed, he was also afraid of him. Now that he is pretty good looking, it would be really embarrassing if he was stepped on. Thinking of this, Huo Lingtian immediately gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to compensate you with 10 pieces of heavenly spirit flame jade, plus 100 precious medicines. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard the words, Tianling Yanyu. Tianling flame jade is a rare object refined by the great Yan royal family using secret methods. Although it is called Yanyu, it has nothing to do with Yan. It is just because it was produced in the great Yan royal family, so it is named Yanyu. Its effect is to allow monks in the 4 realms of universal truth to directly open the divine treasure and enter the perfected being realm without any side effects. What's even more outrageous is that the heavenly spirit flame jade can be used repeatedly, which can cleanse the user's meridians and increase their qualifications. 10 pieces of heavenly spirit flame jade are enough to enlighten a person and make him a divine king within 10 days. Of course, this divine king realm is illusory and has a very unstable foundation. But the half-baked divine king, that's also a divine king, may have a hard time fighting against fellow warriors and even true gods, but he can still crush the princes. Lu Yanran is currently in the realm of condensing consciousness. If she is given 10 heavenly spirit flame jade, then by the time of the 3-year appointment, Lin Fan will face the divine king in the universal truth realm interface. There is absolutely no chance of winning. The great Yan royal family relied on this heavenly spirit flame jade to make its fortune and achieve the great success of the great Yan dynasty today. However, the output of this item is not high, and it is only useful for people below the divine king. It has no effect if it reaches the divine king. Moreover, if the divine king achieved by taking Tianling flame jade cannot repair his foundation, he will be like that in this life. If he wants to break through to the holy realm, he can only rely on good fortune. Basically, they are used by people who have no hope of obtaining divine treasure. They are serious geniuses who disdain and will not do such self-destructive things. But even so, Tianling flame jade is already rare and valuable, and 10 pieces are indeed a lot. With the addition of hundreds of precious medicines, this apology can be considered extremely sincere. Hand it over. Zhou Xingdou looked at Huo Lingtian, lowered his raised fist, and said coldly. When Huo Lingtian saw Zhou Xingdou's agreement, his face relaxed, and he immediately took out an exquisite ring from his sleeve and threw it towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou pinched the ring with his fingers, and then the power of his soul penetrated into it. Looking inside at the 10 fiery red rhombus-shaped gems in the ring, and the hundreds of elixirs exuding strong medicinal power, Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly. It was indeed the Tianling flame jade. Lin Fan had obtained this object in his previous life, and Zhou Xingdou was also present at the time, so he naturally recognized this heavenly spirit flame jade. Then Zhou Xingdou put the storage ring into his cuff, then raised his fist again and said coldly. Not enough. After hearing Zhou Xingdou's words, Huo Lingtian's strange eyes glared angrily at this moment, and he cursed. Zhou Xingdou, you are going too far. Zhou Xingdou looked indifferent. So what if I bully you? And in this trance, the sky darkened at this moment, and the blue sky was stained red with faint blood. At this moment, thousands of miles of spiritual energy seemed to be mourning, and the heaven and earth were howling. Both Zhou Xingdou and Huo Lingtian were attracted by this strange phenomenon at this moment, but Zhou Xingdou had a smile on his lips, while Huo Lingtian's expression became even more ugly. Because this is the sign of the fall of a saint, it means that a saint has fallen nearby. The only saints fighting nearby now are Fahai and Wu Beizan. For Zhou Xingdou, the person who died could never be Fahai. He was the reincarnation of the 8 heavenly dragons, and he had 9 Buddhist law weapons that were extraordinary. He practiced Mahayana Buddhism, and he was extremely murderous. In the battle with Wu Beizan, Fahai had the upper hand. Wu Beizan withdrew the Qingtian Zen staff and struck him before the fight. Fahai had no chance of losing. Therefore, one can imagine who caused the death of the saint. Just as Zhou Xingdou expected, Zumiji and Fahai stepped out of the void, holding a big head in his hand, and bowed to Zhou Xingdou with a look of compassion on his face. Master, Fahai has saved this benefactor. Seeing the head in Fahai's hand, Huo Lingtian felt as if the power in his body had been drained, and he felt a little hasty for a moment, almost staggering a few steps in the air and falling to the ground. He was a little unbelievable, but his heart was even more mixed with anger and grief. How dare you kill my great flame saint general? No matter where the Holy Realm is, its combat power is extremely scarce. Nowadays, the Supreme in the Chuyuan realm is like a nuclear weapon and will not take action easily. The Holy Realm is the main force of the sect's offensive. Every saint is almost extremely important, and even big forces cannot ignore the existence of the Holy Realm. Killing the saint of the opposing force is by no means a trivial matter. What's more, Wu Beizan, who was called the Great Flame Saint General by Huo Lingtian, was probably a talented person who was proficient in military formations. Moreover, the saint who can protect Huo Lingtian is definitely a saint trained by the great Yan dynasty himself and is absolutely loyal. This is far more valuable than other saints who joined the great Yan dynasty. So Huo Lingtian couldn't believe that Zhou Xingdou and others actually dared to kill Wu Beizan. In his eyes, there was just friction between him and Zhou Xingdou, and no one would be killed. After all, there are forces from all sides behind both sides, and the most a conflict will result in is being seriously injured and humiliated, extorted of some treasures, and losing some face. But now that Wu Beizan is dead, the situation is completely different. This is no longer a conflict between juniors, this is an insult to the Yan dynasty. Zhou Xingdou is confident. So what if I kill you, the great Yan Saint General? Could it be that your great Yan dynasty still dares to start a war with my Zan Heavenly Tao sect? I saw him bite the tip of his tongue and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood essence, spraying it on the bronze lamp. The lamp suddenly emitted a blazing red light, and the flames on it became extremely scarlet due to the infection of blood essence. Huo Lingtian's eyes showed extreme anger, and he also knew that Zhou Xingdou would not let him go easily, not to mention the death of Wu Beizan, which made him lose his mind. Huo Lingtian took a deep breath and waved the bronze lamp in his hand. Suddenly, thousands of scarlet holy flames spurted out, piercing the sky like shooting stars. This holy flame swept through, burning everything, and even the space was distorted and hissed by the intense heat. The violent scarlet holy flames gathered into a bloody fire dragon hundreds of feet long, covering the sky and the sun and filling the entire dome. It stretched across the heaven and earth like an absolute existence dominating the world. The bloody fire dragon raged across the sky, and the flames dyed the entire sky red. Its blazing power seemed to turn everything into ashes. The bloody fire dragon opened its huge mouth and spit out holy flames that were several times more terrifying than before. It instantly burned the surrounding air and distorted it. The sky was burned like ice and melted away, revealing a black void. Huo Lingtian's whole body was wrapped in holy flames, as if he were divine in the fire. He held a lamp and roared at Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou, I will make you pay the price today. The moment the words fell, the bloody fire dragon showed its fierce power and let out a frightening roar that moved thousands of miles, carrying endless power and pressing towards Zhou Xingdou. Fa Hai and Yuan Tian both intended to intercept it at this moment, because the bronze lamp had fully recovered, and its power had increased immensely with the blessing of Huo Lingtian's bloodline. Now the power of this bloody fire dragon is comparable to the life-threatening blow of a peak saint. Zhou Xingdou didn't take it seriously. He pushed away Fa Hai and Yuan Tian and sneered. Do you have the strength to fight with this Tao child? Let your dad do it. As he spoke, the divine treasure in Zhou Xingdou's body began to stir. Boom! Suddenly, a peerless power that suppressed the heaven and earth suddenly revived on Zhou Xingdou, and the compressed space exploded, causing the spiritual energy in this place to be emptied. When he raised his palm, a shrunken mountain peak as black as ink appeared in Zhou Xingdou's palm. Endless black light shimmered on the mountain, and an unparalleledly thick and terrifying aura of collapse pressed in all directions, making people tremble with fear. Even Fa Hai and Yuan Tian retreated away. This is the prison that he has cultivated for many years and now has been completely sublimated and completed. It is also the highest peak in Zhouzhou with the prison-suppressing sword peak. This is also the first time in this life that it shows its power. Zhou Xingdou has never been afraid of spelling magic weapons. Because until today, even he himself has never known how many treasures there are in the treasure house he brought out. Zhou Xingdou looked at the huge blood-red fire dragon, which covered the sky and the sun and pressed towards him with infinite ferocious power. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou no longer hesitated, and the divine power in his body poured into the prison-suppressing peak crazily. The prison-suppressing peak also trembled slightly at this moment, and the endless black light turned into a mysterious and ancient black halo at this moment, and a majestic power burst out from the mountain. Zhou Xingdou shouted angrily, "Smash it for me!" In an instant, his arms swayed, and the power of 1,000 dragons suddenly exploded, throwing the prison-suppressing peak towards the incoming blood-colored fire dragon. When the prison-suppressing peak was released, it began to expand rapidly and instantly turned into a majestic divine mountain. This majestic divine mountain exudes infinite black light. Wherever it passes, the heaven and earth are shattered and the space collapses. Shenyu flew across the sky, roaring in the sky and earth, carrying the turbulent flow of space, and crashed straight into the bloody dragon sweeping the world. Bang! The prison-suppressing peak slammed into the bloody fire dragon's head, making a collision that shook thousands of miles. The space here was shattered into pieces by the collision of the two terrifying forces. Countless space fragments exploded out like arrows in the violent squeeze, covering the world like a rain curtain. Fortunately, we are in the air now, and Lingguang City is protected by Yuji. It is inevitable that Lingguang City will be reduced to nothingness at this moment, and no living thing can survive. Roar! During the impact of the prison-suppressing peak, which suppressed everything, the bloody fire dragon let out a shrill dragon roar, and was suddenly shattered into pieces, turning into boundless holy flames that surged in all directions. But at this moment, the Junyun Peak mountain was surrounded by an ancient halo. At this moment, when it encountered the scarlet holy flame, it was like a black hole, erupting with powerful suction, swallowing up the boundless holy flame. In a few breaths, not only was the bloody fire dragon shattered to pieces, but even the boundless holy flame was swallowed up. Even Zhou Xingdou had to sigh at the power of the prison suppression peak. It was simply crushing. The extremely ferocious and astonishing holy flame dragon was shattered by the simple impact of the prison suppression peak. But at the same time, Zhou Xingdou also paid a price. The divine power reserve that was originally as bottomless as an abyss was emptied at this moment. But fortunately, his physical body is extremely strong and he does not show weakness. But Huo Lingtian was not so lucky. The bronze lamp in his hand actually broke into a crack at this moment. The holy light was extinguished in an instant, and the power of the holy soldier suddenly disappeared. Huo Lingtian's face turned pale, and his breath was suddenly disordered. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, shaking and weak as if his soul had been drained. The remaining power dissipated, and the prison-suppressing peak shrank to its extreme size, finally turning into a black light and returning to Zhou Xingdou's divine treasure. Zhou Xingdou looked at the stupid Huo Lingtian and guessed that this fool had probably refined the bronze lamp into a magic weapon. Otherwise, I am afraid that with his divine king realm, even if he uses his essence and blood, this bronze lamp can exert such power. But this also connected him with the bronze lamp's energy. Once the bronze lamp was damaged, Huo Lingtian would also suffer great harm and backlash. It can only be said that it is a pity that he met Zhou Xingdou, otherwise even the early saint might not be able to catch the move just now. Huo Lingtian adjusted his breath for a few steps before he regained consciousness, but the condition of his body was already extremely bad, and the source of his life had even been damaged. Today, he has not only exhausted all his strength, but has also been severely injured. Even a monk in the fourth realm of the physical body can kill him. But just when he was about to take out some pills to suppress the bad condition of his body, Zhou Xingdou appeared in front of him without knowing it. Zhou Xingdou's face was full of sarcasm, and he sneered. "Prince Dian, that's it." Huo Lingtian no longer had the energy to speak at this moment, but those strange pupils burst out with astonishing murderous rage. If looks could kill, I'm afraid Zhou Xingdou would have died 1,000 times by now. But it's a pity that if there is no if, Huo Lingtian is in such a state, even if he is replaced with supreme dual pupils, he has no strength to activate. Zhou Xingdou's eyes showed a look of amusement, and he slapped Huo Lingtian's bloodless face insultingly and said, "Actually, I'm quite curious as to why the crown prince of the Dian dynasty brought only one saint to the Tianchuan holy state. As the crown prince of the great Yan dynasty, how could Huo Lingtian come to Tianchuan holy state for no reason and only bring one saint with him? You must know that people like him who are the inheritors of a force rarely directly step into the territory of other forces, and they will never bring only one saint. What's more, Huo Lingtian came to Lingguang City so arrogantly to snatch the Ji Feng sword code that he had given to the Lu family. This was really unwise and not what a prince of the dynasty should do." Huo Lingtian stared at Zhou Xingdou, and suddenly another mouthful of blood spurted out, but this time he sprayed it deliberately towards Zhou Xingdou. Protected by the Thunder Emperor armor of punishment, the blood spurted out was annihilated by a bolt of lightning in an instant. But this also made Zhou Xingdou's face turn cold and his patience was worn away. Very good, do you think I dare not kill you? In fact, he didn't care at all why Huo Lingtian came, because the great Yan dynasty could not make Zhou Xingdou fearful. What's more, Huo Lingtian is not even a person of luck. Without the obstruction of luck, no one can stop him if he wants to kill him. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou slapped Huo Lingtian to the ground. Huo Lingtian stumbled and fell directly from the jade chariot, hitting the ground of Lingguang City from high altitude. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard, and countless flying dust was raised from the ground hit by the fire. Countless people from Lingguang City came to watch. They looked at the miserable Huo Lingtian, and most of them came to take pleasure in his misfortune. After all, Huo Lingtian's move to suppress Lingguang City just now aroused the anger of many people, but they did not dare to say anything because they were afraid of the power of the great Yan dynasty. But now that Huo Lingtian is in such a miserable state, everyone's fear of the great Yan dynasty has been reduced a lot, and many people even ridiculed. Ha ha ha, I would say that Prince Dian is nothing compared to our Dao child from Heavenly Dao sect. Even the people from his Dian dynasty dare to come to our Tianchuan holy state to show off their power. Now they can be considered humiliated. I never expected that I would be able to see Prince Dian in such a miserable state when I came to Lingguang City today. It's worth my while. Countless ridicules fell into Huo Lingtian's ears, making him extremely angry. The red dragon golden robe on his body was also considered a magic weapon. Although it fell from a high altitude, it did not cause much damage to him. What made him angry was not just the ridicule. If Zhou Xingdou laughed at him, he could still accept it. After all, he did lose to him, and his skills were inferior to others, and his status was equal. But these people, who were like ants in his own eyes, and rubbish that could be wiped out in their heyday, dared to ridicule him, which made him extremely humiliated. For a moment, Huo Lingtian was so angry that blood spurted out from his mouth like a pillar, and he worked hard. At this time, a little girl in the crowd showed surprise and said to the old man next to her, "Grandpa, look, this big brother can spray red fountains. He's so awesome." At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also landed in Lingguang City. When everyone saw Zhou Xingdou, they immediately knelt down and worshipped on the ground. Unlike Huo Lingtian, Zhou Xingdou is the child of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, and Tianchuan Holy State is the important place of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. The people here can be said to be the people of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. They have an inexplicable belief in Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Looking at Zhou Xingdou is like looking at a god, and they dare not be disrespectful. What's more, the Dian dynasty may not be able to reach into the Tianchuan Holy State, but offending Zhou Xingdou is equivalent to offending their heaven, and they cannot escape. Zhou Xingdou looked at the people who were kneeling and worshipping. He stood with his hands behind his back, like an emperor on earth, and said majestically and lowly, "Everyone, get up. He will not refuse the people's kneeling and worshipping. This is a world where the strong are respected, and there is no need for water to carry a boat or capsize it. And he is not a benevolent and righteous person, and he will not pretend to be equal to these ants and enjoy themselves with the people." The remaining power of his battle with Huo Lingtian just now could destroy the Aura city, but he did not go out of his way to protect it because Zhou Xingdou didn't care at all. If Yuji had not taken action to protect the Lu family and also protected Lingguang City, 99% of the people here would have been annihilated today. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou stopped caring about the people of Lingguang City, walked slowly to Huo Lingtian who was lying in the pit, and stepped on him. The majestic dragon head on the golden robe of the red dragon, symbolizing the might of the great Yan Emperor, was stepped on by Zhou Xingdou. "Huo Lingtian, you trespassed into Zhan Heavenly Dao sect's territory and threatened the people of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Do you know your crime?" Zhou Xingdou's voice was as cold as ice and as deafening as rolling thunder, revealing the majesty of the superior. He knew that Huo Lingtian could not speak, so this statement was just for the people of Lingguang City. Although Zhou Xingdou didn't care about these ants, his relationship with the Lu family still couldn't be exposed, lest it spread to Lin Fan's ears and make him wary. Then he turned to look at the people watching, his voice full of inflammatory words. "Everyone, Huo Lingtian oppressed the people of our Tianchuan holy state, massacred the Lu family monks in Lingguang City, and kidnapped weak women to interrogate their martial arts. At this point, the onlookers have begun to get angry, and the Lu family members among them are even more furious. Zhou Xingdou had a hint of cunning in his eyes, and then encouraged. You are all the people of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Today, the life or death of Prince Dian is decided by you. You decide whether to kill Prince Dian or not. As soon as these words came out, the crowd that was angry just now fell silent. How dare they decide to kill Prince Dian? They all looked at each other for a while, not daring to say anything more. Because if this is not done well, the whole family will die. But at this moment, people from the Lu family in the crowd shouted. Kill him, kill him. Man is a strange creature, and when alone, it is easy for him to weigh the pros and cons. But when a group of people gathers, it is extremely easy to be incited. As long as someone takes the lead, there will be others who will follow without thinking. After this call, someone immediately started shouting too. With the second person joining, the whole crowd became excited again. Kill him, kill him. Some people were even extremely angry and excited at this moment, as if Huo Lingtian was his father-killing enemy and wanted to eat his flesh alive. But after all, there were still calm people. They didn't say anything, they just frowned and silently retreated behind the crowd. Zhou Xingdou looked at the crowd shouting in unison, with a smile in his eyes. He needs a reason to kill Huo Lingtian. This reason does not need to be too sufficient, as long as it can block Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. The will of the people is a very good excuse. Zhan Heavenly Dao sect is a well-known and upright person after all, and the reason of public opinion is enough. As for whether these people will be retaliated by the great Yan dynasty in the future, that is not something Zhou Xingdou should consider. Zhou Xingdou looked at Huo Lingtian at this moment, looking at him with amusement, the corner of his mouth raised and said. Huo Lingtian, this Dao child didn't want to kill you, but you have offended the public, so don't blame this Dao child. After saying this, all 360 orifices in Zhou Xingdou's body suddenly vomited, and the aura of Lingguang City was completely emptied. A spear of Hades was also condensed in his palm at this moment. The spear was pointed at Huo Lingtian's throat and was about to stab him. But in the midst of this electric light and flint, a deep voice sounded. Wait a minute. The spear of Hades, which had been pressed against Huo Lingtian's throat, paused at this moment, but the sharp edge of the spear tip had already caused blood to flow from Huo Lingtian's neck. Listening to this familiar voice, Zhou Xingdou turned around and saw a strong young man appearing here. This man's appearance is ordinary, but he is extremely upright, with a bit of righteousness between his brows. What attracted the most attention was the extremely powerful power around him. His aura was as deep as the sea and as long as the rolling Yangtze River. Zhou Xingdou looked at this person, his eyes slightly condensed. He naturally knew who this person was. He was the chief disciple of Judian Peak who was once alongside him, and a half-commendable talent that Tian Zhuer said he was. Fang Tianyang. Fang Tianyang, do you want to stop Dao child? Zhou Xingdou's noble eyes filled with purple energy and silvery white were as cold as a knife at this moment, and he asked coldly. Fang Tianyang frowned, but still coaxed Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Dao child, Ling Tian came here at my invitation and asked Zhou Dao child to give Fang Mo some face. After hearing Fang Tianyang's words, Zhou Xingdou's mind turned and he said coldly. So, it was you who supported Huo Lingtian when he killed the Lu family's powerful master and threatened the Lu family's sword code. As soon as these words came out, the originally excited crowd burst into an uproar, and they all looked at Fang Tianyang in surprise. Although they did not dare to offend Fang Tianyang, it did not mean that they would not harbor malicious thoughts in their hearts. Fang Tianyang was also shocked at this moment and quickly explained. There is absolutely no such thing. Fang just invited Ling Tian to discuss Taoism, and he doesn't know anything else. A smile appeared on Zhou Xingdou's lips, but Fang Tianyang was still a little naive and fell directly into the passive situation of self-certification. He naturally knew that Fang Tianyang couldn't do such a thing with his character, so I'm afraid this incident was indeed a coincidence. Thinking of this week, Xingdou's words contained a bit of yin and yang aura. Oh, so that's it. I thought you were coveting the Lu family sword code, but as the chief of the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, it's hard to take action, so I asked Huo Lingtian to discuss the matter and let him seize the sword code for you. Being attacked by Zhou Xingdou's words, Fang Tianyang suddenly panicked. I don't even know if the Lu family has any sword cannon. How could I let Huo Lingtian snatch it away? The onlookers also unconsciously took Zhou Xingdou's words as fact, and began to discuss in low voices one by one, looking at Fang Tianyang with many eyes. After all, in their eyes, Zhou Xingdou Gai suppressed Huo Lingtian and prevented foreign forces from oppressing the people of Zan Heavenly Dao sect. He must be a decent person. Fang Tianyang told the truth that many of them had only heard of his name and did not understand him at all. All kinds of speculations arose in everyone's minds. Lingguang City is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Once rumors arise, they can spread throughout the Tianchuan holy state and even the entire absolute beginning Dao domain within a few days. Don't underestimate these rumors. People's words are terrible. Whether they are true or false, spreading them will be a heavy blow to Fang Tianyang's reputation. Even Zhou Xingdou sometimes has to take his influence and reputation into consideration. A good reputation can bring you many invisible benefits, but a bad reputation can also bring you many invisible troubles. Fang Tianyang is a decent man and attaches great importance to reputation, which is why Zhou Xingdou did this. He and Fang Tianyang are not friends. They have a competitive relationship and have different personalities. They can't pee in the same pot. The two will definitely stand on opposite sides in the future. Now that he can easily tarnish his reputation, why not do it for Zhou Xingdou? Fang Tianyang's excited explanations and denials could not stop everyone's malicious speculation. No matter how hard he tried to prove it, it had no effect. Fang Tianyang couldn't force him anymore now, otherwise he would be more convinced that Zhou Xingdou's words were right. It actually made him shed several drops of cold sweat. At this moment, no matter how stupid Fang Tianyang was, he understood that Zhou Xingdou was targeting him. Zhou Xingdou, Fang Tianyang, have lived an upright life, how could I do such a thing? You are slandering me. Zhou Xingdou sneered and shouted coldly. Then you also lured the wolf into the house, you cannot absolve yourself of the blame. This sentence directly silenced Fang Tianyang. He was not a person who was good at verbal disputes, and his mind was quite upright. He was hesitant and speechless for a moment. After all, he was the one who asked Huo Lingtian to come here, and it seemed that he was indeed to blame for what happened now. Zhou Xingdou looked at the dumb Fang Tianyang, with a smile in his eyes. This Fang Tianyang spent the whole day either practicing or killing, and he had no scheming at all. He just jumped into the trap he dug with just a few words. Some things cannot be weighed even if they are not weighed by 3 ounces, and cannot be weighed by 1,000 caddies. For example, this is the case. To put it mildly, this is Huo Lingtian's own business. Fang Tianyang is just an invitation. At a more serious level, it could be luring wolves into the house, colluding with foreign forces, and betraying the sect. No matter how big or small, it's just a thought. But it was unwise for Fang Tianyang to fall directly into the self-certification trap, and he immediately lost the initiative. If it was Zhou Xingdou, if he could beat him, he would start fighting. If he couldn't beat him, he would start scolding him. The worst he could do was lift the table and kill everyone present. Let's muddy the water first. Explanations are always the palest language, without any power. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at Fang Tianyang, showing an evil smile, and his voice sounded like a devil's whisper in Fang Tianyang's ears. Fang Tianyang, give you a chance to kill Huo Lingtian. Then I and countless other people in Lingguang City will believe that you are innocent. This statement was almost a conspiracy. Fang Tianyang was extremely angry and cursed. Zhou Xingdou, you are despicable and shameless Dao child. Zhou Xingdou didn't get angry when Fang Tianyang scolded him angrily. Looking at Fang Tianyang like a silly dog, he immediately lost interest in teasing him. Then the spear of the god of Hades in his hand was sent forward, and it was about to pierce Huo Lingtian's throat. But at this moment, the spear of Hades advanced an inch, but stopped again. This time it was not because Zhou Xingdou stopped, but because there seemed to be an indestructible wall in front of the spear of Hades, blocked by all the spear of Hades. Rumble. An imperial edict composed of flames rushed out of Huo Lingtian's body, and the power of the emperor burst out on it, making people want to kneel down and worship. The terrifying power reverberated across the heaven and earth, soaring into the sky to the point of astonishment. The law respects the will. Yuan Tian, who was watching the show with Fa Hai, suddenly exclaimed, and then appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou in a flash, protecting Zhou Xingdou behind him, looking at the powerful emperor as if facing a formidable enemy. Legal decree. Zhou Xingdou also frowned slightly at this moment. Laws and purposes are created by Supreme condensing its own laws. They are extremely precious. Condensing laws and purposes consumes a lot of money on Supreme. Generally, Supreme rarely condenses this thing. The decree contains the power of law, which allows the Supreme who condenses the decree to take action from an infinite distance of time and space, and can also protect the person who upholds the decree. It can be said to be an extremely precious life-saving thing. However, this law and order did not take action directly. A majestic voice sounded from the law. "I am the Emperor Yan, how dare you act so arrogantly?" Between the words, a huge and majestic flame Emperor law manifestation emerged from the decree. This law manifestation was entwined with fiery red principles and wore an imperial crown. It exuded unimaginable power and tore the sky apart. As soon as the Yanwang law manifestation came out, except for Zhou Xingdou and his party, the rest of the people in the city suddenly became weak and knelt down to the law. Even Zhou Xingdou felt an extreme pressure. The pressure carried the ultimate imperial power and made him kneel down. The power of the Supreme, overwhelms everything. Such an existence has transcended everything and cannot be resisted by pure strength. The Yanwang law manifestation's empty and ruthless eyes looked down at all living beings. The sacred and noble flames rolled in those eyes. He looked at Zhou Xingdou and his voice echoed in the boundless void. "You are the one who wants to kill my prince." Thousands of giant elephant particles boiled in Zhou Xingdou's body, resisting the terrifying pressure. Looking at the law of fire forming the Flame Emperor's law manifestation, his face darkened and he said coldly, "So what if it's me?" The Flame Emperor law manifestation's body was filled with countless powerful divine flames rolling around, boiling with countless tongues of fire, and he slightly condensed his voice. "You are very brave to call yourself me in front of me. There is a big difference between claiming to be this person and this Tao child. Zhou Xingdou calls himself this Tao child, which means that he is the successor of the power, and there is no problem in calling him the same as Huo Lingtian and other young people. But calling him Tao child in front of Yanwang, the leader of the dynasty, would invisibly make him shorter than Yanwang, which Zhou Xingdou did not want. Yanwang, I want to remind you that the person behind Yuan is the young master of the Zhou family." Yuan Tian, who was standing in front of Zhou Xingdou at this moment, had cold sweat covering his forehead, and held the divine martial seal tightly in his hands, as if facing a formidable enemy. In fact, he had no confidence in protecting Zhou Xingdou, because in front of him was Supreme's law manifestation. Even the power of Supreme's casual blow would be able to annihilate himself and Fa Hai. "I know." The voice of the Flame Emperor's law manifestation was dull and indifferent, without any touch. Only a trace of divine flame floated from his body, which fell on Huo Lingtian, who was almost dying, and suddenly burst out with rich vitality, wrapping Huo Lingtian. Then, a majestic roar that shocked the endless space resounded between heaven and earth. "But whoever insults the crown prince of the Dian dynasty, my son, will have to pay the price." The loud shouts set off a terrifying sound wave, which vibrated and blocked Yuan Tian Fa Hai in front of Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, he felt as if he had been hit hard and flew backwards like a kite with its string broken. Supreme was so angry that his corpse floated thousands of miles away. This was already reserved by Emperor Yan, otherwise there would be no life left in the area of thousands of miles at this moment. Zhou Xingdou also frowned. He really didn't expect Huo Lingtian to have such a skill. Whether it was the previous life or this life, Emperor Yan was definitely the strongest enemy he faced, if not one. Fang Tianyang looked at this situation and was panicked for a moment. Although he did not get along with Zhou Xingdou and was slandered by Zhou Xingdou because of the Huo Lingtian incident, he was from the same faction after all, so how could he sit idly by and do nothing? Thinking of this, Fang Tianyang respectfully said to the law manifestation, "Uncle Yan, this is the realm of Zan Heavenly Dao sect, you have to think carefully." Emperor Yan looked at Fang Tianyang and said coldly, "Tianyang, you are not qualified to represent Zan Heavenly Dao sect." Zhou Xingdou was still a little surprised that Fang Tianyang spoke for him, but he had no fear when facing Emperor Yan. In an instant, the Heaven Punishment Emperor armor that was draped on his body erupted with the aura of Heaven Punishment. Zhou Xingdou activated the Punishment Heaven Dao body, and a brilliant force of heaven broke through the coercion, and countless thunderbolts enveloped him. In an instant, the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power within his body was activated, the Zhui Taihuang Sutra was running, and the shadows of the stars in the sky appeared behind him, and a giant elephant covering the sky looked up to the sky and roared among the stars. At this moment, a noble purple energy rose from Zhou Xingdou's feet, lifting him up in the air and looking straight at the Flame Emperor's law manifestation. The lightning flashed in his eyes, and the destructive power surged. Emperor Yan, you can't save Huo Lingtian today. If you don't believe it, you can try to attack me. Today's Zhou Xingdou is like a divine being who carries out punishments and wields power on behalf of the sky. Even though his aura is far less powerful than that of Emperor Yan, he still makes no concessions on the scene. This was the first time that Zhou Xingdou showed his full power. His power in the true God realm alone could make a saint feel eclipsed, but at this moment, his power was just to support himself. It is impossible for him to defeat Yanwang on his own, because Yanwang is not an opponent on the same level as himself. Even if it is just a law manifestation, he cannot defeat him. But similarly, the opponent Yanwang has to face is never himself. The voice of the Emperor Yan's law manifestation became deeper. You succeeded in irritating me. In an instant, the Flame Emperor law manifestation raised his palm, and the boundless power spread out for a moment. The endless laws screamed in unison at this moment, and even the void trembled. But at this moment, a cold fairy voice sounded. Emperor Yan, who gave you the courage to touch my disciples? There was a fairy sound, but I could only hear its voice but not see its person. The fairy sound reverberates across the heaven and earth, solidifying time and space, making the heaven and earth still, smoothing out all phenomena and purifying mountains and rivers thousands of miles away. The Flame Emperor's law manifestation suddenly stagnated, flickering on and off at this moment, as if it was about to collapse. Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly when he heard this fairy sound. Now that he is in Tianquan holy state, how can those supreme beings in Zhan Heavenly Dao sect not know what is going on here? It's just that I didn't think it was a big deal, so I didn't show up. Even if the Flame Emperor law manifestation appears now and wants to take action against him, it is still a small problem in the eyes of them. Even Tian Zhor only released a sound wave, and his true body did not come here. I don't know if he looked down on the law manifestation of Emperor Yan. Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, after all, is the supreme power. Even if it is declining now, it is the decline of the younger generation. Its profound foundation cannot be touched by the great Yan dynasty. Even though Yanwang said it nicely, it was still a matter of face. Even if Tianjie didn't care just now, Yanwang didn't dare to kill Zhou Xingdou. At most, it's just a lesson. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at the Yanwang law manifestation that was flickering in and out of sight and disintegrating in front of him, and he couldn't help but be surprised by Tianjie's strength. A fairy voice suppresses the supreme law manifestation. This strength is unparalleled. At this moment, Xuanjizi's gentle ancient voice also echoed in the sky. Young Master Yan, let the juniors resolve the matters between the juniors. If you go overboard again, I do not recommend going to the great Yan imperial city to see if your grandfather has been diligent recently. These words immediately drained the power of the Flame Emperor's law manifestation. For a moment, it lost all its momentum. The majestic law manifestation suddenly became mediocre and rickety, like the flame of a candle. Xuanjizi always appears at the most suitable time, and his words are gentle but hidden with threats. However, they usually have a red face and a white face. This time, although Xuanjizi's words were gentle, they were extremely threatening. I'm afraid he really looks down on the great Yan dynasty, otherwise he would never say these words. Zhou Xingdou curled his lips, looked at the Yanwang law manifestation and stared. I said that you can't save Huo Lingtian today. Do you believe it now, Emperor Yan? To be honest, Zhou Xingdou at this moment is a bit suspicious of a fox pretending to be a tiger, but what he said is indeed correct. Xuanjizi has already said that the junior's affairs will be resolved by the junior, which means that Huo Lingtian's life and death will be decided by Zhou Xingdou. Yanwang's voice became a little low and depressed. Not only did he lose his face today, he also lost his dignity. He and Huo Lingtian had completely embarrassed the Yan dynasty today. But at this moment, he was helpless. Tian Zhor's fairy voice had already suppressed the laws and decrees. Now this law manifestation was rootless water. Let alone taking action, it might disintegrate and dissipate in the next moment. Now being asked arrogantly by Zhou Xingdou, he was angry but couldn't do anything. Even if he came in person, he probably wouldn't be able to regain his place and would only lose more face. But looking at his son, he couldn't bear it. If he didn't care about his son, how could he make him a prince? How could he condense the laws and decrees to protect his life? So at this moment he chose to negotiate terms with Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou, let my son go, as long as you want. Zhou Xingdou rubbed his chin at this moment. Now it seems that killing Huo Lingtian is not cost-effective, but asking for compensation is more worthwhile. As for whether letting Huo Lingtian go is letting the tiger go. It can only be said that in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, Huo Lingtian is not a tiger, but can only be regarded as a bigger mouse. As for what kind of compensation he wanted, Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed as his thoughts began to spin, and he raised an evil smile and said, I can let Huo Lingtian go, but he hurt my maid. I want you to compensate me with a maid. Emperor Yan naturally knew the meaning of Zhou Xingdou's words, so he couldn't just pay it to a random woman. Who do you want? Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yanwang Law manifestation and said calmly. I heard that the new crown princess of the great Yan dynasty has the appearance of a divine maiden, so it would be appropriate for me to be my maid. Weak. There were 10 Ling Yan jade that day, which was enough for Lu Yanran to use. No more would be of much use to her. If there is anything else that I can use, it can only be the crown princess. I have heard of the reputation of this crown princess in my last life, and I can only say that she is much better than Huo Lingtian. In fact, Zhou Xingdou originally wanted to ask Queen Yanwang if he would give it to her, but when he thought that it was impossible, he had to retreat and ask for it. When the Flame Emperor Law manifestation heard this, his whole body trembled with anger, and his fiery eyes were now full of cracks and disintegration, and tongues of fire were gushing out at this moment. This is not asking for compensation, it is clearly an insult to the Dayan dynasty. But after a long silence, Emperor Yan finally lost his temper, and his words were mixed with anger. It will be delivered within 3 days. Zhou Xingdou bowed his hands to Yanwang Law manifestation, then laughed and said. Then thank you Emperor Yan. This condition is actually stuck on the Fire Emperor's bottom line. After all, Huo Lingtian's so-called crown princess has not passed the test, and is not considered a real crown princess. It is too easy for an emperor like the Fire Emperor to choose between someone else's daughter and his favorite prince. As for face and dignity, you have already lost everything today, why do you still care about this? A force will not become strong because of face and dignity, nor will it completely decline because of this. No trace can be erased by time. The realm of absolute beginning and the Chuyuan realm are too vast, and there are too many things that happen every day. No matter how horrifying the rumor is, it can only spread for 100 years at most, and for a powerful person like Emperor Yan, 100 years is like a snap of the fingers. The Flame Emperor's Law manifestation also fell apart at this moment, dissipating between heaven and earth, as if ashamed to stay here any longer. Huo Lingtian was still lying on the ground and passed out, but because of Yanwang's trace of life flame, his breathing was now stable. This sudden turmoil is finally over for the time being. When Zhou Xingdou saw the Fire King's Law manifestation dissipated, he also lost all his power. After landing on the ground, Zhou Xingdou noticed that Fang Tianyang was staring at him, his brows furrowed into the Chinese character, Chuyuan. Recalling that he had spoken out for him just now, Zhou Xingdou didn't bother to make things difficult for him anymore, and then said slowly. Brother Tianyang, Huo Lingtian will be left to you. Fang Tianyang frowned, his face a little cold. Ling Tian is my friend, I can take care of him without Dao child caring. He didn't understand or agree with Zhou Xingdou's behavior, which was naturally mixed with a little anger. Zhou Xingdou glanced at Fang Tianyang, but he was unusually not angry. He just said with a bit of sarcasm in his words. Don't forget to tell your good friend that if he comes to see you, the protector will die and his wife will belong to someone else. How do you say that I lost my wife and lost my troops? After saying that, Zhou Xingdou laughed and left, leaving Fang Tianyang looking at Huo Lingtian with a guilty look on his face. Zhou Xingdou returned to the Lu family in an instant. Fa Hai and Yuan Tian were also shaken by Yanwang. However, he was not worried. He could feel that Fa Hai was fine, and Yuan Tian was naturally not a big problem either. Seeing Zhou Xingdou come back, Li Shuru twisted her plump body and hurriedly got close to Zhou Xingdou and said worriedly. Master, it's great that you're okay. As she spoke, she licked the faint black mole at the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of madness and admiration. Yu Ji, who had been staying at the Lu family, also came to Zhou Xingdou's side at this moment. Her charming body was a little twitchy, she lowered her head and said with trembling. Dao child, I failed to come forward to protect you just now, please Dao child to punish me. Looking at the two beauties with completely different styles next to him, Zhou Xingdou also relieved his somewhat chaotic mood today. Zhou Xingdou hugged Li Shuru into his arms, then turned to look at Yu Ji and said calmly. It's okay, your responsibility is not to protect me. And when Li Shuru looked at Yuji, who was so charming, a bit of meanness rose in her eyebrows, and she felt a bit of hostility toward Yuji. Yuji didn't pay attention to Li Shuru. She was now focusing on Zhou Xingdou and asked timidly, "What is my slave's duty?" Zhou Xingdou hugged Li Shuru, sniffed the fragrance, raised the corners of his mouth, and said to Yuji, "Please me." Today's events made Zhou Xingdou a little tired. These few hours were so long that it even made Zhou Xingdou feel that several days had passed. He originally planned to come here today, firstly to teach Lu Yanran, and secondly because Luo Hanyi refused to live with him yesterday and felt a little aggrieved. Who knew that something like Huo Lingtian would happen? However, it was not a loss for him. 10 pieces of heavenly spirit flame jade, 100 precious medicines, and a princess were also given as a gift, which made up for the good time he wasted. The reason why he only brought Yuji here today and did not see Fa Hai and Yuan Tian was because he had some bad intentions. After all, the combination of the plump, stinky-faced ant and the charming female elder is a bit interesting. Yuji was also trembling at this moment, but the joy in her eyes surpassed the instinctive fear. How could a smart woman like her not understand what Zhou Xingdou meant? But at this moment, Lu Yanran's youthful and beautiful figure broke the brewing atmosphere of Zhou Xingdou. Lu Yanran came running all the way, shouting with admiration on her face. "Master, you are so powerful, that Huo Lingtian has no power to fight back in front of you." Zhou Xingdou suddenly became a little irritable, raised his hand to signal her to stop, then threw Huo Lingtian's apology ring to Lu Yanran and said, "What you have to do now is to improve your cultivation. Don't waste time. Now go back and absorb the 10 heavenly spirit flame jade." To be honest, he had no feelings for little girls like Lu Yanran at all, and he felt that her appearance ruined the mature and charming scene at this moment. Being dismissed like this by Zhou Xingdou, the disappointment in Lu Yanran's eyes almost overflowed from her eyes, and a bit of grievance appeared on her face, which was extremely pitiful. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly and he said coldly, "Lin Fan has already reached the realm of consciousness. You are not yet in the spiritual realm. Do you want to lose to him? He has already condensed it. How could it be so fast?" Lu Yanran was also shocked by Zhou Xingdou's words, her pitiful look disappeared, and her face was full of shock. Zhou Xingdou looked at Lu Yanran and reminded, "Don't forget what I said, beat him, I will give you what you want." Lu Yanran stopped talking at this moment, nodded seriously, clenched a storage ring in her hand, and said resolutely, "I will definitely defeat him." Regarding Lin Fan, Lu Yanran was still full of hostility towards him even though her thoughts were affected by the one with slave seal. Now that she knew Lin Fan's realm, she said no more, said goodbye to Zhou Xingdou and Li Shuru, and hurried back to practice. Seeing Zhou Xingdou send Lu Yanran away, he suddenly felt that his own body seemed to have softened. The old self would not be so mincing words, let alone be so polite to the slave. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. It was his style to act as he pleased. There was no need to remain indifferent, and life also needed a little fun. Thinking of these, Zhou Xingdou took a deep breath of the 2-level compound fragrance around him, and the corner of his mouth curved with a greedy arc. Looking at the stinky-faced ant and the female elder, she moved her index finger and licked her lips. "Let's go, let me see the beauty of the world." Then the 3 of them disappeared together, leaving only the lingering fragrance in place. "No one will sleep tonight." Not long after Zhou Xingdou left, Fa Hai and Yuan Tian appeared again in Lingguang City. They looked at each other and saw blood on the corners of each other's mouths, but neither said a word. The Flame Emperor was so powerful that even if it didn't kill them, it still shook them hundreds of thousands of miles away. They could only wait for the shaking force to dissipate before they could move back. Yuan Tian looked at Fa Hai and said with a gloomy expression, "I want to contact the old family master Zhou. The humiliation that the young master suffered today must not be let go like this." Yuan Tian, who was in the Holy Realm, found out what happened after they left, and naturally knew that Zhou Xingdou was fine. But in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou suffered a big loss today, and he failed to protect Zhou Xingdou. He felt extremely guilty and naturally wanted to make a contribution. Although Fa Hai also hated his lack of strength, he still frowned and said, "You need to tell the young master about this matter, and the young master will decide." Yuan Tian snorted coldly, "Go ahead and tell me. If you don't plead guilty and make meritorious service, Yuan will have no shame in staying with the young master anymore. What's more, this is related to the dignity of the Zhou family." For Yuan Tian, he now belongs to half of Zhou Xingdou's guardians. Although Zhou Xingdou was fine in the end, it was someone from Zan Heavenly Dao sect who took action and had nothing to do with him, Yuan Tian. As an affiliated force of the Zhou family, the Zhou family arranged to secretly protect people who were in direct contact with Zhou Xingdou. What happened now was not only his personal fault, but also the dereliction of duty of the entire Shenwu sect. If he fails to report in time today and performs meritorious service, if the Shenwuzong is expelled from the affiliated forces by the Zhou family in the future because of this matter, he will be the eternal sinner of the Shenwuzong. I will return to the Shenwu sect now and ask my ancestor to come out and join the great Yan dynasty. Yuan Tian gritted his teeth. No one thought that this little thing would make him so angry. Didn't he know that what made him even more angry was that when he revealed that Zhou Xingdou was the young master of the Zhou family, Emperor Yan didn't even have the slightest trace of scruple or fear. This made him feel extremely insulted and proved the uselessness of these affiliated forces. The Zhou family is different from other families. There are extremely few members in the clan. Almost all the clan members are guarding outside the territory. Even the head of the family may be suppressing the ancestral land and cannot escape. Basically, they rarely move in the Chuyuan world, so they are the subordinate forces that control everything in the Chuyuan world. Moreover, these affiliated forces were basically established by followers of the Zhou family who had retired from outside the territory. The Zhou family was their faith to them, and they all returned voluntarily. The Zhou family never asked them to pay tribute, and even gave them a large amount of resources every year, and even gave them rewards even if they were asked to do things. Sometimes it even feels like the Zhou family is a subsidiary of these subsidiary forces. This also makes the Zhou family's affiliated forces the most powerful and loyal of all the supreme forces. If not, how could Yuan Tian, who was only the great elder of the Shenwu sect and in the Holy Realm, let Zhou Xingdou call him around? Even when he was tricked and killed by Zhou Xingdou in his previous life, he didn't even fight back. Loyalty to the Zhou family is something engraved in the genes of every affiliated force of the Zhou family. In their eyes, the majesty of the Zhou family surpasses everything else, and the children of the Zhou family are their lords. Fa Hai was silent for a long time, his eyes flickering, and finally he sighed. I'll go with you too. Yuan Tian frowned, shook his head and refused. No, the young master still needs someone to protect him. Without you by his side, that foxy Yuan will be worried. As he spoke, Yuan Tian looked at the Lu family with a slightly worried look. He didn't know how powerful Zhou Xingdou's Wanhua slave seal was, so he didn't trust Yuji. Fa Hai also felt that what Yuan Tian said was reasonable, but he still reminded. But if the young master comes out of seclusion, I will still inform him of the matter. Both of them were in the Holy Realm. Although they did not dare to pry into Zhou Xingdou's privacy, it was obvious what they were doing as a ray of yang energy and two strands of yin energy were intersecting in the sky above the Lu family. Going out of seclusion is just a euphemistic substitute. Yuan Tian couldn't help but smile when he heard this. I think the young master will not leave the seclusion without 3 days and 3 nights. In 3 days, our Shenwu sect will be on the verge of the Great Flame. After saying goodbye, Yuan Tian said goodbye to Fa Hai, then moved and disappeared from the place. When Fa Hai saw this, he didn't say anything more. He immediately stepped into Lu's house and stood by the attic where Zhou Xingdou was. He sat cross-legged in midair, turning the Wu Buddha beads in his hand and chanting Buddhist scriptures to recover from his injuries. And not long after, the Taishi Dao domain, the ancestral land of the Zhou family, was endlessly far away from the absolute beginning Dao domain. A middle-aged man with an unfathomable aura walked quickly to an ancient purple pagoda that was endlessly solemn, endlessly sacred, could not be looked directly at, and was immeasurable. The middle-aged man knelt down on one knee in front of him, his face extremely respectful, his eyes full of reverence, and he said to the ancient purple pagoda, Master, the Shenwu sect has sent a letter about the young master. At this moment, the purple pagoda of the ancient Zhuangzhou purple pagoda trembled slightly, as if waking up from a deep sleep. The power of the stars in the sky surged on the tower, and bright galaxies surrounded the purple pagoda. A boundless, indifferent, majestic sound sounded. Enter. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man had already entered the top of the purple pagoda. But this place does not feel like being in a tower. Instead, it is as boundless as a universe, with endless bright stars flashing and the Milky Way falling and casting a faint light. But this middle-aged man did not dare to raise his head and prostrated himself in the center of the universe. At this moment, a figure as majestic as a great Tao appeared on the top of the tower that resembled the universe. As soon as it appeared, there was an overwhelming power that overwhelmed the endless universe and dominated the universe. No one could look directly at him at this moment. He seemed to be the master of this universe. The endless stars, essences, and laws in the universe were agitated by the appearance of this majestic figure. The stalwart figure appeared at this time. He was an old man with black hair and black eyes in a black robe. Billions of Tao were flowing around him, and the great Tao all around him was singing in unison. Just standing there, even the passing void trembled. His face is similar to Zhou Xingdou's, but he is more indifferent, majestic and cold than Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, the old man's eyes flashed, and he was incomparable and unfathomable, like the aura of the infinite ocean, emanating from it, shaking the world. As for the middle-aged man who was prostrate on the ground, even if Supreme saw his aura, his heart would tremble with fear. In front of this majestic existence, he only felt like a speck of dust in the desert. Dull and dull, not worth mentioning. The old man looked at the prostrate middle-aged man with dark eyes as deep as abyss. As the fairy light flashed in his eyes, a majestic and indifferent powerful voice sounded. "Qin Ming, what happened to Xingdou?" Qin Ming lay on the ground without daring to raise his head and said respectfully. Report to the family head. Shenwu sect reported that the young master had a conflict with Dian, and Emperor Yan insulted the young master. The Shenwu sect wants to activate the Zhou family's heavenly order, gather the affiliated forces of the Zhou family, and defeat Yan. The Zhou family's heavenly order is an early warning for the Zhou family's affiliated forces. Once other affiliated forces are mobilized, they must rush to help without any mistakes. When the stalwart old man heard this, his powerful voice brought out some doubts. Great Yan, is it a new imperial dynasty? Or is it the supreme sect? Qin Ming's brows twitched and he replied in a somewhat unspeakable way. It's not an imperial dynasty, nor a supreme sect, it's just a powerful force in the absolute beginning Tao domain, called the Great Yan dynasty. Qin Ming's words made this stalwart being silent for a long time. At this moment, it seemed as if all time and space had frozen. Suddenly, a sigh sounded faintly, shocking the whole world. Is the Zhou family already so lonely? Qin Ming was so surprised by this sigh that he broke into a cold sweat and said quickly. Master, please calm down. I will go and slaughter the Great Yan dynasty to vent my anger on you. This stalwart old man is also Zhou Xingdou's grandfather, Zhou Wuji. I saw him closing his eyes slightly, with endless great Tao runes flowing in his eyes, and his voice echoed in the universe. Forget it, you still need to guard the passage. Let them take care of these small things. Qin Ming respectfully said. Yes, I understand, kid. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the top of the tower and reappeared outside the purple tower without any sound or feeling. Inside the tower, Zhou Wuji's eyes kept flickering, looking into the void as if he was looking at something. The great Tao runes in his eyes kept disappearing and being born again. His majestic figure looked slightly lonely at this moment, like an empty-nest old man in the mortal world, murmuring somewhat complicatedly. Grandson, I hope you won't let Grandpa down again in this life. As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared, and everything fell into silence. 3 days later, Zhou Xingdou walked out of Li Shuru's boudoir, feeling relaxed and all his negative emotions dissipated like smoke. He stretched his body and found that Fahai had appeared in front of him at some point. But after scanning around, Yuan Tian was not found, and he couldn't help but ask Fahai. Yuan Tiantian. Fahai quickly spoke. Yuan Tian was extremely angry because the young master was humiliated. He said that he would tell the master's grandfather about the incident and went back to the Shenwu sect to ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion and fight into the Great Yan. Insulted. Zhou Xingdou had a question mark on his face. When had he been humiliated? Isn't it the Dian dynasty that was humiliated? He almost killed the crown prince of the Great Yan dynasty. He used the power of the Zan Heavenly Tao sect to pressure the Emperor Yan, and forcefully took the unborn crown prince of the Great Yan dynasty as a condition. If this is called humiliation, how many things in the world are there to take advantage of? Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou said helplessly. What a mess, I don't know if the princess has been delivered. If the fight starts before she's delivered, I'll be in big trouble. Compared to the crown princess, he was not much affected by whether the old man knew about this or whether the Shenwu sect entered the Great Yan dynasty. After all, this move didn't mean much to him, and it didn't even have much impact on him, far less than the impact the princess sent had on him. Because he had a vague feeling that this princess was not an ordinary person, maybe a person with great luck, which was why he asked Emperor Yan for someone. Otherwise, how could he want nothing but Huo Lingtian's crown princess? Although one point is to satisfy Meng Da's ambition, this point accounts for more reasons. When Fa Hai heard this, he also told what he had seen and heard during his free time these days. It should have been delivered. Several disciples of Zan Heavenly Dao sect came to Lingguang City before, so I used to investigate. From their words, I learned that yesterday, people from the Dian dynasty had already sent the unqualified princess to Jushuan Peak, and it seemed that the female elder had picked her up. Quote, with the strength of Fa Hai Holy Realm, it is not difficult to know the affairs in Lingguang City, not to mention that he has been guarding the gate for Zhou Xingdou for the past 3 days, and he has nothing to do to explore the city for fun. Although he is a monk, his ordinary mind is not much lower than that of ordinary people. If Fa Hai was not the reincarnation of the Python god among the 8 heavenly dragons, I am afraid that with his state of mind, he would not be able to practice such profound Buddhism. Weak. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also used the power of his soul to investigate Lu Yanran, who was practicing. Although I have some understanding of the effects of Tianling Flame Jade, I was still a little surprised to find out that Lu Yanran's aura has now stepped into the perfected being realm. And there is a faint momentum to break through the powerful realm, and it is estimated that the second heavenly spirit Flame Jade has begun to be digested. However, its realm is also illusory and terrifying. Zhou Xingdou feels that with such a perfected being, even he who was in the fate critical realm in his previous life can easily fight. But this is just the beginning. After digesting the 10 heavenly spirit Flame Jade, Lu Yanran will reach the true God realm for the last time. If there are no accidents, the Divine King realm can also be stabilized. At that time, no matter how vain the Divine King is, he will be absolutely crushing and absolutely invincible to the monks in the 8 basic realms. Because even if Zhou Xingdou now has the Supreme Dao Foundation and the Punishing Heaven Dao body to suppress the prison, he will never be able to defeat the true God in the realm of fate. Perfect being may not win immediately. Only by entering the realm of great power can one have a chance of winning, not to mention Lin Fan, who is still at the peak of enlightenment. No matter how powerful the destiny is, without external force, Lin Fan will definitely lose. But if external forces are used, can Lin Fan still beat this 3-year agreement? Thinking about it, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but give Huo Lingtian a thumbs up. In order to give him these 10 pieces of heavenly spirit Flame Jade, he did not hesitate to be seriously injured, the protector died, and even compensated his wife. He really made me cry to death. It's so touching. If there is an election for a good person in Absolute Beginning in the Absolute Beginning realm, Zhou Xingdou will definitely vote for Huo Lingtian. If Huo Shanran hadn't appeared in time, he would probably have to find a way to improve Lu Yanran's cultivation, and he would never be able to achieve the level of heavenly spirit Yanyu. Thinking of this, weak Xingdou took out the sound transmission stone with Yuan Tian and slowly transmitted a line of information. After doing this, Yuji has also walked out of the house. At this moment, her eyes are full of charm, her charming body is getting more and more beautiful, and her eyebrows are a bit lazy. At this moment, he is no longer as afraid of Zhou Xingdou as he once was. Instead, there is only strong and passionate love in his eyes. Master, Sister Shuru is fine. She should be fine in a few days. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Yuji to recover so quickly, but he was relieved when he thought that she was in the Holy Realm. Then he said calmly, "That's good, it's time for us to return to our clan." At the same time, a turmoil that shook the heaven and earth was taking place in the great Yan Imperial City. Countless divine symbols were splashed here, and they were chaotically combined into endless terrifying secrets of divine ability. Thousands of great monks stood in midair outside the city, and the terrifying momentum they gathered made the heaven and earth colorless and trembling. Above many monks stands a huge scarlet ancient character, Zhou. Thousands of monks were divided into 8 square formations and gathered at the rear. Even the weakest breath could not fall below the realm of true gods. Each square formation has a flag, and on the flag is the name of their sect. Shenwu Sect, Tianbei Sect, Guiyang City, Shadow Secret Building, Fenyao Valley, Nine Swords Villa, Shenlian Pavilion, Junhai Palace. The names of these 8 sects placed in various Dao domains are all ancient sects of a major sect, or even the top sects that are weaker than the supreme power. But today, they were separated by endless distances and gathered in front of the imperial city of Dian dynasty, all for one reason. That was the scarlet ancient character that stood above them. In front of the square formation of 8 great monks, a dozen supremes with unfathomable auras gathered together, but there was a weak aura mixed in them. This weak aura is also emanating from Yuan Tianruo, who is in the Holy Realm. In other places, his cultivation in the Holy Realm could be said to be all-powerful, but now that he is surrounded by supremes, he is as weak as a sheep in comparison. Dian Imperial City, the core place of the Dian dynasty, where the Dian royal family lived. It was also the place where the Dian dynasty had the strongest defense and the most masters. But at this moment, the entire Dian dynasty felt as if it was facing a formidable enemy, and the impregnable city defense formation guarding the city was now operating to the extreme. Countless army generals gathered in the city and looked out of the city in prepared formation. The royal family was in a state of gloom and mist, and everyone lost their former majesty. Above the glorious temple, there is no longer the peace and majesty of the past. The ministers are in a mess, and they are all quarreling with red faces. If you ask me, surrender as soon as possible. There are 8 powerful families outside. These are not all affiliates of the Zhou family. Resistance will only increase casualties. Go to hell. The great Yan dynasty have now surrendered. At worst, we will both be destroyed and fight to the death. I think it is better to kneel down and be a dog for the Zhou family. Not only will I be protected from harm, but I will also be able to enjoy the protection of the Zhou family in the future. What are you dreaming about? If the Zhou family could like us, Dian, they would not directly attack the city. Some of the ministers, who were usually so arrogant, even started fighting like street gangsters. And sitting on the luxurious throne on the upper level, with a terrifying aura emitting from his whole body, and the majesty of an emperor is the current flame emperor, Huo Tianyan. A few days ago, his law manifestation fell into disgrace in Tianchuan holy state, and he gave his son's fiancée to Zhou Xingdou as a condition. This has aroused private rumors among the ministers. Now that the forces affiliated with the Zhou family outside the city are approaching the city, it makes him feel that he is being played even more. Now that majestic face is as dark as a black pot. What's more, before the battle started, the ministers below had already begun to propose surrender. Some even suggested that he, the Emperor Yan, should kneel down and confess his crime, kill his own prince and serve as a pawn for the Zhou family. This made Emperor Yan's originally extremely angry heart no longer able to suppress his anger, and he suddenly shouted, "Shut up, a bunch of losers." This deep shout shook the temple, and all the ministers groaned, suffering serious internal injuries. This immediately woke them up from their fear, and they all knelt on the ground for a while, not daring to speak any more. Emperor Yan was very angry. These ministers were not as smart as demons. They were all more skillful in making suggestions and were good at governing the country. But today, it was as if they had lost their minds, and they were just like a mob. The common people went to the temple and talked nonsense. At this moment, the queen, who was sitting on the second phoenix throne on the left and wearing a phoenix crown, sounded the lazy and noble loving voice generated by being in a high position all year round, and said comfortingly, "Your Majesty, they also lost their heads due to a moment of panic. I think that Your Majesty might as well show up to negotiate with the forces outside the city. Maybe it's not the end of the world. The worst thing is to make more compensation, cede territory and seek peace." Quote. The ministers also cast grateful glances at the queen at this moment. If the Yan ministers feared the most, it was the Emperor Yan who was sitting on the throne. If anyone respects her the most, it must be Queen Dian, Yushuhua, who is kind and caring to everyone. Queen Dian was the first wife of Emperor Yan, and she was the crown princess since Emperor Yan had not succeeded to the throne. There are not many people in Great Yan who can persuade Emperor Yan, but Yushuhua is one of them, so naturally she is quite favored. She is also the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, the first family in Dian. This Empress Dian looks to be in her 30s or 40s. Naturally, she is not as youthful, beautiful and vigorous as a young woman, but she is at the most plump stage of a woman. Wearing a golden phoenix robe that shows nobility, her skin is as smooth and translucent as fat jade, her phoenix eyes are full of love and peace, and her figure has not lost its color with age like ordinary people. As a monk herself, and taking beauty supplements from time to time, she has not only never lost the sallowness of old age, but has accumulated a graceful and mature charm. What's more, as a country, she has a very contradictory spirit, compassionate but not angry. After listening to his queen's words, Emperor Yan's expression softened slightly. He really should do something at this moment, and he felt that his queen was right. He also knew that with the power of the Great Flame, he could not stop the attack of these 8 forces, so he had no choice but to say, "Then I will go there myself." In the blink of an eye, Emperor Yan came to the sky above the imperial city. Looking at the sky-high majesty on the opposite side, even if he had been in a high position for a long time, he could not help but feel frightened. But Emperor Yan was not ordinary after all. After calming down his mind, he bowed slightly and saluted the dozens of beings in front of him who were emitting monstrous flames. "Everyone, I, Dian, have no enmity with you, so why did I lead everyone to my great Yan imperial city?" Faced with others, Emperor Yan dared to call himself I, but these people were all powerful beings, which made Emperor Yan dare not use the word I anymore. But these powerful beings did not pay attention to the Yanwang who was so polite. One of them, a seasoned supreme, and a supreme saint who looked familiar to Yanwang, were being scolded by several other supremes. One of them, a strong man with palms as big as cattail leaf fans and an unfathomably thick body, pointed at the old man's nose and cursed. "Have you, the Shenwu sect, gotten into trouble in the absolute beginning realm over the years? Only this dynasty that occupies 3 continents dares to ignore the Zhou family's Tianwei. If in the territory of our Tianbei sect, such a garbage force still needs to use the Zhou family's Tianling, I would have destroyed it single-handedly." Quote. Without exception, the other beings nodded in agreement and ridiculed Shenwuzong together, making the old Taoist blush until his face turned red and his neck was thick, and there was no trace of Taoist immortality. The sage standing next to the old path is none other than Yuan Tian, the great elder of the Shenwu sect. Now he is like a quail, shrinking his head and not daring to say a word. Among the dozen supremes, an old man who carried a sword box on his back and exuded an extremely sharp aura that pierced the heaven and earth also spoke lightly, full of sarcasm. "I can't blame the other families for not coming. How can an enemy of this level show off for the Zhou family? It's more of a shame than anything else." Next to the old man who was carrying the sword box, a man in black robes who could not see his figure like a ghost spoke coldly at this moment. "I thought it was some new top power. There are only 3 or 4 low-level supremes in the entire imperial city. You, Master Tianwei, are so cautious. You still ask for help from such a small power, which humiliates the young master. I advise you Shenwuzong to withdraw from the Zhou family's affiliated forces." Quote. The old Taoist was also annoyed by the scolding. He immediately grabbed Yuan Tian's feet next to him, blew his beard and glared. "Useless things, didn't you say that Dian shouldn't take them lightly?" Yuan Tiansheng was kicked twice and said with an aggrieved look, "How can I, a little saint, know the details of the great Yan dynasty?" Emperor Yan was still standing there, listening to the sarcasm and disregard in these people's words, his face as gloomy as water. But at this moment, Yuan Tian seemed to sense something. After touching his chest, he felt like he was being pardoned. He quickly and respectfully said to the peerless figure next to him, "Seniors, the young master has just sent news. He said that except for Queen Dian, who has spared 1 life to give to him, the rest can be anything you like." At this time, the eyes of everyone who had been ignoring Emperor Yan suddenly lit up. They no longer formed a group to ridicule Tianwei, and each of them looked at Yanwang, who was originally ignored by them. Emperor Yan was immediately startled, because he felt that the eyes of these peerless powerful men did not show the slightest sense of importance, more like a cat seeing a mouse or a wolf seeing a fat sheep. The man with palms like cattail leaf fans burst out with a powerful momentum, shattering the space he was pressing directly, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, the young master has really good taste. It would be great for a queen of a country to be the young master's maid." The man carrying the sword box also had eyes as bright as a sword. The sword box behind him slowly opened, revealing the 9 world-shattering divine swords with their supreme cold light. "Then let's see who can kill the great Yan Supreme first and grab the great Yan Queen." The old Taoist Tianwei, who had been scolded all the time, also found an outlet to vent his anger and looked at Emperor Yan with monstrous anger in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, Emperor Yan suddenly felt that the earth was shaking, but it was not directed at him, and the whole world was shaking violently, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking, and all living beings were in danger of hanging upside down. Click. The sound of shattering resounded thousands of miles away, and the indestructible top-level formation that shrouded the imperial city fell apart at this moment. But he saw a man with ferocious muscles and an extremely perfect body cultivator who was 9 feet tall and 9 feet tall. He had broken through the formation of the Great Yan Imperial City with his physical body, and his voice sounded like a torrent of thunder. There's so much nonsense, the first achievement this time must be from me, Guiyang City. On this day, the Great Yan dynasty was destroyed, the past space and even the void were shattered, leaving only a black void in the entire imperial city. The power spread throughout the 9 states near the Great Yan dynasty, plowing the entire Great Yan. Countless forces were damaged by this remaining power, but no one force dared to say a word. Because the scarlet ancient characters hanging high in the sky are describing its horror. Zhou Xingdou also returned to Chuyuan Peak and did not know about the Great Yan dynasty. As soon as he stepped in, he happened to see Lin Fan with Chuyu with a happy face, planning to leave Jushuan Peak. At this moment, Lin Fan also saw Zhou Xingdou. His face suddenly condensed, but then he smiled briefly, pretending to be very happy and said, "Elder brother, you are finally back. I heard that you fought against the saints in Lingguang City, defeated Prince Yan, and threatened Emperor Yan. You are so majestic." Zhou Xingdou naturally knew that Lin Fan was pretending to be polite. He glanced at Chuyu beside her, but saw that Chuyu's plain clothes had now been replaced by a brocade dress, and her outfit was no longer related to that of a maid. Looking at Lin Fan again, he saw that he was glancing at Chuyu, with some dissatisfaction in his eyes, and moved his body to block Chuyu. Zhou Xingdou knew that Chuyu had probably almost completed the task he had given him. Then Zhou Xingdou asked Lin Fan with an unknown smile on his lips, "Junior brother, are you going to make your debut?" Lin Fan cupped his fist slightly and said slowly, "Take Chuyu out for a walk, senior brother, don't worry, Lin Fan has broken through universal truth and can reach the peak." Speaking of this, Lin Fan changed the subject and asked cautiously, "Elder brother, I heard that you had a conflict with Prince Dian that day. Was it because of Lu Yanran? There is no airtight wall in the world. What Zhou Xingdou did in Lingguang City spread throughout the Tianchuan holy state within a day. Although he had deliberately concealed his relationship with the Lu family, there were always people who could hear his conversation with Huo Lingtian. Lu Yanran was Lin Fan's date for 3 years. How could Lin Fan not care about this matter? For him, it would be detrimental to him if Zhou Xingdou got involved with Lu Yanran. Zhou Xingdou's mind was racing, he thought of an excuse in an instant, looked Lin Fan squarely in the face and said, "No, to be precise, it's because of you. I know that Lu Yanran has a 3-year agreement with you. I felt that only by letting my junior brother defeat him personally can I relieve the hatred in your heart, so I saved her." Lin Fan suddenly looked moved. "Senior brother treats me like a family member. I don't know how to repay him in the future." Zhou Xingdou sneered in his heart, "Those are not relatives, I am your stepfather," but he still showed a happy smile on his face. "It's good that you can understand. We are all members of our family. It doesn't have to be like this. Just be busy as you should." After speaking, Zhou Xingdou solemnly patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and walked away. The moment Zhou Xingdou left, Lin Fan's expression darkened. It wasn't that he didn't believe Zhou Xingdou's words, but he still had doubts. But looking at Chuyu beside him, his eyes showed deep love. For some reason, he saw this personal maid who had grown up with him here, and he fell in love with her even more. He was even a little obsessed. Chuyu's every frown and smile aroused his mind, and he didn't want Chuyu to be a maid anymore. In the past few days, he either bought clothes for her or took Chuyu out for a walk. He always felt that Chuyu was the woman he was destined to be. What's more, with the deep feelings in the past as the foundation, Lin Fan didn't even feel anything abnormal. Thinking of this, Lin Fan swept away the gloom in his heart and said to Chuyu with a smile, "Sister Chuyu, today we are going to Washanju, Heavenly Origin City. I heard that the food there is excellent. I will take you to try it." But he didn't know that at this moment, Chuyu's heart was already filled with Zhou Xingdou, and she was still recalling Zhou Xingdou's appearance just now, showing a shy look. This also made Lin Fan think it was his words, which made Chuyu shy, and suddenly felt happy, pulling Chuyu away from Jushuan Peak. At the same time, Zhou Xingdou also came to the Qingxin Palace area. The other disciples he met along the way naturally also learned that Princess Dian was placed with Elder Ning. But it makes sense to think about it. After all, although I have 2 residences now, one of them is in Chuyuan Hall. Chuyuan Hall is the important place of the sect. Naturally, Tianjir's residence cannot be used for housing. As for his Qingxin Palace, no one else can enter without his permission, so he can only leave it to Elder Ning. The level where the Qingxin Hall is located is second only to the top of the peak, and is also where the elders live. Both Yuji and Ning Yez are placed on this floor, but Jushuan Hall is not too small, so they cannot be called neighbors, and their residences are not close to each other. After Zhou Xingdou asked Fahai to go back to Qingxin Hall, he walked to a courtyard. This courtyard is very small, almost the same as a farmyard for ordinary mortals. If it were not covered with formations and the rich spiritual energy revealed in it, it would really make people think that there are mortals living in Jushuan Peak. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but raise his head slightly, looking at a green wooden plaque on the simple courtyard door. There is no paint on the green wood plaque, only hand-carved grooves that read, "The month is home." To be honest, this is not his first time here, but every time he comes to Ning Yez's residence, he can't help but sigh at Ning Yez's eccentricities. The reason why the residence is so simple is because Ning Yu likes to pretend to be a mortal and a village girl. That's right, Jushuan Peak is in charge of affairs, a stern elder who would rather bend than bend, a strong woman in the great saint realm, who likes to experience mortal life in her own home. Otherwise, with Ning Yez's power and financial resources, how could he live in such a mud house and rotten wood courtyard? Before Zhou Xingdou could knock on the door, the courtyard door had already opened, and Ning Yez's rare short hair and heroic appearance caught his eye, but now she changed out of her clothes and put on a pair of rough linen clothes. Moreover, the whole person's temperament is no longer sharp at this moment, but full of kindness. He is still holding a water ladle in his hand, as if he was watering just now. Ning Yez also wiped away the non-existent sweat at this moment, saw Zhou Xingdou coming and smiled happily. "Xingdou is here, come into the courtyard and sit down for a while." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly. Although it was not the first time he felt this, he was still a little unaccustomed to it. He couldn't help but smile. "Elder Ning, your habits are still the same as before." Ning Yu patted Zhou Xingdou's arm, showing a bit of blame. "What is your name, Elder Ning?" "Aunt Ning." Zhou Xingdou was helpless and called Aunt Ning before stepping into the courtyard. No matter whether there is a courtyard or not, they are not much different from ordinary people. Some land is cultivated in the courtyard and fruits and vegetables are grown. In the center of the courtyard, there is a rough stone grinding table with several short stone piers placed next to it, which can be regarded as a tea house for welcoming guests. Zhou Xingdou sat helplessly on the stone pier, curling up his legs, which was completely contrary to his noble aura. Ning Yu also sat down on the stone pier, but her beautiful figure could not be blocked by her rough linen clothes. Now that she was sitting on this short pier, she looked even more upright. Zhou Xingdou can only be described as a peach. Zhou Xingdou sat on the stone pier, looking at the pastoral style, and said straight to the point. "Aunt Ning, you should know why I'm here." Ning Yu laughed, took out a handful of melon seed shells from her pocket, and smiled like a village woman. "Tell me about the crown princess. How dare I, a country woman, neglect me? But she seems to be a little uncomfortable and has not come out of the house." Zhou Xingdou was not polite and took some melon seeds from Ning Yez's hand, knocking them and saying, "Most people really can't adapt to your place. Nowadays, the two of them are not as polite as they usually are outside. If people from Jushuan Peak see such a scene, their jaws will probably drop." The stern and powerful elders and the noble Dao child are now like mortals in this scene, eating melon seeds and chatting without any pretense. It is difficult for them to believe it. Ning Yu was very carefree at the moment, not caring at all, and said loudly, "What do you know? This is called returning to nature. Do you understand? It's about experiencing the tempering state of mind of a mortal." Zhou Xingdou curled his lips, gave Ning Yuzi a blank look and said, "I don't understand, but I know you must have looked at the drawing books outside." Zhou Xingdou never believed in the idea of returning to his original nature and experiencing the tempering state of mind of a mortal. The purpose of practicing to become stronger is to enjoy better things. If you let yourself suffer, then why practice? Zhou Xingdou's ultimate goal is to follow his heart. As long as he follows his heart, today he can be colder if he wants to be cold, be cruel if he wants to be cruel, kill if he wants to kill, take away the beauty if he wants, and be gentle if he wants to be gentle. For him, he is the gentle one, he is the cold one, he is the passionate one, and he is the one who kills without blinking an eye. These are all based on being free. He will not put himself in a dead box. He will laugh when he needs to laugh, relax when he needs to relax, sleep when he wants to sleep, and slap you when he wants to slap you. Humans have always been complex creatures. Without these messy emotions, everyone would be stuck on one point. Indifferent people would have to be ruthless, bad people would not be good people, and the world would be really boring. 2 lifetimes of death and 3 lifetimes of life have made him experience so many things. Nothing is more valuable than living and truly existing at this moment. But this also makes him become a more complicated person. This complexity is caused by the interweaving of 3 generations of memories and 2 different worldviews. No one can really understand him or see through him. It's like a creature in a 2-dimensional world that cannot understand a 3-dimensional creature. More like a wild monkey in the mountains. I can't understand why people are in a hurry, leaving work early and coming back late like robots. Wouldn't it be nice to eat wild fruits and drink dew in the mountains every day? Ning Yu was naturally unaware of Zhou Xingdou's mentality at the moment, and just said while eating melon seeds. It's you who don't want resources but beauty. How come I didn't realize you were so lustful before? As she spoke, Ning Yu glanced at Zhou Xingdou with a hint of joking. Zhou Xingdou didn't care, he just said lightly. It's just fighting spirit. Besides, I do need a maid. I can be angry and find a maid, so why not? Ning Yu pursed her lips with a look of disbelief but still reminded. That woman is not simple. I guess you can't see through her and it's difficult to control her. The corners of Zhou Xingdou's mouth slightly raised into a faint smile, and his silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at Ning Ye's handsome face, and then said. Nowadays, there are only 2 women I see that I can't understand and find it difficult to control. Apart from these 2, I don't think any woman can escape my grasp. Ning Ye also suddenly became interested and asked curiously. Which 2 people? Zhou Xingdou said slowly. One is my master. I admit that I can't figure her out, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for her in the future. Ning Yu nodded in approval. Tian Zhor was indeed elusive. Even she, an elder who had followed him for many years, could not understand Tian Zhor's thoughts. But then she looked at Zhou Xingdou and asked, what about 2? Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed and he stared straight into Ning Ye's eyes. He leaned forward and brought the distance between the 2 closer, and then his gentle but magnetic voice sounded like a spring breeze. The second thing is Aunt Ning. To be honest, I really want to understand you, but I can't. Ning Ye, who was originally immersed in the mortal performance, suddenly felt his heart beat faster. The 2 faces were so close that Zhou Xingdou's warm breath hit his face as he spoke. This suddenly reminded her of meeting Zhou Xingdou a few days ago. Her ears felt hot and 2 red clouds rose on her cheeks. This made her breath tight. She quickly turned her face around, and said with a hint of panic and anger. You brat, you dare to tease even this elder now. Zhou Xingdou also found it interesting, smiled slightly and continued to joke. I'm not teasing you, I'm just telling the truth. But Ning Yu looked at her with a beautiful look, and her tone was slightly impulsive. That woman is in the side room, brat, please take her away quickly. After saying that, I don't know if he was angry or not, he got up and went back to the room, slammed the door and ignored Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. Sometimes it was fun to tease the stern Aunt Ning. But there is one thing to say, Ning Ye is indeed not bad looking, and she used to be good to herself, but she was too upright outside and didn't give herself face. If Ning Ye is willing, Zhou Xingdou will never treat a woman who truly cares for him badly. Of course, those who are planted with the slave mark are not sincere. Zhou Xingdou no longer thought about it, got up and walked into the side room, pushed open the door, and saw a woman sitting on the wooden bed in the simple room. This woman has a delicate melon seed face, tall clouds on her temples, a jade hairpin slanted on her temples, a cherry red mouth that is alluring, and a pair of large, peach blossom eyes, which are very clear. Her nose is very straight, and her facial features are 3-dimensional, delicate and beautiful, like a work of art. Wearing a green robe, her body is calm and graceful. She is not as stunning as that, but she has a sense of freshness. The feeling on this woman's body was very strange, making Zhou Xingdou feel as if he had gone back to his previous life when he was a young man on campus, when he first met her when he was in love. Simply put, it is the feeling of first love. But Zhou Xingdou's eyes darkened. It was not that this woman was not beautiful, nor was it that she bored him. It was just that this woman's figure could only be said to be a little weak. At that time, this was compared with the plump women around Zhou Xingdou. It can only be said that Yun Jinji and others are meat dishes, but this woman is a bit vegetarian. And Zhou Xingdou likes to eat meat, otherwise he wouldn't resist Lu Yanran so much. So it is inevitable to be a little disappointed at this moment. But at this moment, a long-lost system sound sounded in his ears. Ding, the person who discovered great luck, Yu Yunlin. Name, Yu Yunlin. Chi number, 8999. Favorability, strange, curious. Realm, middle stage of perfected being. Innate luck, transmigrate guest from another world 5.5 stars. Divination divine body 4 stars. Able to pinch and calculate 3 stars. Luck in the weather tomorrow, heavenly secrets 3 stars. System reminder, this woman has great luck to protect her. The host needs to clear her energy before killing her. After killing her, she will receive massive rewards from the system. Transmigrate guest from another world 5.5 stars. The soul from another world transmigrated to this world and took away the body of 10-year-old Yu Yunlin. She has thoughts and judgments that are different from ordinary people, and she is also protected by fate. Divine physique of divination 4 stars. This physique can enhance the skill of divination and give people an advantage in everything. Ability to pinch and calculate 3 stars. The soul that seizes the body from another world is proficient in fortune telling. Tianji Shushu 3 stars. Obtain the secret method of ancient divination in Tianji Shushu. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Zhou Xingdou took a deep breath. The Qi number is 8999. This is the person with the highest Qi number he has ever seen, except Yi Fan, the son of destiny. Logically speaking, her innate luck of 5.5 stars, 4 stars and 3 stars would not allow her to have such a high Qi number. Even Yun Jinji, who has 2 5-star fortunes, has only 6,000 initial fortunes. Luo Hanyi originally had a 5.5 star, a 5-star, and a 4-star luck, but it was only 4,999. What's more, this Yu Yunlin is no more than the crown princess of Dian. Although she was famous in her previous life, she didn't cause much turmoil. How could she have such high aura? Then Zhou Xingdou looked at the entry below and discovered that this woman's luck was all about divination. However, Zhou Xingdou didn't care much about this. As an anomaly, not to mention her, even old man Tianji couldn't compare to him. But the transmigrate guest from another world made him frown. Another world, transmigrate, sees the body. This is very similar to myself, but the only difference is that I am a reincarnation, not a transmigrate. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at Yu Yunlin, and saw Yu Yunlin's big peach blossom eyes looking at him, full of curiosity and doubt, but without any fear. This is not the reaction of a young girl who was forced to be sent to a strange environment. I am afraid that the transmigrated soul is already quite young. Zhou Xingdou closed the door and isolated the movement in the room, his eyes slightly focused, and he said, "Odd changes to even and doesn't change." This statement immediately made Yu Yunlin look shocked in her big peach blossom eyes. She stood up from the wooden bed and looked at Zhou Xingdou blankly for a moment before hurriedly replying. Symbols, look at the quadrants. Zhou Xingdou was also shocked. He took a step forward and asked again. Palace Yu liquor. At this moment, Yu Yunlin's face showed a look of surprise, and she immediately replied. 180 cups. Zhou Xingdou frowned. He had almost determined that the soul in Yu Yunlin's body felt that it belonged to the same world as himself. But he was still a little surprised and asked, "What should I wear with overalls?" Basketball. Chicken Yu. So beautiful. What are you doing? Ouch. Little height, see your chicken feet are exposed. Do you know how hard our brother works? After a series of questions and answers, Yu Yunlin answered them all fluently. At this moment, she was convinced that Zhou Xingdou came from the same hometown as her. She couldn't describe her feelings at this moment. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, who was also a little black boy, felt as warm as meeting a long-lost relative. Zhou Xingdou was also in a complicated mood at the moment. He was a little overwhelmed when he saw Yu Yunlin. He originally thought that he was the only person from a certain world in this world, but he did not expect that there was one in the absolute beginning realm. It is not surprising that this person has great luck. As the human race of that side of China, as long as he can transmigrate, he will definitely be extraordinary. Yu Yunlin looked excited and wanted to say something immediately, but Zhou Xingdou pulled him into his arms and covered his mouth. Go to my place with me first. It's no wonder that Zhou Xingdou is cautious. These things are too shocking and should not be leaked out. Although he has isolated the movement here, his home in this month is definitely not as safe as his own Qingxin palace. After saying that, he took Yu Yunlin's hand and stepped out of the room, but Ning Yu still didn't seem to come out. At this moment, he felt a little anxious, and without saying hello, he directly took Yu Yunlin back to the Qingxin palace, and operated all the formations in the Qingxin palace to the extreme, before he came back to his senses and looked at Yu Yunlin. I saw Yu Yunlin's face turned red due to being grabbed by her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and she had a silly smile on her face, which was really charming. Even Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt aroused, as if he had a cardiac arrest when he met the girl he had a crush on in his previous life at school. But it only lasted a moment. When Zhou Xingdou came to his senses, his slender hand that was holding Yu Yunlin suddenly let go, and like lightning, he grasped Yu Yunlin's white and tender swan neck. Zhou Xingdou's complexion suddenly turned cold, and his silvery white eyes filled with purple energy were now as cold as a knife. "Put away your tricks, or I'll kill you." Zhou Xingdou's tone was extremely cold, and his fingers as clear as white jade were like iron pliers, strangling Yu Yunlin's neck tightly, and his fingers sank into his flesh. Yu Yunlin never expected that Zhou Xingdou would suddenly take action. His eyes widened, and the blush and silly smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of panic. Zhou Xingdou actually didn't know what Yu Yunlin's methods were, but he had died twice in 3 lives, and it was absolutely impossible for this kind of youthful touch to appear in him. What's more, when I first met Yu Yunlin, she didn't look like an ignorant girl at all. She had no fear of the unknown fate. Such a woman would never smile shyly just because she held hands. Why? Yu Yunlin's eyes were filled with tears at this moment, showing a pitiful look, but she was grabbed by the neck and her voice was hoarse. Zhou Xingdou remained unmoved, his fingers still tightly holding Yu Yunlin's neck. "Stop pretending. You can seize a body without being discovered and become the future crown princess of Dai'an. Why are you pretending to be pure and ignorant? Yu Yunlin is different from him. He is reincarnated. His soul has not changed, but he has awakened the memory of his previous life." However, Yu Yunlin had indeed taken possession of his body, and his soul was completely different. Furthermore, he had taken possession of his body at the age of 10. It could be said that he was suddenly a completely different person. It was impossible not to be discovered by his original family without having something. After all, this Yu Yunlin was not from a mortal family. She was the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, the first family in Dai'an. Otherwise, even if she had the means, she would not be able to become Huo Lingtian's future princess. In such a large family of monks, if the legitimate daughter was not found out, it can only be said that Yu Yunlin's thoughts were too careful and hidden too deeply, and he did not reveal any flaws for so many years. Yu Yunlin struggled to break away from Zhou Xingdou's hand, but it was of no use at all. What she got in return was Zhou Xingdou's increasing strength. At this moment, she panicked a little and struggled. We are from the same world and can help each other. I'm not you, I don't need to help each other. I have to say that the beauty's swan neck feels very good when pinched. Zhou Xingdou wanted to give it a hard squeeze and break it into pieces. However, Yu Yunlin is quite powerful, so it is not easy to kill her like this. But at this moment, the crackling system voice sounded again. "Ding, the Yu Yunlin family has deprived Yu Yunlin of his qi number, 2000 due to the destruction of the host. Ding, due to the destruction of the host, the Great Yan dynasty has cut off Yu Yunlin's fate as the future queen of Great Yan, and deprived Yu Yunlin of her qi number, 3000. Ding, due to the annihilation of the host's life in the Great Yan imperial city, all future subordinates of Yu Yunlin will be cut off and Yu Yunlin will be deprived of his qi number, 2000. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Divine Phoenix Elixir 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Thunder Emperor Throne Supreme Device. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Holy Realm War Slave 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 7000. Total luck value, 23,999. This series of reward sounds exploded in Zhou Xingdou's mind, even making him stunned at this moment. These system voices not only received rewards, but also revealed the news to themselves that the Great Yan dynasty had been destroyed. In just this moment, because of the collapse of the Great Yan dynasty, Zhou Xingdou took away 7,000 of Yu Yunlin's luck, causing her luck value of 8,999 to fall directly below 2,000 at this moment. And Yu Yunlin is just a person with great luck, not a son of destiny, and has no protection from destiny. With his luck value now exceeding 20,000, killing Yu Yunlin does not require any consideration of luck. All of this seemed like a dream. For just a moment, the person with great luck who was originally unkillable was still thinking about how to deprive him of his life. However, due to a reason that he unintentionally contributed to, he fell into the mortal world and was left to his own devices. It can only be said that fate is impermanent. This also made Zhou Xingdou somewhat confused. When Zhou Xingdou came to his senses, he looked at Yu Yunlin, whose eyes were about to turn white. This woman's ambition is indeed not small. Judging from the voice of the system just now, this woman may eventually step on Huoling Tian and become the queen of the Great Yan dynasty. Countless young people in the Great Yan imperial city have become her subordinates. This also further supports Zhou Xingdou's judgment that the heartbeat just now was by no means a natural flow, but a method used by this woman. The ability to use perfected being realm cultivation to influence Zhou Xingdou, who is in the true god realm of punishing heaven Dao body, is evident from this method. This also made Zhou Xingdou curious. At this moment, he reluctantly loosened his grip on Bai Nen's throat and threw Yu Yunlin against the wall. Boom! A loud noise echoed in the Qingxin palace, and Yu Yunlan's back hit the wall. He immediately let out a painful and delicate groan, and fell to the floor and rolled several times. Needless to say, Zhou Xingdou's strength was not something Yu Yunlin, a perfected being realm, could withstand even if he held back his strength. Dark red blood immediately overflowed from the corner of her mouth. As for fellow villagers and other things, Zhou Xingdou actually didn't care. He was just shocked that the souls of the previous life were reincarnated in this world. But think about it carefully, so what? He is in charge of the system in this life, and behind him are two giants, Zhou family and Zan heavenly Dao sect. Although these two are not very reliable, he does not need to cooperate with other people. What can Yu Yunlin, who also comes from that world, bring to him? News from that world in the past life. In my previous life, I was alone, without a father or a mother, and had no worries. My biggest concern before my death at that time was that I had thousands of dollars in my account that had not been spent. There is nothing else that he misses, and it can even be said that he hates that world. Because in that place he was like a cow, a horse, a leek, and his life was like a machine, without any fun at all. Can her current status help herself? The great flame has been extinguished, and the entire Yu family is estimated to have died in the imperial city, not to mention that Zhou Xingdou would not look down on him even if he was still alive. As for her divination skills, you must know that Zhou Xingdou has returned from rebirth and still has memories of the future, so why should others help her divination? Even if he wanted to divine, he would definitely be predicting those who had destiny and great luck. But with the blessing of destiny and great luck, Yu Yunlin couldn't do it. As for women, neither Tian Zhuer nor Luo Hanyi is 10,000 times better than Yu Yunlin. Yun Jinji, Li Shuru, and Yu Ji are also much prettier than Yu Yunlin, and more feminine. If he hadn't been a little curious, he would have killed Yu Yunlin's vitality without hesitation just now. What method you just used can actually touch my state of mind. Zhou Xingdou slowly walked towards Yu Yunlin who had fallen to the ground, his voice as cold as ice and with an undeniable force. Yu Yunlin struggled to prop up his body and leaned on the wall, his whole body full of panic and fear. Those big peach blossom eyes also left 2 lines of clear tears at this moment. They looked really pitiful and cried in a trembling voice. I have no idea what you're talking about. Zhou Xingdou sneered. He didn't expect that Yu Yunlin could be so good at pretending. However, if he didn't pretend, how could he survive for so long? However, his innocent eyes still have the ability to discern a perfected being. He could clearly see the hatred that flashed through Yu Yunlin's eyes just now. Zhou Xingdou didn't show mercy to her, he grabbed Yu Yunlin's hair and knocked her head against the wall. Bang bang bang. Yu Yunlin's face was extremely delicate, resembling that of first love. In Zhou Xingdou's hands, it was like a sledgehammer smashing into the wall, hitting the extremely hard body time and time again. A series of painful screams and cries were constantly accompanied by the sound of banging on the wall, making people's hair stand on end. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Xingdou finally stopped banging his head against the wall. He looked at Yu Yunlin, who was already as big as a pig's head, and said with no sadness or joy on his face. Why don't you tell me yet? At this moment, Yu Yunlin's straight nose bridge had been smashed, and countless blood mixed with tears and snot were smeared on the extremely swollen face, and her previous beauty was nowhere to be seen. Even her own mother might not recognize her now. But even so, Yu Yunlin still cried. I really didn't lie. I really didn't use any means. Please spare me. For the sake of being in the same world, please let me go. Zhou Xingdou frowned and lamented Yu Yunlin's harsh words. If it weren't for the fact that she was the soul of the previous life, he would have sacrificed the wicker magic weapon to let her know what pain is. However, looking at this pig-headed face, Zhou Xingdou felt a little disgusted, so he used a magic power to restore Yu Yunlin's face. Yu Yunlin suddenly felt itchy in her facial features. After a stream of warmth flowed through her, she regained her original beauty. This made her feel like she had received an amnesty. Just when she thought Zhou Xingdou believed her words and stopped torturing her, she felt her hair being grabbed again, and that cold and low voice sounded in her ears again. Changing the question, what did you do in your previous life? Yu Yunlin suddenly trembled. The feeling just now was not pleasant, so she hurriedly said. I said, I was a model in my previous life. Zhou Xingdou sighed immediately. Models, there were 10 unscrupulous women in the previous life, 7 of them wanted to be models, 2 wanted to be in medical beauty, and 1 was in the clothing business. He knew how to make excuses as soon as he heard this, and Zhou Xingdou immediately snorted coldly. Model. Just talk about your skills. Models are awesome. After saying that, he smashed Yu Yunlin's face against the wall again, but this time the force became heavier. Yu Yunlin's newly recovered face touched the hard wall, blood spattered everywhere, and he let out a shrill scream. Zhou Xingdou had been defrauded of money by these so-called models many times in his previous life. He had no good impression of such women, and the last trace of pity in his heart was extinguished at this moment. At this moment, he continued to recover from smashing Yu Yunlin's face, and then continued to smash the recovered face against the wall. The new skin and flesh and blood were more sensitive than the original ones, and the pain was even worse. This made Yu Yunlin tremble in pain, her legs kept kicking on the floor, and her clothes were worn to pieces, exposing a large area of white snow. Finally, after not knowing how many times he had recovered, Yu Yunlin couldn't hold on anymore, and the crying Lihua said with tears in the rain. I said, don't torture me, I will say everything. Zhou Xingdou also let go of Yu Yunlin's hair again and looked at her indifferently, waiting for her answer. Yu Yunlin took a few deep breaths, calmed down her body that was shaking from pain, and said timidly. I worked as a high-end publicist in my previous life. I was tortured to death at a party. When I woke up, I was transmigrated into Yu Yunlin's body. Zhou Xingdou raised his brows. Women who work in high-end public relations are not simple. At least when it comes to fishing, they are definitely the best among masters. In other words, it was herself she met today. If she were someone else, she would really like her. But these are not important to Zhou Xingdou. He is curious about more than this. Then what method did you use just now to stir up my emotions? Yu Yunlin slowly got up from the ground, wiped the tears on her face, and said with sobs. That is because. Speaking of this, Yu Yunlin's expression changed in an instant, from being extremely pitiful to resentful and angry, and a dark iron box suddenly appeared in his hand. The iron box opened suddenly as it appeared, without any breath bursting out, but countless silver needles shot out from it, rushing toward Zhou Xingdou's face. The silver needle flashed with a sharp cold light, revealing the terror and cruelty. The extremely fast speed and the extremely close distance between Zhou Xingdou and Yu Yunlin gave Zhou Xingdou almost no chance to react. Yu Yunlin also burst out with overwhelming hatred at this moment. His voice was no longer pleasant, but became extremely sharp and harsh. Beast, go to hell. Ding ding ding. Countless crisp sounds sounded on Zhou Xingdou's body, and all those terrifying and sinister silver needles pierced Zhou Xingdou's body. But there was a thunderclap again, and the punishing Thunder Emperor armor on Zhou Xingdou flashed with lightning, and the dense silver needles disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. But Zhou Xingdou felt a hint of satisfaction coming from punishing Thunder Emperor armor, as if all the disappearing silver needles had been swallowed by it, filling its stomach. Yu Yunlin also smiled and was stunned on the spot. How is that possible? This mysterious box rainstorm needle would make even the Divine King hate you. How can you, a true god, be fine? Zhou Xingdou stroked the punishing heavenly Thunder Emperor armor, with a cruel smile on his lips. As expected of a fellow countryman, he is much more interesting than the people in this world. This mysterious box rainstorm needle is indeed not bad. With the terrifying and vicious silver needle just now, the Divine King would have died on the spot if he was not aware of it for a moment. It's a pity that Zhou Xingdou is not an ordinary true god. Even fighting the Divine King with his physical body is like killing a chicken and a monkey. What's more, the rare object of heaven and earth on him, the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, has the power of the Holy Soldier. Not to mention it was the hidden weapon of the Divine King. Even if it could hurt the saint, it might not be able to do anything to him. However, Yu Yunlin's move had already aroused Zhou Xingdou's anger, and what little patience he had was worn away. I don't have time to play around with Yu Yunlin now. But before Zhou Xingdou could attack, Yu Yunlin was already confused and frantically begging for mercy. Don't kill me. I can be your slave. I can divine secrets and will definitely be useful to you. As she spoke, she crawled to Zhou Xingdou's feet, rubbed her delicate body against Zhou Xingdou's trouser legs, and stretched out her tongue to swirl on Zhou Xingdou's shoes. Believe me, I can bring you different happiness. As long as you don't kill me, I can do whatever you want. Yu Yunlin hurriedly explained while kneeling and licking. The reason why your state of mind was touched is because it was the change that occurred after I took the body, not a method, and this change will reach its peak at some point. Even though she had just used a hidden weapon to sneak attack Zhou Xingdou, she still had confidence. She relied on her own special skills to escape many fatal disasters. Even now, she was just panicking on the surface. With her beauty and expertise, plus the fact that she was from the same world as a transmigrate, there was no way Zhou Xingdou could kill her. At most, she could be imprisoned or become Zhou Xingdou's canary. As long as he doesn't die, Yu Yunlin feels that he can make a comeback with his own abilities. What's more, she understands men so well that as long as there is a chance, Zhou Xingdou will definitely become her subordinate like the wealthy young men of the Dian dynasty. Zhou Xingdou also squatted down at the right time, gently stroked the hair on the top of Yu Yunlin's head, and asked gently. So it's not because of the method, but the ability you suddenly gained after transmigrating here, right? Yes, I don't know the specific reason, but I should be the only one in the world who can do it. Yu Yunlin's beautiful eyes showed a slight smile. She was sure that Zhou Xingdou would never kill her now. Then she looked up at Zhou Xingdou, the smile in her eyes disappeared, and she raised her pitiful eyes. This kind of look immediately made Zhou Xingdou's mood waver again, and a trace of unbearability arose in his heart. But it was this trace of intolerance that made Zhou Xingdou make up his mind. He opened his palm on Yu Yunlin's head and covered her head with his slender fingers. Zhou Xingdou sighed, looked at Yu Yunlin and said softly, "You and I are fellow villagers, so I will naturally treat you preferentially." Joy appeared on Yu Yunlin's face. Just when she thought Zhou Xingdou was going to let her go and wanted to say flattering words again, Zhou Xingdou gave Yu Yunlin's hand a firm squeeze. Suddenly, the power of 1,000 dragons was activated, and countless red and white things splashed on Zhou Xingdou's cheeks, making his unusually handsome face look ferocious and monstrous. But the great head, which was like a creation of heaven, did not even scream, but was as pulpy as a crushed watermelon. At the same time, the power of Zhou Xingdou's soul was invisibly activated, shattering Yu Yunlin's soul and consciousness. A transmigrator of a generation, a person of great luck, and the future queen of Great Yan, suffered from this. She didn't even have any means to counterattack, and there was no deus ex machina to save her. Now she was just like thousands of ordinary people in this world, dying silently in Zhou Xingdou's hands. It was very easy, very quiet, without any obstruction, without causing huge turmoil, and without fierce fighting. Even Zhou Xingdou wiped the red and white stuff on his face in shock, but did not react for a moment. A transmigrator whose initial luck was second only to Lin Fan was killed by him so easily. It was indeed a bit magical. Looking at Yu Yunlin who could no longer die, Zhou Xingdou could not help but feel a bit sad. Letting you go without pain is my last tenderness to my fellow villagers. I hope you can return to that peaceful world in the next life. However, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh when he thought that Yu Yunlin's soul had been destroyed by him and could not be reincarnated again. In fact, no matter what, when he learned that Yu Yunlin came from that world, it was impossible for Yu Yunlin to survive. Originally, I was just curious about the method that could shake my mind. Unfortunately, it was the transmigrate Goldfinger that belonged exclusively to Yu Yunlin and could not be copied. What's more, Zhou Xingdou will not be tempted by a skill from his previous life, and even this Yu Yunlin's body is no longer a virgin. Zhou Xingdou wouldn't be interested in a guy with a rotten crotch. Thinking of this week, Xingdou summoned a thunder from the sky, and the thunder light engulfed Yu Yunlin's remains, washing away the traces of her stay in this world. The system prompt tone also sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the man of great luck, Yu Yunlin. Ding, all of Yu Yunlin's luck has been cleared. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the luck value, 1999. Ding, the first time you kill a person with great luck, you will be rewarded with 10,000 luck points. Ding, the cumulative luck value of the host has reached 30,000. Do you want to give up the massive rewards for this killing and consume 30,000 luck points to repair system functions? Ding, host, please make a choice quickly. The sound of the system brought Zhou Xing back from his sorrowful mood. For the first time, he killed a person with great luck and obtained 10,000 luck points, allowing his own luck value to break through the 30,000 mark. Now it has reached the terrifying 35,998, but I did not expect to trigger the option to repair system functions. To be honest, he felt that the luck value had never been of much use. Zhou Xingdou even felt that the luck value was used for counting. Now it seems that this luck value is what the system needs, and enough accumulation can repair the system's functions. This also means that my system is not in full shape now. But at this moment Zhou Xingdou was a little hesitant, because repairing the system not only required 30,000 luck points, but also gave up the reward for killing Yu Yunlin. Killing people with great luck can obtain massive rewards, which can be called rewards by the system. It is an extraordinary thing. And if you add a massive amount at the back, you can imagine how terrifying it will be. But this hesitation only stayed in Zhou Xingdou's mind for a moment, and he immediately issued an order to repair the system. Today, he has the Zhui Taihuang Sutra in his Dharma, the prison-suppressing power of the divine elephant in his body, and the heaven-punishing Tao body. His foundation is the Supreme Tao Foundation. His divine ability is the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. His weapon is the prison-suppressing sword Peak Dang Jojo. What's more, he is not short of resources. The things in his hands have not yet been fully digested, and he still holds a treasure house of the Zhou family in his hands. Compared with massive rewards, he still feels that system repair is more important. Even his hesitation just now was an insult to the system. The system received Zhou Xingdou's order, and there seemed to be a hint of joy in the ancient, mysterious and cold voice. Ding, thanks to the host for choosing, the system will not let the host down. Ding, the system is about to be repaired. During the repair period, new lucky people will no longer be detected, but the panel function will not be affected, and the system warehouse extraction function can be used normally. Ding, the system has started to be repaired, and the luck value of 30,000 has been deducted. The reward for killing the lucky person this time will be exempted. The upgrade date is 10th. With the last words of the system, everything came to an abrupt end, just like a stereo that suddenly turned off the power. Zhou Xingdou stood with his hands behind his hands and stared slightly. 10 days is not a long time, but Lin Fan's 3-year appointment will be approaching by then, so there should be no delay. And he is also looking forward to what new functions this system repair will bring, but he just doesn't know whether he can ignore the luck value below 2000 with the luck value he has deducted now. As his thoughts circulated, he called out his panel. System repair date, 239 hours, 50 minutes and 27 seconds. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, punishing heaven Tao body. Realm, late stage of true God realm. Luck value, 5998. Gongfa Baoju. Zhui Taihuang Sutra Part 1 Basic Accomplishment Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power Introductory, Lady Baoshu Introductory, Luoxia Sword Code Not Yet Started. Rare Items and Magical Weapons. Punishing Thunder Emperor Armor Wonderful Items of Heaven and Earth Prison Suppressing Sword Peak Supreme Weapon Qingxin Palace Magic Weapon. Person of Luck. Lin Fan, Yun Jinji, Yu Ji, Yu Yunlin Dead Chu Yu. System Warehouse. Throne of the Thunder Emperor, Supreme Artifact Divine Phoenix Elixir 1, Holy Realm War Slave 1. Zhou Xingdou opened the panel and found that the system repair date was added at the top of his panel. The time is accurate to every second, which is indeed very considerate. And his luck value also dropped from the peak of 35,998 to 5,998. Zhou Xingdou could only say that he had no feeling at all. However, he was surprised to find that prison-suppressing sword Peak Dang Jojo was in the system, with only the first 4 words remaining, prison-suppressing sword Peak. Moreover, the level of this prison-suppressing weapon has also been upgraded from the Great Holy Soldier to the Supreme Weapon. This was something Zhou Xingdou didn't expect. Although he could feel that the two were very powerful when connected, he didn't feel that he had become a supreme weapon directly. After all, if two artifacts with the power of the great holy weapon could be combined into a supreme weapon, then the supreme weapon would not be that valuable. Weapons in the world are divided into 9th grade spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, king grade treasure weapons, divine weapon, and holy weapons. Sacred weapons are divided into 3 categories: saint weapons, most holy weapons, and great saint weapons. At the level of the great holy weapon, it is already considered the pinnacle of weapons in the world. It is already the weapon of some forces to suppress sects and has a rich heritage. And what crosses the great saint weapon is the supreme weapon. To be precise, the supreme weapon is no longer a weapon, but a kind of law. To be precise, it is refined with the law. This creates an insurmountable gap between the supreme weapon and the great holy weapon. This gap is even wider than the gap between the divine weapon and the holy weapon. Because one person uses power, and the other uses the power of law. But if you really want to compare it to Zhou Xingdou, the supreme weapon is really not as useful as the great holy weapon. This is even true for most people, because the power of law is not like ordinary power. If you can use the power of law, you can use it. If you can't use it at all. Based on Zhou Xingdou's current strength, the supreme weapon is just hard scrap metal, and he can't use any of its power. The great holy soldier tried his best to recover a little bit of strength after a few months. But with his current understanding of the law, the supreme weapon can only be used for viewing even if it is stored for 1,000 years. Fortunately, the prison-suppressing sword peak can be used separately to unleash the power of the great holy weapon, otherwise Zhou Xingdou would be at a huge loss. But this does not mean that the supreme weapon is not precious. On the contrary, the supreme weapon is far more precious than countless great holy soldiers. Because as long as your family sect has a great sage who knows a little about the rules, it is equivalent to having the combat power of a pseudo-supreme out of thin air. What is supreme? The top combat power in the early Yuan dynasty. Every supreme is respected as an ancestor and runs rampant in a domain. Even if it is a pseudo-supreme, it has directly crossed the class, allowing a middle-class and upper-class person to cross over to the level of a big force. It can be said that it directly rewrites the fate of the family's power. No need to say more about how precious it is. However, the prison-suppressing sword peak is not the protagonist today. The real protagonist is the 3 rewards obtained from Yu Yunlin: the Divine Phoenix Elixir, the Thunder Emperor's Throne, and the Holy Realm War Slave. The Holy Realm War Slave once contributed Fahai to himself. Although Fahai seems to be a bit weak now, it is undeniable that its potential is more than that. What's more, Fahai is the reincarnation of the 8 heavenly dragons and the great python snake god. If he really wants to let him reach the peak of cultivation, I'm afraid Supreme will be scum in his eyes. Zhou Xingdou has never doubted this. After all, even though he is in such a powerful world now, he still has great confidence in the characters in the myths of his past life. As for the Thunder Emperor's Throne, it is a supreme weapon like the prison-suppressing sword peak. It is indeed of little use to Zhou Xingdou at first, but it can be used occasionally to show off. After all, no man can resist the feeling of sitting on a gorgeous throne and overlooking all living beings, and Zhou Xingdou is no exception. The last Divine Phoenix Elixir can be said to be the most precious item among the 3 rewards, and also the most useless item among the 3 rewards to Zhou Xingdou. The effect of the elixir can be described as heaven-defying. Taking it can break the life limit. If I had known, let alone supreme, even if it were above supreme, it would still have its time. This is the rule of the Yuan dynasty that no one can break. And the only thing that can break these restrictions is the elixir. This also makes the elixir far surpass all expensive medicines and become the most precious medicine in the early Yuan world. Moreover, the effect of the elixir is not to simply increase the lifespan, but to directly return the lifespan of a supreme powerhouse to its peak state, reset the lifespan, and directly live a new life. The reason why it is most useless to Zhou Xingdou is because Zhou Xingdou is too young, so young that he has never considered the possibility of running out of lifespan. Even if he achieves the realm of a great sage 20 years later and enjoys a lifespan of several thousand years, he is still only over 30 years old, which is even equivalent to a baby in terms of lifespan. He couldn't feel the pressure of his approaching longevity at all, and he didn't even think about it. What's more, now that he has obtained the system, his cultivation speed has reached an extremely astonishing level, and he has the experience of the previous life. I'm afraid it won't take more than a few years to become a great sage. He couldn't imagine the feeling of being stuck in his cultivation and running out of life. Therefore, if this divine phoenix elixir is in my hands, it is just for viewing, and it is not even as powerful as the supreme weapon. However, after Lin Fan is dealt with and returned to the Zhou family, it can be regarded as a gift for Grandpa, so it is not a waste. The most useful thing now is the Holy Realm War Slave. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou casually extracted the Holy Realm War Slave. In an instant, a curtain of light appeared that seemed to be connected with all the worlds, and then terrifying figures rotated on it. Zhou Xingdou was naturally no longer as surprised as before, he just tilted his head and waited quietly for the rotation to stop. However, he still hopes not to create some garbage. After all, he really doesn't like a simple holy realm. It would be best to have a Sun Wukong Erlang god or something. Although their cultivation will be forcibly suppressed in the Holy Realm, with their talent and fighting power, it shouldn't be too scary. As for those at the level of Sanqing, Zhou Xingdou didn't dare to think about it. After all, he really didn't dare to say that his system was stronger than theirs, so how could he summon them? At this time, the rotating light curtain in front of him suddenly stopped, and a graceful figure appeared on it. Then Zhou Xingdou looked at the words on the light screen and couldn't help but look horrified. War Slave, Princess Iron Fan. Realm, the Holy Peak, Seal. Real Body, Iron Fan Immortal Rakshasa Girl. Princess Iron Fan. She lives in the Bajau Cave of Qian Mountain, controls the Flame Mountain, is the first wife of the great Holy Ox Demon King of Pingtian in Journey to the West, and is the biological mother of Red Boy. Holding a banana fan, even Sun Wukong, who was causing trouble in the Heavenly Palace, could not even get in. He had to borrow Lingji Bodhisattva's wind-fixing bead to hold the banana fan. Compared with Princess Iron Fan herself, the banana fan in her hand is the highlight. The banana fan is said to be a spiritual treasure that has grown since the beginning of chaos. It is divided into two fans, yin and yang. One fan is at Taishang Laojun's, which belongs to the yang and helps the fire of Taishang Laojun's alchemy furnace. The one in Princess Iron Fan's hand belongs to yin, and is the essence leaf of the great sun, so it can extinguish all fires. If you fan it 49 times in a row, it can extinguish the root of the fire and make it forever flameless. What the banana fan blows out is not ordinary yin wind, but immeasurable yin wind and extremely yin water energy. Even Sun Wukong was fanned to nowhere. Of course, Zhou Xingdou didn't take what the marketing account said about Princess Iron Fan and Taishang Laojun in his previous life seriously. After all, if you have really watched Journey to the West, you will know that Taishang Laojun and Princess Iron Fan are not on the same level at all. As for Samadhi True Fire, there are more people who know it, and the Laojun furnace uses 6 dings of sacred fire, which is several grades higher than Samadhi True Fire. After the light curtain disappeared, the graceful figure of Princess Iron Fan suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Seeing Princess Iron Fan, Zhou Xingdou immediately took 2 deep breaths. Even if he didn't look at her appearance, just looking at her figure, she was definitely a plump and stunning beauty. Wearing a brocade robe, with double tiger tendon sash around the waist, her skin is like gelatin, her body is like white jade, and her long and extremely round legs are full of moisture. She has an oval face, a high nose bridge, plump red lips, a small face with a touch of baby fat, and looks pink and rosy. A pair of apricot eyes are as charming as silk, like a puddle of autumn water. The eyebrows are like crescent moons, but there is a trace of sadness between the eyebrows, as if her husband is dead. And hanging on her waist were 2 frost-edged green-edged swords, showing off their cold light and looking truly extraordinary. At this moment, Princess Iron Fan slowly came back to her senses. Seeing Zhou Xingdou's gentle voice, she leaned over and whispered, "Rakshasa girl of the slave family, pay homage to the master." Looking at such a plump and beautiful person in front of him, it is impossible to say that Zhou Xingdou didn't feel anything. The index finger in his sleeve moved greatly at this moment, and saliva secreted from his mouth, causing him to swallow countless mouthfuls secretly. Princess Iron Fan, the character who could only be seen in myths in his previous life, is now standing in front of him, and he is absolutely loyal to him. This is a serious Earth Immortal. Even if the system puts her cultivation at the holy peak, it still has to add the word seal. What's more, he has long been dissatisfied with the Bull Demon King. A beauty like Princess Iron Fan is no worse than a jade-faced fox. This old cow has never eaten good pork. He is a big and thick man who doesn't know how to show mercy to others. Thinking that this week Xingdou had even forgotten about the banana fan, he walked lightly towards Princess Iron Fan, put his arms around her fair shoulders, and lifted her up slightly. "Madam, I didn't expect it to be you." Although Zhou Xingdou wanted to randomly meet Sun Wukong and Erlang Shen, it was just a thought. His expectation was just to have someone similar to Fa Hai. But this time, it can be said that I got a big burst of luck and got the Iron Fan princess. Fa Hai is nothing compared to her. Even the Python god in Fa Hai's previous life will not be a match in front of this Rakshasa girl. What's more, Princess Iron Fan is such a lovely beauty, and she is in Zhou Xingdou's heart. The most beautiful woman in Journey to the West. Just this point alone has made me beat Fa Hai countless times. Princess Iron Fan was hugged by Zhou Xingdou's shoulders, her face was as pink as a peach for a moment, and the servant girl said softly and shyly, "It is an honor for the slave family to be the master." Zhou Xingdou was overjoyed to see Princess Iron Fan looking like this. In his previous life, he had long wanted to protect this loyal and beautiful Mei Jiaowei. She was simply the perfect sweetheart in his mind. You know, the Bull Demon King is looking for a new love and will not return home for a long time, while the hateful jade-faced princess steals people's love and only indulges in jealousy. Under such circumstances, Princess Iron Fan would certainly not have any resentment towards the Bull Demon King. Despite this, she was still extremely loyal. In the end, she kowtowed to the Bull Demon King and begged for forgiveness for the Bull Demon King, showing her tragedy. It can only be said that she is a good wife and an unfortunate woman. Zhou Xingdou was so greedy in front of this once unattainable immortal that he slowly pulled her into his arms, but Princess Iron Fan did not resist and leaned obediently on Zhou Xingdou's chest. "Madam, follow me. I will love you more and take care of you than he does, and I will never let you suffer from loneliness." Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows relaxed slightly, and he spoke softly to Princess Iron Fan in his arms. Princess Iron Fan was slightly startled, and raised her apricot eyes like autumn water to look at Zhou Xingdou, with mixed emotions in her eyes. Zhou Xingdou's ordinary words, with the blessing of absolute loyalty and Princess Iron Fan's experience, surpassed all love words in the world and deeply touched Princess Iron Fan's heart. Tears welled up in Princess Iron Fan's eyes. The fragility of women was no longer hidden at this moment. She buried her head in Zhou Xingdou's arms and said with a soft voice, "Well, thank you, Master." Princess Iron Fan's move inevitably reminded Zhou Xingdou of Yun Jinji, who had been away for a long time. Thinking of the same lonely woman, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt that he should find time to care for her. After all, Yun Jinji didn't like being cold as much as Luo Hanyi and Tian Zhuo. After all, Yun Jinji is also his first woman, and one of the few women who can make him fall in love without using any means. She is also a poor woman, and perhaps Princess Iron Fan will have many topics to talk about with her. But now, Zhou Xingdou didn't think about this. He coughed twice, and Fa Hai, who was hiding at the side, immediately left the Qingxin Hall in a knowing mood. Zhou Xingdou looked at the plump and delicate Princess Iron Fan in his arms, picked her up by the waist, kissed her plump red lips several times, and stepped into the bedroom with a loud laugh. At the same time, Fa Hai outside Qingxin Hall looked a little unhappy, because what Yuan Tian predicted not long ago has come true today. Zhou Xingdou had indeed summoned a being more powerful than himself. If it were just an ordinary holy peak, Fa Hai might not care. After all, he was a Buddhist god in his previous life, and he had the confidence to transcend it. But the Princess Iron Fan summoned by Zhou Xingdou today made him understand at a glance that it was extremely extraordinary. He even felt that in his previous life, she was 3 points weaker than Princess Iron Fan at her peak. This made Fa Hai feel frustrated for a moment. Whether he failed to protect Zhou Xingdou in front of Emperor Yan or the appearance of Princess Iron Fan today, he felt that he was in danger. It also made him want power even more urgently. The realm of Saint is no longer necessary around Zhou Xingdou, and he does not want to become the subordinate who Yuan Tian said was forgotten by Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, Fa Hai held the Wu Buddha pearl in his hand very tightly. Maybe he could no longer resist the resurgence of the power from his previous life. And in the extremely distant and endless wasteland, a large hole opened in the originally stable space. Endless yellow sand poured in at this moment, and 2 figures emerged from it. The clothes of these 2 people were as tattered as beggars, and stained with old black blood. The 2 of them were even more unkempt and their faces could not be seen clearly. They could only be distinguished by their body shape. One was stronger and the other was taller. After the two of them came out of the space, they both fell headlong into the yellow sand, but they burst out laughing with great joy. The man with the taller head laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, after so many years, we can still return to the primitive world by accident." The strong man sighed feebly. "Old Lin, I almost thought I was going to die, just a little bit closer, but I didn't expect that we would encounter the turbulence of time and space and be sent directly to the primitive world." The man called Lao Lin also sighed with emotion. "Old Lu, it can only be said that fate is unpredictable. With our current cultivation level, we are already strong in the Tianquan holy state." Lao Lu didn't know if he was crying with joy, huge tears flowed from his eyes. "I haven't been back for so many years. I'm afraid they all thought we were dead." Old Lin sat up from the yellow sand and sighed. "You and I should restore our cultivation first, otherwise we may not be able to get out of this endless wilderness." Zhou Xingdou naturally had no way of knowing what was going on in the endless borderlands. At this moment, he was immersed in the land of gentleness. However, only a few hours had passed before Zhou Xingdou felt the formation vibrate, and with a thought, he realized that Luo Hanyi had appeared outside Qingxin Palace at some unknown time. This immediately startled him. He didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly put on the punishing Thunder Emperor armor and came to the door of Qingxin Palace. He opened the door with a wave of his hand. The moment the palace door opened, Luo Hanyi's stunning figure appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou was not a fool. He couldn't ask Luo Hanyi why he was here. Then he would probably make his senior sister's wife angry. The moment Zhou Xingdou saw Luo Hanyi, he turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly came to Luo Hanyi. Before she could react, he hugged her graceful body like nephrite tightly into his arms. He kissed Luo Hanyi's cold lips and teeth, stroked her long hair affectionately, and told him how much he missed her. After a deep kiss for a long time, Zhou Xingdou reluctantly parted his lips and teeth, and Luo Hanyi also looked like a child, with a sudden blush on his cold face, which was really charming. Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows relaxed and he said with a warm expression, "Sister, you are here." Luo Hanyi quietly felt the warmth of Zhou Xingdou's body, lowered his slender eyelashes, and whispered, "Well, I heard from Elder Ning that you are back, so I came to take a look." Zhou Xingdou raised the corners of his mouth and said jokingly, "Are you jealous because you heard that I brought the princess back to Qingxin Palace?" Luo Hanyi's pretty face turned sideways, his brows narrowed slightly, as if he had been guessed. He was ashamed and angry, and said coldly, "I don't." Zhou Xingdou still knew a little about women's thoughts. "For this kind of thing, you can't let women ask first, you have to take the initiative yourself, so that you can always win. Smell if I smell good." As Zhou Xingdou opened his chest and let Luo Hanyi smell it, he was indeed covered with the fragrance of Princess Iron Fan, but he was not afraid of it at all. With Luo Hanyi's sense of smell, she naturally smelled the fragrance that did not belong to her from the beginning. Now that Zhou Xingdou took the initiative to mention it, he suddenly became a little angry and said, "Let me go." After saying that, he broke away from Zhou Xingdou's arms, and the extremely sharp aura next to him wanted to explode at this moment. Zhou Xingdou naturally couldn't let go, but hugged him tighter and explained, "Okay, the princess was smashed to pieces by me, and it was splashed everywhere. She got all over me, how can she not smell good? If you smell it carefully, it still smells like blood." Quote. As soon as these words came out, Luo Hanyi looked shocked and stopped struggling. "Did you kill that woman?" Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, raised Luo Hanyi's delicate chin, and said with a gentle smile, "Otherwise, why don't I keep it to make you angry?" Luo Hanyi's complexion softened a little, but his brows wrinkled slightly. "But there's no need to kill her. How could I, your husband, kill innocent people indiscriminately? After she sneak attacked me, I punched her back. I didn't expect her to be so weak, so she was smashed to pieces." Zhou Xingdou was naturally an expert at telling lies, his face was not red and his heart was not beating, so Luo Hanyi could not disbelieve him. After all, Yu Yunlin was indeed dead. No one in the world knows the details except Fa Hai, so Zhou Xingdou can naturally say whatever he wants. Hearing Yu Yunlin sneak attack on Zhou Xingdou, Luo Hanyi's frown relaxed. Then she does deserve to die. At this time Luo Hanyi seemed to think of something again and said lightly, "By the way, the affiliated forces of the Zhou family said they wanted to avenge you. Today, 8 factions formed a coalition to defeat Yan. They destroyed the entire Great Yan just now and the entire imperial city was reduced to nothingness. Zhou Xingdou naturally learned about this from the system prompts, and was not surprised. I know. Luo Hanyi seemed a little surprised at Zhou Xingdou's calmness. A powerful dynasty that occupies 3 states and has been passed down for thousands of years has been punished by Li Ting for provoking you. You, the person concerned, are calm. After all, the Dayan dynasty is not a small family. Even if Zhan Heavenly Dao sect wants to touch them, they have to think about what bad effects it will have. After all, destroying their family at will is not a good reputation. Zhou Xingdou disagreed, stroking Luo Hanyi's black hair and said in an ordinary way. I didn't see it with my own eyes, I just got the news. What I saw was just a line of words. To me, Great Yan Sheng and Great Yan Death were just a string of characters. It had no meaning to me, so naturally I couldn't feel the slightest surprise. Quote. For Zhou Xingdou, it was none of his business what happened to Great Yan. There was no difference in his eyes between 10 million people dying and 1 million people dying. If the imperial city was destroyed into a void scene, he might still be able to feel it if the eyes were in front of him, but it was just a string of information. Even if it said that he had killed 100 Supremes, he would not be able to feel it. Because everything about Dayan has nothing to do with him. If they are slaughtered, they will be slaughtered. Why not build a monument for them? And not only am I not surprised, this Zhan Heavenly Dao sect also didn't make waves. Except for the disciples who took it seriously, do you think the master and the others have come to me because of this matter? Zhou Xingdou pinched Luo Hanyi's warm face. In front of the supreme and immortal power, a power that has been inherited for thousands of years is nothing. Luo Hanyi seemed to understand, nodded slightly and said. Indeed, even Elder Ning was not surprised. Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly and kissed his lips and teeth again. You will be the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family in the future. You must learn to get used to these little things, otherwise my family will think you are making a fuss. Luo Hanyi did not refute, buried his head in Zhou Xingdou's arms, and said softly with a sweet feeling in his heart. I'll pay attention to it in the future. After Zhou Xingdou and Luo Hanyi had been in harmony for a long time, Luo Hanyi came up with the same fallacy again. You should keep some distance from men, otherwise men will soon get bored. Then he escaped from Zhou Xingdou's embrace again, leaving the Qingxin palace without looking back. Zhou Xingdou also breathed a sigh of relief after Luo Hanyi left. His precious senior sister was finally settled and did not suspect anything else. At this time, the plump figure of Princess Lin Fan appeared next to Zhou Xingdou, but her face was indeed red, and she no longer looked like a resentful woman when she first came. Naturally, she had not just walked out of the store. She naturally saw the ambiguity between Zhou Xingdou and Luo Yunlin, but did not mind it at all. Instead, she asked softly. Master, is that the mistress? Zhou Xingdou did not deny it, nor did he comfort Princess Lin Fan. Instead, he nodded slightly and said. Yes, she will be your mistress from now on. Princess Lin Fan is not a person in the modern society like herself, and she does not value certain things very much. What's more, based on her absolute loyalty to Zhou Xingdou, she doesn't think anything of it. Not to mention traveling to the west, 3 wives and 4 concubines were commonplace even in the Chuyuan world and were not a rare thing. After all, this is a world where even dynasties have dynasties. The emperor's 3,000 concubines are not too many, and Zhou Xingdou naturally does not have too many women. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou no longer had any intention of having fun. He felt that he should build his own force outside of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. After all, you can't include everyone you summon or follow in Jushuan Peak as a guest. Moreover, I am also inconvenienced in Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at me here. Although they are not staring maliciously, this feeling is uncomfortable. I need a place to stay, a place that doesn't need to be too private but is safe enough. After all, there is also the unstable factor of suppressing the prison sword peak in Zhouzhou, which may attract evil spirits one day, so I need to think carefully about it. When we get Yun Jinji and Li Shuru there, we won't have to run between them in the future, and we won't have to worry about being disturbed. Thinking that this week Xingdou would just do what he said, he immediately called Fahai and told him. Fahai, I need you to find a place near Tianchuan Holy State that is slightly secretive, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Zhou Xingdou didn't want to go to the Grotto Heaven Blessed Land. After all, it was basically occupied by others. It was okay to kill people to seize the land, but it was not necessary. With the resources at his disposal, he could completely turn a desolate land into a cave mansion without having to do such low-level things as killing people and seizing land. After all, where feng shui is really good, some sects are not weak. It is impossible for Zhan Heavenly Dao sect to do such a thing for himself, and he can only rely on the power he has in his hands. Master, Fa Hai feels that the valley seems to meet the master's requirements. Fa Hai held the Buddhist ceremony and said respectfully to Zhou Xingdou. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The valley is naturally the place where Yu Ji was captured. It is very desolate and easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is naturally secretive enough to be chosen by Yu Ji as a breakthrough place. And it is located on the border of Tianchuan Holy State, not far or near from Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, which is very suitable for Zhou Xingdou. The valley is indeed a good place. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou took out a storage ring and threw it directly to Fa Hai. It was naturally impossible for Zhou Xingdou to do menial work, so the transformation of the valley would naturally have to be left to Fa Hai. To be honest, asking a saint to build a house is a bit condescending. But Zhou Xingdou has no other good choice. He really has no one under his command, and Princess Iron Fan needs to protect herself personally. As an elder of Jushuan Peak, Yu Ji does not have a leisurely life every day, and she also has to observe Lin Fan for herself. Yuan Tian has not returned yet, so now he can only force Fa Hai to do this. After all, he seems to be suitable for rough work. How is she like Princess Iron Fan? Her tender skin and tender flesh make people feel pity for her, and she is so beautiful that Zhou Xingdou is reluctant to let her go and wants to stay by his side to savor it. Fa Hai took the storage ring. This storage ring contained hundreds of precious medicines and thousands of spiritual materials, plus 10 spiritual veins and several array discs. It is naturally effortless to use these things to transform the valley, and it may even be impossible to use them up at all. Fa Hai also understood Zhou Xingdou's meaning, held the Buddha and bowed respectfully. Master, don't worry. Fa Hai will definitely live up to his trust and will build that deep valley into a spiritual land as solid as gold. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly, but still reminded with some worry. By the way, don't make the valley a Buddhist place, just make it ordinary. After all, Fa Hai is a Buddhist, and Zhou Xingdou is really afraid that he will build the second Jinshan temple in the valley, which would be embarrassing. Fa Hai was stunned when he heard this. Looking at his expression, Zhou Xingdou knew that he might have guessed correctly. It is estimated that Fa Hai really wanted to build Jinshan temple again. But now that Zhou Xingdou has reminded him, Fa Hai can only put down his plan to build a Jinshan temple in the Chuyuan realm, and he can only ask cautiously. Is it built like a Taoist temple? Zhou Xingdou frowned. Fa Hai had nothing new in his heart other than Buddha and Tao. But to be honest, he didn't have any plan in mind. Then he looked back at his Qingxin Palace queen and murmured. Just build the main hall according to the Qingxin hall, and you can take care of the rest by yourself. After saying this, Fa Hai didn't ask any more questions. After bowing respectfully to Zhou Xingdou, he disappeared with the storage ring. But building his own territory was just a temporary idea proposed by Zhou Xingdou, and he didn't have much plan for the follow-up. After all, his top priority now is Lin Fan. Now there are only more than 10 days left in the 3-year agreement, and it will be almost time when the system upgrade is completed. Thinking that Xingdou also opened Lin Fan's template this week, he wanted to see if there were any changes in him in the past few days. Name: Lin Fan. Qi number: 4999. Favorability: Hatred, Tool Man. Realm: Peak of Enlightenment. Innate luck: Son of Destiny, 6 stars, turning danger into blessing, 5 stars, and the way to death, 4 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow: The Noble Man in Jade, 4.5 stars, The 3-year Promise, 3 stars, The Return of the Deceased Father, 2.5 stars, The Origin is Damaged, -3 stars. System reminder: this child is protected by destiny. The host needs to clear its energy before killing it. After killing it, you can get massive rewards from the system. The Return of the Dead Father, 2.5 stars, due to Lin Fan's luck. His late father, who was originally lost outside the realm and was always thought to be dead, unexpectedly returns to the Chuyuan realm to help his son. Zhou Xingdou breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Fan's cultivation was still at the peak of enlightenment. After all, he was really afraid that this son of destiny would do something unreasonable and make his cultivation fly faster than Lu Yanran. But when I looked down, I discovered that Lin Fan had another piece of luck: his late father had returned. This shocked Zhou Xingdou. Lin Fan's father is still alive. Not to mention now, even 20 years after his previous life, Zhou Xingdou had never seen Lin Fan's father appear, and Lin Fan had always thought that his father was dead. But this life suddenly returned now, and Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but be surprised by such changes. At this time, Zhou Xingdou was reminded of the terrible luck that he had experienced since receiving Yun Jinji's luck as a prosperous husband. Yes, as Yun Jinji's ex-husband, how could Lin Fan's father die so easily? It's also my fault that I was too stupid for not thinking about this in the first place. But according to the system, Yun Jinji's good luck has already affected him, which naturally means that Lin Fan's father has lost the blessing of good luck. But then why is he still alive to this day? Could it be that Lin Fan's father is also a lucky person? It can be said that the emergence of this piece of luck directly caused Zhou Xingdou to feel a little confused. Is the son of destiny so difficult to kill? Before his own death was sealed, Lin Fan had already awakened his grandfather in advance, and his late father had returned. However, the only thing that made Zhou Xingdou breathe a sigh of relief was that Lin Fan's energy had not recovered. At least the game he had laid now was enough to wipe out Lin Fan's energy according to Zhou Xingdou's calculations. But Zhou Xingdou, Lin Fan's biological father, cannot be careless. Whether it's because of Yun Jinji or Lin Fan, he cannot stay. Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes. There was no news from Lin Jai, which proved that Lin Fan's father had not returned completely. It doesn't take much thought to guess that the first thing Lin Fan's father did when he returned was to go home. It's just that I don't know what level this person is. After all, once he has anything to do with destiny, the situation is extremely complicated and cannot be speculated by ordinary people. This is when Zhou Xingdou looked at Princess Iron Fan beside him. In these few moments of savoring, he forgot to ask whether the innate Lingbao Banana Fan also came to the Chuyuan realm with Princess Iron Fan. Thinking of this week, Xingdou asked anxiously, "Shanur, is your banana fan still there?" In fact, if we put aside Zhou Xingdou's lustful character and some past feelings for Princess Iron Fan herself is simply incomparable to the banana fan and is just a magic weapon. Princess Iron Fan was slightly startled, then she opened her mouth and stretched out her moist and tender tongue. The light of the lotus flashed on her tongue, and a tiny green banana fan suddenly appeared on the tip of her tongue. Seeing the banana fan, Zhou Xingdou felt relieved. With this innate Lingbao, even if Lin Fan's father is supreme, he would also like to have a fan. But Princess Iron Fan did not take out the banana fan. She took it back with a roll of her tongue, and then said, "This banana fan is the slave's destiny, so it is impossible to leave it. It's just that the power of this magic weapon has been sealed, and now its power is very weak. The seal can only be broken slowly with the cultivation of the slave family." Quote. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou's face darkened. Sure enough, the dog system would easily take advantage of him. How much power is left? Princess Iron Fan also immediately introduced. There is no one left. According to the cultivation level in this world, you can kill the great sage and fly the supreme. It will be a little difficult to go up. It's enough. Zhou Xingdou rubbed his chin. Such power was not bad, at least it was difficult for him to pose a threat to himself under supreme. Even if you face supreme, unless you are a Jedi, someone else will take action. He doesn't believe that Lin Fan and his father can have the supreme realm world. If cheating reaches this level, then everyone should stop playing. But if you think about it carefully, Lin Fan's father's return may not be a bad thing. If killing Lin Fan's biological father can't damage Lin Fan's energy, Zhou Xingdou doesn't believe it. If you operate it properly, this wave will belong to Lin Fan's own father, who will kill you, and congratulate his son on his early arrival in bliss. After all, it can deprive Lin Fan of more luck, but by clearing Lin Fan's luck during the 3-year appointment, killing Lin Fan will give him a little more confidence. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou no longer hesitated. Regardless of anything else, he first went to Lin's house to pick up Yun Jinji. After all, he was going to kill her ex-husband in Lin's house, so he still couldn't let her know, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Although he and Yun Jinji didn't have much contact except getting to know each other in depth, he had to say that this woman did make his heart flutter for a moment, and she was his first woman. Unless it was at the last moment, when he was only one step away from clearing Lin Fan's chi, he would choose to kill Yun Jinji ruthlessly. Otherwise, Zhou Xingdou would really be reluctant to let go and would not be able to do it. After all, although he admits that he is not a good person, he is definitely not a heartless person. He cannot cultivate the state of mind that the Supreme Being forgets his feelings, and can only follow the path of extreme desire. Soon after, Zhou Xingdou and Princess Iron Fan appeared in Lingyan City, but Zhou Xingdou restrained his aura and blurred his figure so that others would not notice. And Princess Iron Fan, like Fa Hai, hid in the void. After all, Zhou Xingdou is too conspicuous now. If someone recognizes him, he will not be surrounded by people and they will kneel down and worship him. It will make too much noise, which is really troublesome. Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry. He searched around with the power of his soul and did not feel any aura that reached the holy realm in Lingyan City. There are very few auras that exceed the universal truth realm. There is only one perfected being realm, which is also exuded by Yun Jinji. However, what surprised Zhou Xingdou was that the entire Lingyan City was also spreading the news of the destruction of the great Yan dynasty at this time. It must be said that this news spread really fast. It's just that these rumors have been passed through countless hands and exaggerated countless times. They actually said that Zhou Xingdou single-handedly broke into the great Yan Emperor city and killed the great Yan Emperor. It was truly an exaggeration. Even Zhou Xingdou was embarrassed to inquire further and slipped into Lin's house. Except for Yun Jinji, the other slaves in the Lin house have already been imprinted with the Wanhua slave seal. Every day, Yun Jinji's movements or Lin house affairs will be transmitted to Zhou Xingdou by Butler Jin using the sound transmission stone. However, Zhou Xingdou only looked at it occasionally, and it was basically trivial matters. Except for Chuyuan entering the Zan Heavenly Dao sect, Lin Jai basically had no changes from Zhou Xingdou last time. Zhou Xingdou also regarded this place as his home and swaggered directly into Yun Jinji's boudoir and pushed the door open. At this moment, Yun Jinji was in front of the dressing table, combing her long hair with a wooden comb, and was still wearing a thin layer of pajamas from the time she was reunited. That plump body is blooming with the most alluring charm at this moment, making people's hearts flutter. Yun Jinji also noticed that the door was pushed open, and her face was suddenly startled. Her eyebrows stood up, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she turned her head to look in the direction of the door. But after seeing that the person in front of the door was Zhou Xingdou, the anger in his eyes turned into a flood of spring water. Zhou Lang. This sound of Zhou Lang was so melodious and charming, like a melodious sound, that Zhou Xingdou's index finger twitched when he heard it. Yun Jinji was also so excited that she couldn't control herself. Regardless of her nightgown and bare feet, she stood up and immediately jumped into Zhou Xingdou's arms like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. Zhou Xingdou also suddenly felt the warm nephrite in his arms, hugged Yun Jinji tightly, chuckled twice and said, "Has Aunt Yun missed me?" Yun Jinji spit out a mouthful of fragrant fragrance, stroked Zhou Xingdou's angular face, and said foolishly, "Of course I do. I miss you day and night." As they said that, the two of them were already kissing each other. Yun Jinji had not seen Zhou Xingdou for many days, and she wished she could eat him alive. The whole house was filled with beauty and could not be looked at directly. The door of the room also automatically closed in the absence of wind at this moment, with a bang, completely isolating the atmosphere inside the house from outsiders. At the same time, in the endless yellow sand, two monks, one strong and one tall, also opened their eyes at this moment. Now that all the dirt and embarrassment had gone from them, the man called Lao Lin now revealed his face, which was somewhat similar to Lin Fan. And if you look carefully at old Lu, you can see that his eyebrows are 56 points similar to Lu Yanren's, but his face is rougher and wilder. At this moment, Lao Lin stopped exercising, turned to look at Lao Lu and asked, "Lao Lu, I have recovered the third level of cultivation, which is enough for us to break out of this endless wilderness. What about you?" Lao Lu's breath was still a little low, and he sighed. "My injuries are too serious. Now I only have 10% of my combat strength, and there are also hidden injuries. I estimate that I won't be able to reach perfection in a few years. That's enough. With our saints' cultivation, although we are not at our peak, we are still invincible to the saints. It's time to go home." Lao Lin stood up and thought of his beautiful wife and lovely son at home, whom he had not seen for many years, and couldn't help but smile. Several hours later, Zhou Xingdou finally comforted Yun Jinji and was able to escape from the gentle land. Originally, he wanted to move Yun Jinji elsewhere, but unfortunately he didn't seem to have anywhere else to move Yun Jinji. There was a feud between the Liu family and the Lin family, not to mention Lin Fan's 3-year contract, so Yuan Jinji might not be willing to stay in the Liu family. Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to take out several formation discs in this room, including defensive formations, prison formations, and shielding formations. Several array discs lit up at this moment and were activated by Zhou Xingdou. For a moment, the sky-shattering formations gathered in Lin's house, and each god-level formation was like an inverted bowl, covering Yuan Jinji's boudoir tightly. With these formations, Yuan Jinji could not get out, nor could he detect the situation outside. Even if Lin Fan's father came back, he would have no way of knowing. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xingdou also walked out of the boudoir, came to the center of the Lin family residence, and once again took out a formation disc from the storage ring. However, this array disc is a little different from the ones just now. It is dark and extremely simple, but it exudes a dazzling fierce light, with waves of murderous aura surging on it. You can tell that it is extraordinary at a glance. Zhou Xingdou held the formation disc in one hand and pinched the seal with the other. The dark and simple formation disc slowly floated up at this moment, fell to the ground of Lin Mansion, and disappeared into the ground without a sound. Suddenly, a burst of scarlet light fell from the formation disc to the ground, suddenly surging and spreading in all directions. But this light did not trigger a powerful aura. It dispersed quietly and disappeared in an instant. After doing all this, Zhou Xingdou called Butler Jin. He really needed some information about Lin Fan's father. After all, he didn't even know his real name. In fact, Yuan Jinji definitely knows more, but Zhou Xingdou is not willing to ask women about their previous men. This kind of thing should be taboo. Otherwise, I would feel bad, and Yuan Jinji would feel bad too. Butler Jin has served Lin Jai for many years. He has followed Lin Fan's father for a long time and is considered Lin Jai's confidant. Otherwise, he would not have been so loyal in the first place, and would have dared to disrespect himself with his meager cultivation. It's just that things are different now. When Butler Jin sees him now, he is more obedient than a dog. Even if he tells him to die, he won't hesitate. Butler Jin was also surprised by Zhou Xingdou's sudden arrival. After all, Zhou Xingdou hid the fluctuations when he entered Lin's house, and also blocked the induction of the Wanwu slave seal in the body of Butler Jin and others. However, this surprise only lasted for a moment. In an instant, the eyes flashed with incomparable fanaticism, and they immediately knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly as if they were meeting gods. Great Master, you, a humble slave, have strayed too far to meet your sin and deserve to die. As he spoke, Butler Jin felt like he was having a headache, and for a moment he seemed to be burdened with tens of millions of sins and wished he could die in front of Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou was also a little curious about this situation. After all, he had planted a lot of Wanwu slave seals, and all members of the Liu family had planted them, but it was still rare to find someone as humble and pious as Butler Jin. He always felt that the subtle transformation of the Wanwu slave seal was not exactly the same. For example, Li Shuru regarded herself as a slave girl, Yuji was infatuated, and Butler Jin was indeed a devout believer. On the premise of being enslaved, it still retains its character and will not be boring. This may be the magic of Wanwu slave seal. But now is not the time to study this. Zhou Xingdou looked at Butler Jin, who was confused, and said indifferently, "To absolve you of your karma, tell me the information you know about Lin Fan's father." Butler Jin immediately showed gratitude when he heard this. He kowtowed devoutly 3 times before standing up and saying, "Thank you, Master, for pardoning this humble slave." After that, Butler Jin thought for a while, organized his words, and then slowly told what he knew. Lin Fan's father's name is Lin Tong, and he is the concubine of the Lin family in Nanhua Prefecture. The humble slave was a handyman of the Lin family and was assigned to Lin Tong. But later, Lin Tong offended the Lin family's legitimate son in the Lin family, and was expelled from the Lin family by the head of the family, so he came to Tianchuan Shengzhou. Firstly, he wanted to avoid the revenge of the Lin family's legitimate son, and secondly, Tianchuanzhou was rich and could take a chance. Unfortunately, Lin Tong's fortune was not very good and he did not encounter any big opportunities. However, he has reached the noble realm and is considered a strong player. But compared to the Lin family, the noble realm is still too weak, and Lin Tong is stuck in the princely realm and cannot break through. In the end, he gave up his thoughts of revenge and married a wife and had a son in Lingyan City, giving birth to Lin Fan. But after giving birth to Lin Fan, Lin Tong became close friends with Lu Ju, the head of the Lu family, and they got married on the spot, thus creating the engagement between Lin Fan and Lu Yanran. That is, when Lin Fan was 1 year old, Lin Tong accidentally obtained a token that could lead to an extraterrestrial battlefield. This gave Lin Tong hope for a breakthrough. After all, although the outside world was dangerous, the opportunities were extremely rich. As long as he didn't die and returned, he would definitely become a powerful force. Immediately, Lin Tong invited Lu Ju, who was also trapped in the realm and could not break through for a long time. The two hit it off and decided to go to the battlefield outside the territory together. However, there has been no news for more than 10 years, and the battlefield outside the territory is even more dangerous and full of evil spirits. Lin Tong and Lu Ju can only be regarded as cannon fodder outside the territory, so everyone assumes that they died outside the territory. But I know that Lin Tong is not dead, because when Lin Tong left, he gave me a life tablet. Although the fate of the life tablet was weak, it has never been broken. I have never given this life tablet to the mistress, but the mistress also knows that the life tablet is not broken. More than 10 years have passed. For the mistress, it makes no difference whether Lin Tong dies or not. She is also upset, so I have always been in charge of my humble slave. I have to say that Butler Jin speaks very plainly, simple and easy to understand but extremely ordinary. Zhou Xingdou also nodded slightly. The only two things that caught his attention from these news were the so-called Lin family and Lin Tong's life card. Zhou Xingdou has no impression of the Lin family, the supreme power in the world, and there is no Lin surname in the immortal family. Nanhua Prefecture is located in the south of the Absolute Beginning Road, and there are no well-known big forces there. The Lin family is only a middle to upper-class power with a great sage at its command. Lin Tong did not appear in the previous life, and Lin Fan had never been to Nanhua Prefecture, so even Zhou Xingdou did not know that Lin Fan still had a family. However, this Lin Tong was unlucky. The concubine in the Bu family could be regarded as a kind of protagonist template. Unfortunately, he accomplished nothing in the end and was lost outside the territory. If it weren't for Zhou Xingdou's butterfly effect, he would probably still be alive and dead outside the territory. However, this also made Zhou Xingdou feel that Lin Tong was probably not a lucky person, but could only be regarded as someone who had benefited from Yun Jinji and Lin Fan. He estimated that even in the future where he died and Lin Tong came back safe and sound, Lin Fan's father would still be bleak and could not be as dazzling as Yun Jinji of Tianfeng bloodline. Now that the system cannot sense lucky people, Zhou Xingdou is actually not sure that he will kill Lin Tong. In case he guesses wrong, Lin Tong is also a man of great luck, so this ambush may not be able to kill him. Thinking of this week, Xingdou looked at Butler Jin again and said slowly, "Where is Lin Tong's fate card?" Upon hearing this, Butler Jin quickly put his hand into his arms and after groping for a while, he took out an ordinary rectangular wooden sign the size of a palm. Zhou Xingdou took Lin Tong's life card and fumbled around for a while. Making the life card was not complicated. He only needed to guide a trace of his life energy into the life card. The main reason is that the materials for making life cards are rare. There are only a few materials that can be used to make life cards, and they are indeed valuable. For example, although Lin Tong's life card looks ordinary, the wood used is Yuanming wood, which contains 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones per foot, which is not cheap. The role of life cards is indeed not small. Basically, families with a slightly higher level will buy life cards for important people in the family. One is that it can determine the person's life and death, and the other is that if the person is missing, the life card can be used to sense and find traces of the person. Of course, if a person is outside the territory, a life card of Lin Tong's level will naturally be useless. Butler Jin is wrong to think that if the life card is not broken, the person will not die. Because the outer world is different from the primitive world and is isolated by the world membrane and the boundary wall, it is extremely difficult to transmit all information. Even if Lin Tong is really dead, this kind of life card may not be felt until thousands of years later, and it will be of no use at all. But it was a stroke of luck. Lin Tong was indeed not dead and had returned to the Chuyuan realm. At this time, this life card also came in handy, perhaps allowing him to sense where Lin Tong was. Thinking of Xingdou pinching a few seals this week and inputting the spiritual energy in his body into the fate card suddenly flashed with a cyan light beam. A spectrum appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou's eyes. This spectrum was composed of countless intertwined horizontal and vertical lines, with a dot of red light appearing in the center. This red light is the direction of the life card. At this time, a very green light point appears at the edge of the spectrum. It's just that this light spot moves extremely fast, appearing and disappearing instantly. Each time it disappears and reappears, it crosses countless lines. This is the owner of the Fate card, which is where Lin Tong is. Zhou Xingdou's silvery white eyes filled with purple energy also condensed slightly at this moment. Looking at the direction in which the green dot is heading is where he is. The appearance and disappearance of the green dot may be a form of movement. Using the method of teleportation proves that Lin Tong's current cultivation is at the level of a saint at the very least, otherwise it would be impossible to use teleportation. And judging by the speed of his green dot's movement, it might take less than a quarter of an hour to reach Lin's house. After more than 10 years of breaking through from a prince to a holy realm, Lin Tong was no ordinary person. This also made Zhou Xingdou stop thinking about killing him halfway. The most terrifying thing about reaching the holy realm is not only the promotion of life level, but also the control of the power of heaven and earth and space. No matter how powerful the divine king is, even if you can defeat the saint, you will never be able to kill him, because the saint can move thousands of miles with a thought, making it difficult for you to touch him. Even if they are both saints, as long as there is a slight flaw, the other party will disappear in an instant, making it difficult for you to detect. Unless you carry 9 holy weapons like Fahai, or reach the holy realm like Yuan Tian and seal the surrounding space with one hand, it will be difficult to kill a saint. Princess Iron Fan does have the holy realm, but she has just arrived in this world. She may be able to fight, but she is not skilled in the operation of sealed spaces. Otherwise Zhou Xingdou wouldn't have set up a formation in Lin's house. The thing to guard against is that if Lin Tong is a high-level saint and it is difficult to win, he can have a formation to delay his movements, at least giving Princess Iron Fan time to use the banana fan. You must know that the formation disc he just buried is worth the same as a saint soldier. It is a one-time formation disc. How can it be an ordinary formation? But as long as Lin Tong can be killed, it will all be worth it. At the same time, Lin Tong and Lu Ju were using the movement method to move quickly towards Chuyuan holy state. However, Lu Ju was seriously injured. Although his 10% strength did not prevent him from using the movement method, it was indeed difficult to maintain such a high-intensity movement. The two of them set out from the endless frontier, and were hundreds of millions of miles away from the absolute beginning realm. If this holy realm had not been able to use the power of space, I am afraid that even the divine king would have to walk in years even if he faced this distance. But even with such high intensity and uninterrupted movement for several hours, the two still have not stepped into the vicinity of Tianchuan holy state, and are now close to the absolute beginning Dao realm. Lu Ju also stopped at this time and said breathlessly to Lin Tong, who was about to move again. "Old Lin, I have consumed too much and can no longer hold on. You should leave first." Lin Tong also frowned when he heard this, but still paused. "What are you talking about? For more than 10 years, you and I have supported each other. Now that we are about to return home, how can I leave you alone?" As he spoke, Lin Tong raised his palm and patted Lu Ju's back gently. His eyes condensed and the holy power in his body turned into pure power, which rushed into Lao Lu's body along the palm of his hand. The surging holy power poured into Lu Ju's body, which immediately relaxed his breath, but he couldn't help but laugh a little. Haha, it's a pity that so many years of experience were all exhausted in that battle. Otherwise, how could you and I be in such a mess, unable to escape even a single pill? Lin Tong could not help but sigh, but due to the loss of holy power, his face was also a little pale. Be content. If it weren't for the turbulence of time and space, I might not necessarily die, but you are probably dead now. How can we return to the original world? Lu Ju also felt lucky. If it weren't for the turbulence of time and space, Lin Tong might be able to escape, but there would be no possibility of his own survival. Thinking of this, Lu Ju laughed twice. Ha ha ha, I can only say that I, Lu Ju, should not die. I don't know if my daughter and your son will get together. Maybe we have become in-laws. After Lin Tong exported 10% of his 3 successes to Lu Ju, he breathed a sigh of relief and took back the palm on Lu Ju's back. These skills are enough for the two of them to return to Tianchuan holy state together. It's a pity that Lin Tong is not a saint, otherwise he could just move Lu Ju with him, so there would be no need for such trouble. However, now that we have entered the Chuyuan realm, it is countless times safer outside the realm. At least, even two seriously injured saints are rarely provoked. If they were outside the territory, the two of them might have died many times by moving such a distance. Now that Lin Tong inputs 10% of the holy power, apart from the loss, Lu Ju is also directly restored to half of his successful power. Although he cannot be allowed to form a fighting force, it is not a big problem to move him back to Tianchuan Holy State. However, based on the friendship between the two, there is really no need to say thank you. Hey, I can only say that we insisted on going our own way at the beginning, which really made our family suffer. I will go back to Linjai with you later to make amends to my brothers and sisters. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I will go and make amends to my sister-in-law then. Lin Tong didn't refuse. After all, he really didn't know how to face Yun Jinji now. It would be best to have Big Brother accompanying him to mediate. But they still don't know that Lin Jai and the Lu family are other people's property. There was not much difference with Zhou Xingdou's estimate. Lin Tong and Lu Ju finally arrived at Tianchuan Holy State a quarter of an hour later. But now that all it took was one move to return to the home they thought about day and night, the two of them hesitated in unison. It is unavoidable for no one to be timid about being close to home, but neither of them tried to expose each other's thoughts. Instead, while gathering vitality, they looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar land. The endless green vitality gathered above their heads, as if weaving a hat for them to return home. Lu Ju was silent for a long time, and finally chose to break the tranquility. Old Lin, what are your plans for the future? Lin Tong exhaled a breath and said slowly. When I recover and compensate her mother and daughter, I will go back to Nanhua Prefecture for a visit. Lu Ju also knew what Lin Tong was worried about and sighed. The Lin family has a great sage after all. Even though we have suffered a lot and gained many opportunities outside the territory, we still cannot defeat them. Lin Tong shook his head and said, I don't intend to fight, I just want my son to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan. After all, now that I have become a saint, the Lin family has no chance of rejecting me, and the Lin family's resources and education are also better. He didn't know that Lin Fan had now become the true successor of Zon Heavenly Dao sect. If he had known, he wouldn't have been able to make such a decision. After all, the trauma of youth is a lifelong shadow. If it weren't for his son, he would never think like this. Lu Ju retorted. Then I don't recommend you to go. In my opinion, it would be better for us to find a small state. The two of us are capable of occupying a place. It would be much happier without having to go back to the Lin family and be humiliated. Regarding Lu Ju's words, Lin Tong also felt that there was some truth in it. Then it's better to stay in Tianchuan Shengzhou, why bother looking for some small state? Lu Ju sighed and said quietly. Tianchuan Holy State is the core of the Zon Heavenly Dao sect. Although we are saints, one day we may both be gone if we don't have eyes. We might as well find a place where we can do whatever we want. Haha, that's true. Chatting with Lu Ju for a while really made Lin Tong's mood ease a lot. Now he no longer hesitated, looked at Lu Ju with a smile and said again. Okay, it's time to go back and take a look. You are going to help me coax your siblings. Lu Ju also patted his chest with confidence and boasted. Don't worry, brother, I'm a first-class person in persuading people to make peace. After saying that, the two of them no longer hesitated and moved again in an instant, but this time they landed directly on Lingyan City. Relying on his memory, Lin Tong found the home he had been away from for more than 10 years at a glance. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He just wanted to see his wife and son as soon as possible, but after checking around, he didn't find Yun Jinji's aura in Lin House. Countless ominous premonitions surged in his heart. 10 years is not a long time for a saint, but for family members who have never even entered the divine treasure realm, it is a long time. No one can say that something unexpected will happen. However, he was relieved when he sensed Butler Jin's aura. Butler Jin had been with him since he was a child and had always been loyal. As long as Butler Jin was still around, Yun Jinji and her son should have no surprises. After thinking about it, Lin Tong looked at Lu Ju, then stepped into Lin's house and appeared in front of Butler Jin, and asked hurriedly. Lao Jin, why aren't Juror and Fanur here? Butler Jin looked at Lin Tong who suddenly appeared in front of him. His expression was very indifferent, and he didn't even show any surprise. He also didn't answer, but stared at Lin Tong with his eyes. Lin Tong was a little surprised when he saw Butler Jin looking like this. Based on the relationship between him and Butler Jin was not only bursting into tears but also ecstatic when he saw him. How could he be so calm? Butler Jin's abnormality made Lin Tong frown, but he was not angry yet, so he shouted to Butler Jin again. Lao Jin. But just as Lin finished speaking, Butler Jin's body suddenly started to tremble. Butler Jin's skin began to tear apart inch by inch, like hot glass beads hitting cold water, and ferocious bloody cracks flashed out. When Lu Ju saw this, his heart skipped a beat and he shouted. Not good. But it was already too late. Butler Jin's body exploded with a bang as Lu Ju's voice sounded. Boom. In a trance, the space melted, and Steward Jin's body erupted into countless black mist that corroded everything. The black mist infiltrated everything, destroying everything it passed. The black mist swept through the entire courtyard at an extremely fast speed, swallowing up Lin Tong and Lu Ju in an instant before they could react. At the same time, the formation disc buried in the center of the house by Zhou Xingdou suddenly activated. Endless scarlet blood-colored terrifying formations splashed out and intertwined in the formation disc, turning into a bloody curtain that enveloped Lin Jai. Monstrous murderous thoughts surged from the formations, disrupting all spaces, making it impossible for anyone to move, and sealing everything away. An ancient and terrifying power shot straight into the sky, frightening the heavens and the earth, and the whole forest house shook at this moment. Lin Tong and Lu Ju naturally discovered that the movement method was ineffective, and their expressions changed greatly in shock in the black mist. But the black mist didn't give them time to be surprised. It penetrated the holy power barrier that protected their bodies and poured into their mouths, noses, and every pore of their bodies. Lin Tong was the first to react. Seeing that the holy power was useless, he communicated with heaven and earth in an instant. There was a roaring sound all over his body, and he directly used a magnificent force of heaven and earth to disperse the black fog, and shouted at Lu Ju. This fog is poisonous, use the power of heaven and earth quickly. But it was a pity that Lu Ju stayed on the spot, and fell to his knees with a plop, letting the black mist pour into his body roughly, and his skin was already turning black at this moment. Lin Tong may have suddenly felt unwell. The black mist pouring into his body collided and corroded his internal organs. If the holy body had not been sublimated, it might have melted at this moment. Seeing his old friend in danger, Lin Tong could no longer care about anything else. Lu Ju was no better than him. He was seriously injured in the first place, and now he couldn't resist being invaded by the black mist. Boom boom boom. A powerful holy power condensed on Lin Tong. His strength reached its peak at this moment, and a cold light rose from his dantian. Lin Tong took a step forward, shaking the originally chaotic space. The aura was as vast as the sea, pressing in all directions. A simple and powerful ancient jade flew out from his dantian, bursting out with extremely powerful and bright power. When this power touches the black mist, it is as unstoppable as fire-burning willow catkins. In an instant, all the black mist is annihilated in and around the body. Lin Tong did not dare to relax. While looking around vigilantly, he helped Lu Ju, who was beside him with a low breath and seemed to be about to faint. He had not yet recovered from this huge change. All this may not seem short, but whether it was the explosion of Butler Jin or the formation of black mist rising, it only took a few moments. But just when Lin Tong wanted to be angry, he heard a loud roar, followed by music like the sound of death. The next moment, a black and purple stream of light directly pierced Lu Ju's chest. Only then did Lin Tong see clearly that the black and purple light was a spear. The spear was burning with fierce black flames, and the tip of the spear was still shining with a sharp edge that penetrated everything. It penetrated Lu Ju's chest and cut his body. The flesh and blood were burnt black. Lu Ju also woke up from his coma and let out a muffled groan. Holy blood gurgled and black air flowed out from the corner of his mouth. If it were placed in its heyday, this spear might not be able to do anything to Lu Ju, a saint. But now Lu Ju was seriously injured, with only half of his strength recovered, and was eroded by the black mist. Now his body is in terrible condition and dilapidated. This spear directly put him on the verge of death, and his breath was dying, as if he would die in the next second. But even so, Lu Ju still looked at Lin Tong and said two words with all his strength. Hurry, escape. Seeing the miserable state of his close friend, Lin Tong's heart was split, and a feeling of grief mixed with anger roared in his heart. I thought that by sacrificing the holy weapon, the other party would focus on me, but I didn't expect that the other party would take advantage of my unpreparedness and sneak attack Lu Ju, who had lost the ability to resist. Lin Tong had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only shout angrily at the empty surroundings. Hoo hoo! Bang bang bang! This was Lin Tong, but he heard a burst of applause from behind him, followed by a deep magnetic male voice. Lin Sheng is really a good tactic. In order to save strength, he allowed his brother to die. This really makes me feel ashamed. Lin Tong hurriedly looked behind him and saw a handsome young man wearing Zion Thunder armor who didn't know when he appeared. As soon as this young man showed up, he had an increasingly gloomy and profound aura. This is an aura that can only be cultivated if one is in a high position. His whole body still exudes a noble and mysterious aura, and his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy are so deep that no one can see any emotion. The most conspicuous thing is the purple and silver vertical lines between his eyebrows, with a brilliant divine power rushing over it. Even Lin Tong, who is in the realm of a saint, feels frightened. There is no doubt that this person is Zhou Xingdou. In order not to be discovered by Lin Tong in advance, Zhou Xingdou hid himself early. The spear that pierced Lu Ju was naturally the strongest attack method of his divine elephant's prison-suppressing power, the Spear of Hades. It's just that even Zhou Xingdou didn't expect that this blow could directly destroy Lu Ju. After all, Lin Tong sacrificed the holy weapon and kept vigilant around him, so this spear could only attract his attention. As long as Lin Tong is willing, the Spear of Hades just now will not hurt Lu Ju, at least it will not put Lu Ju on the verge of death. This also made him have to praise Lin Tong's methods. Sure enough, what kind of father gives birth to what kind of son? Unfortunately, Lu Ju was already on the verge of death and couldn't hear Zhou Xingdou's words at all, but even if he heard them, he probably wouldn't believe that Lin Tong would do this. Only Lin Tong's face darkened at this moment, and he let go of Lu Ju. The anger and sorrow disappeared in an instant, leaving only the coldness. You are a true god. You dare to ambush a saint with your formation in poisonous mist. You are quite courageous. Zhou Xingdou rubbed his chin with interest, looked at Lin Tong who changed his face so quickly and said with a half-smile but not a smile. If I knew they were two crippled saints, I wouldn't be willing to waste this ancient killing formation in ancient poison. Zhou Xingdou used this ancient killing array disc and the ancient demon poison because he was unsure of Lin Tong's strength. The ancient killing formation disc is comparable to a holy weapon, and it is one-time use. The ancient demon poison came from outside the territory and was very valuable. Although Zhou Xingdou was not short of money, it was indeed a waste. After all, the ancient demon's poison didn't have much influence on Lin Tong at all, but that was true. After all, Lin Tong had returned from outside the territory, and his holy soldiers had an awe-inspiring aura, which could restrain the ancient demon's poison. However, Lu Ju was not so lucky. He was eroded by the poison of the ancient demon and pierced by the Spear of Hades. He was completely disabled at this moment, and he would probably die within an hour or three. Lin Tongtuo held up the Fang He or an ancient jade and looked at Zhou Xingdou with an unusually calm tone. I don't know you. There should be no enmity between you and me. Why did you ambush me at the Lin family? Where are my wife and children? Zhou Xingdou is not afraid. For him, a disabled saint may not be his opponent. It doesn't matter whether Lin Tong is a lucky person or not. Now, as long as there is no protection from destiny, a lucky person will definitely die. Even powerful people are not invincible. The system's reminders are only optimization suggestions, not absolute. Cutting air luck is a good deal for you, because not only can you get rewards every time you deprive yourself of air luck, but it can also reduce the difficulty of killing. Even if the qi exceeds the threshold of ignoring one's qi, it does not mean that one cannot kill, but it is difficult to kill and accidents are prone to occur. And this theory is exactly the information included in the system upgrade. Although the system has not been upgraded yet, the arrow has to be fired. Although it was taboo to talk too much to the enemy, Zhou Xingdou still couldn't help but talk more. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at Lin Tong with amusement in his eyes, and said provocatively. Yun Jinji, she is my woman now. As for your son Lin Fan, don't worry, he will go down to accompany you soon. Lin Tong's eyes narrowed slightly, and the viciousness on his face proved that Zhou Xingdou's words made him truly angry. Boy, you don't know the value of the Holy Realm returned from outside the territory. Do you think an ancient killing array can stop me? Buzz. After saying that, Lin Tongtuo held up the ancient jade's hand and shook it hard, and the ancient jade suddenly made a buzzing sound that resounded throughout the world. Suddenly the ancient jade flashed with thousands of awe-inspiring lights, and these thousands of awe-inspiring lights condensed into an extremely solid light spot that exuded a terrifying aura. The moment this light spot condensed, a column-like white beam shot out, making the void scream in shock. The space where the beam passed was shattered, turbulence surged and destroyed everything, and it headed straight for Zhou Xingdou carrying terrifying power. But Zhou Xingdou's expression remained as usual, but the fingers in his sleeves twitched slightly. In a daze, the ancient killing formation that shrouded Lin's house burst out with overwhelming power at this moment. The murderous chi machine that chops everything into pieces stirs up time and space, as if it wants to destroy all living things. At this time, countless scarlet ancient formations lit up, and the endless murderous intent turned into a scarlet light and suppressed it. The beam as wide as a pillar, under this terrifying killing power, was instantly destroyed by the surging murderous intent. Lin's house was falling apart at this moment, the world was collapsing, and the ultimate murderous energy was permeating the air. Even Lin Tong, who was holding the holy soldier of resurrection, could not help but tremble. Zhou Xingdou shook his head slightly when he saw this, and looked at Lin Tongtong with some compassion. It seems that you are very poor and have not seen much of the power of the ancient killing array. Not to mention you, a crippled saint, even if you are a peak saint, holding the best saint soldiers, you will be killed in this array. The ancient killing formation was so terrifying. Zhou Xingdou's array is just a corner of an ancient killing array, not a complete ancient killing array. Even so, it is easy for this killing formation to seal off the holy saint and exterminate the saint. Even the great saint can contain and trap him for a period of time. One can imagine how terrifying its complete power is. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou pinched his fingers again, and the scarlet formation pattern changed again, and the murderous aura suddenly boiled, or blasted on the ancient jade like a blazing fire. Boom! The emptiness of the murderous aura seemed to have a physical form at this moment. It struck the ancient jade that exuded a rich and awe-inspiring aura, and actually made the sound of gold and stone clashing. The murderous aura collided with the awe-inspiring aura, causing the heaven and earth to turn upside down, endless power reverberating, the shaking space spreading and unraveling like a spider web, and the rolled-up air waves even destroyed Lin's house. Fortunately, Zhou Xingdou had thought carefully and arranged several formations in Yun Jinji's bedroom, otherwise Lin Jai would have completely ceased to exist with just this one blow. Lin Tong's expression suddenly changed. Although he had fully revived the ancient jade holy weapon, he now only had 2 successes and could not sustain such a high-intensity confrontation. Gu also screamed like a bullied child under the surging murderous aura, and the powerful aura that surged like the sea retreated like a tide at this moment. Click. Just a click sound was heard, and flaws appeared in the jade. Suddenly, it no longer looked gorgeous, became dull, and lost any power. Lin Tong also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Without the support of the holy soldiers, in his current situation, he could not stop this ancient killing formation at all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tong was like a broken thread, hitting the formation hard, causing ripples like water on the red light screen. He also immediately sprayed a mouthful of holy blood, and his powerful holy power suddenly dropped and became a little sluggish. But just before Lin Tong fell, Zhou Xingdou grabbed it hard with his palm. Thousands of giant elephant particles all over his body boiled at this moment, and a spear of Hades burning with brilliant underworld flames condensed again. Roar! The image of the elephant shook the sky and the earth, the vertical lines between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows flashed with lightning, and a thunder python containing the aura of divine punishment suddenly appeared and wrapped around the spear of Hades. The brilliant power of heaven and the fierce underworld merged at this moment, and heaven and hell were fighting each other at this moment, causing the spear of Hades to explode with unprecedented terrifying power. Lin Tong, Yun Jinji, I accept it with pleasure. Zhou Xingdou laughed loudly, and with a flick of his arm, the power of 1,000 dragons burst out. The spear of Hades wrapped around the thunder python flashed with thunder, playing the Hades movement belonging to hell, and burst out. At this moment, the space where Lin's house was located was overwhelmed by this extremely powerful spear, and finally shattered into pieces. The sky collapsed and the ground collapsed by an unknown amount of feet. All I know is that the spear will penetrate everything in the world and annihilate all living things. All this happened in an instant. Even if Lin spent many years outside the territory, it would be difficult to escape this blow when the holy soldiers had just defeated him. The thunder python opened its mouth ferociously, and the brilliant aura of heavenly punishment surged on it. Thunder and lightning surged, threatening to punish the world. The spear of Hades burned with blazing fire, and the scene of Hengsha hell was reflected in all directions. The two clashed and bombarded Lin Tong's chest without any surprise. The sea of thunderlight surged, and a huge earthquake was heard when the intention of destruction reached its peak. Boom! Boundless power exploded. Lin Tong faced the hell of punishment, and behind him was the murderous intent. Under such power, even the body of a saint could no longer withstand it. Zhou Xingdou also let out a breath of turbidity at this moment. The power of the heavenly tribulation and the spear of Hades were two opposing forces. Combining the two may seem simple, but it is actually extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose all your previous efforts and injure yourself. I have long wanted to experiment, but I have been suffering from no chance. Now that Lin Tong is trapped in the ancient killing array, I naturally want to try it. Even if his fusion fails, Princess Iron Fan and the ancient killing formation will protect him. Moreover, if the lucky person can kill him, it is better to kill him by himself. After all, he is an anomaly and has a system, which can reduce the chance of many accidents for the lucky person. His attack was definitely comparable to the full strength of a saint, and with the ancient killing array at his back, it would be unreasonable for a crippled saint like Lin Tong not to die. However, Lin Tong was really so unreasonable. Under the backlog of the three powers, a big hole collapsed in his chest. Click, click, click. The sound of bone cracking also kept sounding, but at this moment, Lin Tong's body suddenly burst out with a powerful blood energy, and he let out a loud shout. "Ah, I want you to die." In an instant, Lin Tong generated an incredible force and blasted away Zhou Xingdou's spear of punishment from heaven and hell. His aura immediately increased, and the injuries on his body recovered in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Zhou Xingdou's face darkened and his eyes narrowed slightly, but it wasn't because he was afraid, he just felt upset. However, Lin Tong, who shouted, "I want you to die," did not rush directly towards Zhou Xingdou, but fished out a figure from the fallen ruins with one palm. It was Lu Ju who was pierced by the spear of Hades. Zhou Xingdou is not blind, so he can naturally see the similarity between Lu Ju and Lu Yanren, and coupled with Butler Jin's narration, the identity of this person is also clear. However, the saint's life is indeed tenacious. After experiencing the aftermath of several battles, Lu Ju still had a breath of life and was not dead. Zhou Xingdou originally thought that Lin Tong wanted to save Lu Ju, thus creating a situation where the two saints were against him. But Lin Tong's next move made Zhou Xingdou raise his eyebrows. Lin Tong looked at Lu Ju, who was taking in more air than coming out, and shed 2 lines of clear tears. "Brother Lu, I will definitely take good care of my sister-in-law and niece from now on, so you can go with peace of mind." After saying this, Lin Tong's lips and teeth changed in a strange shape. When they opened, they expanded 100 times, turning into a bloody mouth that swallowed Lu Ju, who was not yet dead. Then there was a bang, followed by a shrill scream. Lin Tong was heartbroken and burst into tears. But the chewing action never stopped. "Eat human. We eat with friends and family." Even Zhou Xingdou, who was accustomed to killing people, was a little frightened by such a scene. It was so cruel. Compared to Lin Fan and his son, Zhou Xingdou felt that he was a good person. As Lin Tong chewed, Lu Ju's voice also disappeared, and the appearance of the holy meteor also rose between heaven and earth. Lin Tong wiped his tears and swallowed everything in his mouth. His bloody mouth returned to its original shape, and his eyes stared at Zhou Xingdou with overwhelming hatred. "You killed my life and death friend and took away my wife and children. I will make you pay the price today." As Lin Tong spoke, Lu Ju's flesh and blood spilled out of his mouth, with a ferocious look on his face. The power that belonged to the peak of a saint in him was also rising again after swallowing Lu Ju, but there was an evil feeling. It seems to be breaking through the heavenly barrier and entering the holy realm. But just when Lin Tong was about to explode, a cold light flashed between the sky and the earth, and Lin Tong's ferocious look paused at this moment. Phew! There was a sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh and blood, and Lin Tong's rising breath and movements seemed to be frozen, still in place. I saw an extremely sharp frost blade piercing his dantian from behind and piercing his body. After Lin Tong was stunned for a while, he looked back and saw a stunningly beautiful woman appearing behind him at some unknown time. But the moment Lin Tong turned his head, another frost-bladed green blade streaked across the sky, and the indescribably sharp blade cut through the sky. Lin Tong felt a chill on his neck and fell down quietly. But before landing, he seemed to see a headless body, which looked familiar. His mind went blank at the moment, leaving only one last thought. It seems like my body. Immediately, countless scenes appeared before his eyes, including scenes of being bullied in the Lin family as a child, and also scenes of being expelled from the Lin family and the difficulty of walking in the world. There is the youthful ignorance when meeting Yun Jinji, and also the chivalrous and heroic spirit when he and Lu Ju became brothers. The joy of being a father when Lin Fan was born, the entanglement of abandoning his wife and leaving his son, and the endless dangers and tribulations of traveling outside the country. The excitement when breaking through the holy realm, the surprise of returning to the primary world. All of this eventually turned into nothingness, and the picture in his mind was fixed on the ancient altar of a mysterious sect up-pointing arrow. There he wiped out all propriety, wisdom, benevolence, righteousness and faith, just in exchange for a method that could gain more powerful power. But he never thought that the first time he used this method, he would end up dead. At this moment, the only remaining head muttered somewhat dully. The ancient gods are immortal, chaos. Before he finished speaking, Lin Tong's vitality completely dissipated, his soul was shattered, his true spirit was annihilated, and the father of a generation of destiny fell. Before Lu Ju's appearance of the fallen saint fell, a wave of visions of the fallen saint rose up again between heaven and earth to mourn Lin Tong. All this happened so fast that even Lin Tong didn't expect why a master would suddenly appear and kill him in an instant when he was about to reveal his strong power. Zhou Xingdou had a slight smile on his lips. Although he was surprised by Lin Tong's behavior of eating Lu Ju, it did not mean that he would watch quietly when the enemy's small universe was about to explode. Although he had some trouble fighting Lin Tong earlier, that was because Lin Tong could not pose a threat to himself. It doesn't mean that he will let his enemies become stronger. Weak. You just transform, and you create such a huge momentum. Do you really think this is a novel? The law of transformation into invincibility doesn't work in front of you. But at this moment, the system prompt sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, you killed the father of Lin Fan, the son of destiny, and deprived Lin Fan of 2000 qi. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 2000. Zhou Xingdou was also a little confused. He thought that the system was being upgraded, and he would at least have to wait until the upgrade before he could obtain it later, but he never thought that even the luck-depriving function would not be affected during the upgrade. However, I only received one reward, but it was able to eliminate Lin Fan's 2000 qi points. Everything I spent today was worth it. It doesn't matter whether Lin Tong is a lucky person or not. He can't wait until the system upgrade is completed before killing Lin Tong, because there will never be such a good opportunity in the future. And he doesn't have a preference for wearing colored hair. Whether it's because of Lin Fan or Yun Jinji, Lin Tong will definitely die today, and Zhou Xingdou cannot let him live in this world to disgust himself. On the other hand, it was a waste for Lu Ju to be eaten by Lin Tong himself. Originally, he had thought of planting the immortal slave seal for him. After all, a saint was quite valuable. Thinking of this, weak Xingdou took one step forward and came to Princess Iron Fan in an instant. Looking at the pair of frost-edged green-edged swords, he was also amazed. Originally, he had always thought that Princess Iron Fan's only banana fan could be considered a magic weapon, but now it seems that this frost-bladed green-edged sword is also extremely extraordinary, chopping the saint's body like chopping melons and vegetables. Princess Iron Fan also smiled politely and explained. This sword is not a magic weapon, it is just a weapon. It cannot be compared with a banana fan. Zhou Xingdou naturally understood what Princess Iron Fan meant. Journey to the West can only be considered a magic weapon if it joins the ranks of acquired spiritual treasures. But this does not mean that the magic weapons of Frostblade Green Edge Sword and Journey to the West are too powerful, so these weapons appear to be mediocre. But that was a world full of gods and Buddhas. This frost-bladed green-edged sword was not a magic weapon, it was also a fairy blade, equally terrifying. However, Zhou Xingdou is not greedy for his woman's treasures, just like the banana fan. Even though he is indeed greedy, he has never asked Princess Iron Fan for it. However, Zhou Xingdou still hugged Princess Iron Fan and kissed her on her lips. You have done a good job today, so I will reward you. Princess Iron Fan was stunned for a long time, her moist face rose with red clouds, and she whispered softly. This is what slaves should do. Seeing Princess Iron Fan's alluring attitude, Zhou Xingdou wanted to execute her right away. But now was not the time, so I had to kiss him hard for a few more times before I gave up. At this time, he also looked at Lin Tong's broken body. The saint was full of treasures, which could not be easily wasted and naturally could not be abandoned. A saint's body is extremely rare even in the Chuyuan holy state, and may fetch a sky-high price in an auction house. I don't know if Lin Fan would be able to recognize the body of his old father who had been missing for many years if he were asked to participate in the auction, and what his expression would be if he found out. That must have been a lot of fun. Zhou Xingdou smiled when he thought of this, but looking at the dilapidated Lin house, he said to Princess Iron Fan. Restore this area of heaven and earth, otherwise many areas may collapse when the formation is removed. The Holy Realm controls the power of heaven and earth and the power of space, and can repair the broken world. Although it is not easy, it is only within the scope of Linjai, and it is still easy to do it. Of course, it is impossible to restore it to exactly the same as before. The collapsed building needs to be rebuilt. It is just to restore the broken space and collapsed ground. After all, there are many mortals in Lingyan City. Although Zhou Xingdou doesn't care about the lives of these mortals, he still doesn't want to make too much noise. Princess Iron Fan can recover easily, so why not? Princess Iron Fan nodded slightly, and then her green and jade fingers slid. The power of heaven and earth was activated at this moment, and the broken spaces healed as if time went backwards. A powerful burst of vitality burst out at this moment, restoring the collapsed ground, and flowers, plants and trees completed several years of growth in an instant. Zhou Xingdou also casually removed the formation surrounding Yun Jinji's bedroom. Now, only 2 or 3 empty rooms remained in the huge Lin residence. Of course, there is also the maidservant Lin Jai who was placed in the formation by Zhou Xingdou. Yun Jinji will still need servants to serve her in the future, so Zhou Xingdou cannot let Lin Jai and others be annihilated along with their former master. What's more, they are all slaves who have planted the mark of the slaves of the world, and they can also be regarded as their own assets. Although the family has a big business, they must learn to be diligent and frugal, and try not to waste things that are not necessary. But most of the reason is because of Yun Jinji. Although Zhou Xingdou is not a good person, he still feels compassion for his woman. Butler Jin also walked out from the crowd of servants, came to Zhou Xingdou and knelt before Zhou Xingdou, and said with tears of gratitude. The master values the humble slave so much, and the humble slave is ashamed to do so. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly, with extremely indifferent eyes. It was indeed not Butler Jin who blew himself up in front of Lin Tong and Lu Ju. This is why the ancient demon's poison is so rare. This poison can imitate the aura of a humanoid, and even in the holy realm, there is no flaw. It just has a form and no consciousness, so Lin Tong was speechless when he asked, Golden Butler. In fact, the best person to imitate is not Jin Guanjia, but Yun Jinji. But for Zhou Xingdou, even if his woman is fake and just an imitation, he will not allow anyone to defile her. That's why we finally chose to let the ancient demon's poison imitate the image of Butler Jin. As for Lin Fan, Lin Tong had only seen him when he was a baby, and even with the poison of the ancient demon, Lin Tong might not be able to recognize him. Find some craftsmen to restore Lin Mansion. Here are some resources. When Aunt Yun wakes up, you can hand them over to her. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou took out a storage ring and threw it in front of Butler Jin. In fact, Zhou Xingdou's storage ring is not cheap. It is not a defective one that is only a few feet long. The most inferior one in his hand has a space of 100 feet, and it is also worth a lot of money. But he had so many storage rings that couldn't be clamped, and they had no other use except to store things. No matter how many there were, they would be useless. For example, the one he wears on his finger could fit most of the entire Tianwang holy state into it, and there would be no need for other storage rings. Zhou Xingdou didn't intend to wait for Yun Jinji to wake up. After all, he had just killed his ex-husband and he had other things to do. As for the ancient killing formation, Zhou Xingdou did not disarm it, but just asked it to close the formation. After all, once the formation was set, it could no longer be moved. Killing Lin Tong was easier than he thought, and the array still retained a lot of power, enough to activate the ancient killing array again for 3 days. Zhou Xingdou also handed over the method of controlling the formation disc to Butler Jin, who might still be able to use it someday in the future. For this and those resources, consider it as compensation for Yun Jinji. After doing all this, Zhou Xingdou immediately called up Lin Fan's panel. Name: Lin Fan. Qi number: 2999. Favorability: Hatred, Tool Man. Realm: Peak of Enlightenment. Innate luck: Son of Destiny, 6 stars, turning danger into blessing, 5 stars, and the way to death, 4 stars. Luck of the day after tomorrow: The Noble Man in Jade, 4.5 stars, the 3-year promise, 3 stars. System reminder: this child is protected by destiny. The host needs to clear its energy before killing it. After killing it, you can get massive rewards from the system. Now that Lin Tong is killed, Lin Fan's qi will naturally dissipate after his deceased father returns, and his qi number has also dropped from 4,999 to 2,999. However, there is still no guarantee that Lin Fan will be cut off from his fate during the 3-year contract. Zhou Xingdou naturally kept a hand in order to be on the safe side. To be honest, this Jade Nobleman is the most difficult thing to eliminate. In a sense, the personal grandfather is not a separate individual, but an existence attached to Lin Fan. If you want to deal with him, you have to attack Lin Fan directly. However, as Lin Fan is a son of destiny, he is different from those who are lucky. Zhou Xingdou does not dare to act rashly even if his destiny is not cut off. So we can only find another way. Now Lin Tong's corpse is the introduction. I wonder if adding a top-quality holy medicine that can restore the remaining soul can put on a big show for Lin Fan. Thinking about Chu Yu, the destined heroine who was enslaved by his changed destiny, even if Lin Fan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not escape his grasp. Thinking of Zhou Xingdou's cold smile, his day of revenge is not far away. After arranging everything, Zhou Xingdou no longer stayed for a long time. If Lin Fan didn't get rid of him for a day, he could immerse himself in the gentle land with peace of mind. Although Yuan Tian is not here now, Princess Iron Fan is there, so he won't have to rush on his way. However, this also reminds Zhou Xingdou of Huoling Tian's void chariot. The princes of other dynasties are said to walk on a chariot in the void. As the Zan Heavenly Dao sect Dao child, the young master of the Zhou family, only the holy saint moves it for him every day, which somewhat devalues him. Unfortunately, there is indeed no void chariot in the treasury he brought. Now that he has not held the Dao child coronation ceremony, it is too early for Zan Heavenly Dao sect to build the Dao child chariot for himself. He can afford the void chariot, but he doesn't like the void chariot if it's too high. What's more, the ordinary void chariot is really not as effective as moving Princess Iron Fan. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhou Xingdou had returned to Zan Heavenly Dao sect again, but this time he stayed outside Zan Heavenly Dao sect. The place where Chu Yu was once used as a stool. Naturally, he came here to see Chu Yu again. It was already night, and Lin Fan should have brought Chu Yu back to the sect and huddled in the room to practice. Thinking of this week, Xingdou held on to the sound transmission stone that communicated with Chu Yu and transmitted a string of information into it. After all, Chu Yu is different from Yuji in that she can directly transcend everything and move to this place. What's more, she is still at Lin Fan's residence and it may take some time to get out. Taking advantage of his leisure time while waiting, Zhou Xingdou opened the system warehouse. Inside, there were still the Divine Phoenix Elixir and the Thunder Emperor's throne, but after killing Lin Tong, there were 10 more Dragon Elephant Holy Elixirs. Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine, a secret medicine tailor-made for the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power. Taking 1 pill can unlock millions of giant elephant particles. Seeing the introduction of the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine, Zhou Xingdou's eyes brightened slightly. If he had known that he had absorbed the 18 holy thunder tribulations and suffered the thunder and wrath of heaven, he could only develop this body of thousands of giant elephant particles. And this Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine can unlock the power of millions, that is, 100 dragons for yourself. 10 of them are tens of millions of giant elephant particles, directly doubling his supreme brute strength. This is so terrifying. Just now, he can sweep all the enemies under the Holy Realm with his body alone. If it were doubled again, he would not be able to defeat the Holy Realm with his physical body. This almost made Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but take out 10 Dragon Elephant sacred medicines and drink them all in one gulp. But after thinking about it, after all, we are outside the sect, and it takes time to digest the holy medicine. Now is really not the time, so I can only suppress the restlessness in my heart and close the system warehouse. At this moment, a delicate figure appeared in Zhou Xingdou's sight. She was dressed in a brocade dress, with a slender figure and beautiful appearance. She was dressed like a young lady from an aristocratic family, but she still had a humble temperament that was indelible. This woman is also Lin Fan's personal maid, and now Lin Fan's destined heroine, Chuyuan. Even though she is now expelled from her slave status by Lin Fan and treated as an equal lover, her petty temperament as a maid for many years is still hard to change. But it's not Chuyuan's fault. After all, in her previous life, she only washed away her humble temperament 20 years later and became Lin Fan's housekeeper for many years. The moment Chuyuan saw Zhou Xingdou, her bright eyes suddenly trembled, and she quickly knelt down on the ground and said with excitement, "Slave, please pay homage to your master." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly. Now, influenced by the destiny of the heroine, Chuyuan's all-changing slave mark has been resolved. However, although the slave mark is removed, the thought that has been subtly crucified is difficult to change. At least such a short period of time will not waver Chuyuan's loyalty. However, Zhou Xingdou was still a little worried. Thinking of what happened here last time, his silvery white eyes filled with purple energy condensed and he said lightly to Chuyuan who was kneeling down, "I'm a little tired from standing here." When Chuyuan heard this, not only did she not show any displeasure, but a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, and she quickly crawled behind Zhou Xingdou. The embroidered floral dress that Lin Fan spent a lot of money to buy and carefully selected as a gift for her was now stained by the dust and dirt on the ground and became a little messy. But she didn't care. She straightened her slender willow waist and said with a bright face, "Master, please take a seat, Chuyuan can't wait any longer." Zhou Xingdou has been observing Chuyuan's micro-expressions, his pupils taking in Chuyuan's every muscle, every breath, and the movement of every meridian. After confirming that Chuyuan really didn't have any disguise, Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly and sat on Chuyuan's back. The palm of his hand also touched Chuyuan's head lovingly and praised, "Chuyuan, you are the most comfortable stool I have ever sat on." Using people as a stool can only be done by Zhou Xingdou, who is a little bit perverted. But when he thought that the person sitting now was the heroine of destiny whom Lin Fan loved so much, Zhou Xingdou couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Being praised by Zhou Xingdou, Chuyuan showed enthusiasm and excitement. Being able to become the master's stool is a blessing that Chuyuan has cultivated for hundreds of years. Chuyuan can't wait to serve his master every day. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou changed the subject and asked calmly, "How did you complete the task assigned to you?" "Master, don't worry, that beast Lin Fan is like a licking dog, wandering around the slaves all day long. Today he confessed his love to the slave in Washanju, but master, don't worry, the slave will not even let him touch such a disgusting person, the slave only belongs to the master." Chuyuan showed disgust when talking about Lin Fan, but she quickly proved her innocence to Zhou Xingdou, fearing that Zhou Xingdou might misunderstand something. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but smile, rubbed his chin and said, "Oh, Lin Fan confessed his love to you." Chuyuan immediately felt a little unsteady and said with some nausea, "Yes, master. Today, that beast didn't know who he borrowed the spirit stone from. He actually arranged a banquet in Huishan residence, gave the slave a treasure, knelt down on one knee and confessed his love to the slave. The slave was so disgusted that he almost died. Eat in." Lin Fan didn't have Zhou Xingdou's support in this life. With his current financial resources, he really couldn't afford these things, so he probably had to ask Yuji to borrow the money. But this also made Zhou Xingdou curious. "What treasure did I give you?" Chuyuan immediately took out a blue long sword from the storage ring. Zhou Xingdou took the long sword and after taking a look, he found that it was indeed a treasure, and a top-quality treasure. A top-quality treasure is enough to attract a group of perfect beings to fight for it, even princes are no exception. Moreover, this cyan long sword is indeed very delicate. The slender blade is engraved with beautiful patterns, and the hollow scabbard makes this long sword look very high-end. There is a ruby inlaid in the sword grid, and the hilt is wrapped with ice silk and connected with a wisp of green and red sword spikes. It is hard for a woman not to like it after seeing it. It can be seen that Lin Fan put a lot of effort into selecting this sword and spent a lot of money. I am afraid he is already heavily in debt. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh. A very beautiful sword. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou's hands, as clear as white jade, held the sword blade that flashed with cold light, and continued. "It's a pity it's too weak." After saying that, he clenched his palm fiercely, and the terrifying power of 1,000 dragons surged forward. The magnificent and exquisite long sword, a top-grade treasure, was instantly squeezed by the supreme brute force. After a crisp sword cry, it suddenly turned into a ball of powder. The sword's powder was floating in the air, shining with little bits of light under the moonlight, which was really beautiful. The long sword shattered, but Chuyuan did not show any sadness. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xingdou with a feverish face and said, "Master, you are so powerful, the best treasures are like dead wood in your hands. These powders are so beautiful. Are they a gift from you to this slave?" At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also stood up from Chuyuan's jade back, and suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand. However, the whole body of this sword is red, as if wrapped in divine flames, and the sword grid is more like a fire lotus. It is more exquisite than the cyan long sword given by Lin Fan. "Your master, I am not as stingy as Lin Fan. This red lotus sword is a divine weapon. If I destroy your treasure, I will give you a divine weapon in return." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou helped Chuyuan up from the ground and put the red lotus into her hands that were now covered with dust. Zhou Xingdou doesn't care about a magic weapon. With his current height, he can only educate but not bully his slaves. Chuyuan took the red lotus sword and felt the hot and rich divine power on it. Joy, obsession, emotion, and admiration were mixed in her eyes, and her eyes filled with tears for a while. "How can a slave be so virtuous that his master treat me so well? I will never be able to repay him for eternity. The difference between a treasure and a magic weapon is like a will-o'-the-wisp and a Ferrari, even worse. Even if this Ferrari is ugly as shit, it is countless times better than a carefully modified will-o'-the-wisp." What's more, the red lotus sword was given by Zhou Xingdou. To Chuyuan, Lin Fan's carefully prepared top-quality treasure has no law manifestation to compare with the red lotus sword. Comparing the two is an insult to the red lotus sword. Zhou Xingdou looked at Chuyuan, who had tears in his eyes, raised her chin with his long and clean fingers, and said in a low and magnetic voice, "Then do the master a favor." Chuyuan immediately cheered up, wiped her tears, and said with determination, "The master can do anything the slave can do, even if it means killing the slave, he will never hesitate." Zhou Xingdou's eyes were filled with purple energy, and Feng Shen's handsome face looked a little strange at this moment, and he said slowly like a devil that bewitches people's hearts, "I'm not willing to let you die, but I want you to suffer some injustice. But don't worry, only I can touch you." Infected by Zhou Xingdou's aura, Chuyuan's eyes were blurred and obsessed. Her legs and feet went weak and she fell into Zhou Xingdou's arms. "As long as I am the master, I am willing to do anything." Zhou Xingdou was looking in the direction of Chuyuan Peak at this moment. His true eyes looked through everything at Lin Fan, and whispered in his heart, "Lin Fan, are you ready to feel despair?" Zan Heavenly Tao Sect. Chuyuan Peak. The residence of true disciples. Following the purple energy rising from the rising sun, Lin Fan completed his final breath and woke up from his cultivation state. In the past few days, he had neglected his cultivation because of Chuyuan, otherwise he would have broken through to the realm of condensing consciousness. However, in his opinion, the peak level of enlightenment is enough, and Lu Yanran is only in the realm of condensing consciousness now. With his own fighting strength and trump cards, he has no worries about the upcoming 3-year contract. Unless Lu Yanran cheats, he will win by then. Moreover, he also has a feeling that as long as he beats Lu Yanran during the 3-year appointment, he will soar into the sky. Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled, stood up from the bed, and shouted several times to the door. Autumn rain. But what was abnormal was that Chuyuan did not push the door in as usual, which made him feel nervous. He quickly opened the door and came to the living room, but still did not find any trace of Chuyuan. For Lin Fan, Chuyuan is now his most important person. Not being around for a moment makes him anxious, as if something has been lost. But even if he searched the entire residence, Chuyuan was nowhere to be seen in the entire area where the true disciples lived. And just when he didn't know what to do, Yuji's charming figure appeared in front of him, looking at him with some confusion and said, "Lin Fan, what are you looking for?" The appearance of Yuji immediately made Lin Fan's eyes light up, as if he saw a savior, and he said quickly, "Sister Yu." Chuyuan suddenly disappeared, "Please help me look for it." Being called, "Sister Yu," by Lin Fan, Yuji's eyes showed a hint of disgust that was not easy to detect, but she still closed her eyes to investigate, and then said to Lin Fan. There is no breath of Chuyuan in Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Lin Fan suddenly felt flustered when he heard this, and his panic was evident in his words. Nothing will happen to her. Has she been captured by someone? Seeing Lin Fan looking like this, Yuji frowned and said. Don't think too much, this is the Jushuan peak of the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Even the Supreme doesn't dare to come here to kidnap people. I'm afraid they are out of the sect to buy something. Yuji's words immediately made Lin Fan feel more at ease. After all, this was the Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. Whoever had the ability to kidnap people here silently could kidnap a true servant. What's more, he really doesn't have any enemies in the sect. What's more, since he was promoted to the true inheritance by Zhou Xingdou, the whole sect knows that he is the current Dao child, so there is no reason for anyone to do anything to Chuyu. Maybe Chuyu really went out to buy something. After all, she expressed her feelings to Chuyu yesterday. Maybe she just wanted to prepare something for herself today. Thinking of this, Lin Fan completely calmed down and even showed a gentle smile. But at this moment, Yuji interrupted his fantasy. You asked me to investigate the medicine to restore the power of the soul before, and now I have found it. Lin Fan suddenly became energetic, touched the jade pendant on his chest involuntarily, and asked hurriedly. Where is it? What level of medicine is it? Yuji also noticed Lin Fan's movements, but didn't pay attention to it and said indifferently. There is an auction in Tianchuan City today, and the finale is the ultimate holy medicine, 3-life resurrection lotus. Before Lin Fan could say anything, the remnant soul in his jade exclaimed in his mind. 3-life resurrection lotus. Boy, I must get these 3-life reviving lotus. If I can get this medicine, I can definitely repair the remaining soul. Lin Fan frowned. It wasn't that he wanted it, but the holy medicine was so precious, not to mention it was the best holy medicine to repair the soul. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold it. What's more, the squandering money he spent with Chuyu in the past few days to buy the top-grade treasure sword has already put him in debt. How can he win the top-grade holy medicine? Yuji seemed to notice Lin Fan's embarrassment. After recalling Zhou Xingdou's instructions, she took the initiative and said. I know you are tight on money, but unfortunately I have exhausted all my resources by breaking through to the Holy Saint recently, and I lent the remaining spiritual stones to you a few days ago. As you spoke, Yuji took out a low-level storage ring and continued. But I told Dao Child about this, and Dao Child asked me to hand over this storage ring to you. I also checked and found that this storage ring is full of high-grade spiritual stones, and the total number exceeds 1 million, it's probably not a big problem to get the holy medicine. After saying that, Yuji did not approach Lin Fan, but took a few steps back and directly threw the storage ring in her hand to Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly caught the storage ring and after examining it, his eyes shone. Thank you Sister Yu. Yuji's face was expressionless, her charming face was a little cold at this moment. Thank you Dao Child. I'll go to Heavenly Origin City first. Don't delay and hurry over. Otherwise, if you miss this time, it may be difficult to get the holy medicine to repair the soul in the future. After saying that, Yuji ignored Lin Fan and disappeared in an instant. Lin Fan also withdrew from the joy. He found that since Yuji broke through to the Holy Saint, she had become much indifferent to him. He used to call him brother, but now he calls him by his first name, and he wears clothes faster and faster, and even resists being approached. Moreover, Yuji could take him directly to Heavenly Origin City, but she had to go there separately from her. This made Lin Fan feel dissatisfied with Yuji, feeling that she had broken through the realm and took him seriously. Thinking of this, Lin Fan squeezed the storage ring in his hand and whispered fiercely. Bitch, sooner or later I will make you kneel at my feet with the second-generation ancestor. But she really couldn't miss the 3-life resurrection lotus. After all, his remnant soul ancestor was of great use to her. Being able to repair this remnant soul will provide him with more powerful power, which will help him a lot in the future. At this moment, the voice of the remnant soul also sounded in his ears again. As long as my soul is restored to integrity, I will be able to remember more secrets. By then, your damaged origin may be restored, making you even stronger. Lin Fan also restrained his ruthlessness and said respectfully to the remnant soul. Ancestor, don't worry, you are my ancestor. Even if you can't make me stronger, restoring your soul is what Lin Fan should do. But he actually had some precautions in his heart. Even if he got the 3-life reviving lotus, he would not be able to use it to his ancestors right away. Because if this remnant soul recovers too much and tries to seize Lin Fan's body, it will be almost difficult to resist given Lin Fan's current state. At least he has to wait until he gathers his sea of consciousness and has some resistance to the power of the soul before he can let this remnant soul use the 3-life resurrection lotus. What's more, he will have to pay millions of spiritual stones. If the remaining soul doesn't pay some price, he wants to use the 3-life soul returning lotus in vain. How can it be such a good thing? When the 3-life resurrection lotus is obtained, Lin Fan will definitely squeeze out the remaining soul, at least drain it of the secret skills in his hand, and then consider it for recovery. It's just that Lin Fan can't make it obvious now, but he has many ways to make this ancestor hand over everything on his own initiative. Thinking of this, Lin Fan smiled knowingly and headed towards Tianchuan City without stopping. Tianchuan City is the largest city in Tianchuan Holy State, and its size is comparable to 10 Aura cities. Because it is close to Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, and the disciples of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect are basically active in this city, the prosperity of the city is unmatched by other big cities. There are countless merchants and sellers in the city, some of them are absolute beginning Dao realm independent cultivator, and there are also many other powerful people. 3 steps, 1 life, 5 steps, 1 perfected being. There are naturally no sects in Tianchuan City, but there are 3 major families standing side by side, and they all have a close relationship with Zhan Tianli Dao sect. The Fang family, where Judian Peak's chief disciple Fang Tianyang belongs, is one of these 3 major families. The other 2 families are, one is the Ning family of Jushuan Peak elder Ning Yez, and the other is the Li family. Many of the people from these 3 families are members of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, and they have provided Zhan Heavenly Dao sect with many talents from generation to generation. In a sense, they are also affiliated with Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. There is no city lord's palace in the entire Tianchuan city. It is usually run by the Fang family, the Ning family, and the Li family. Only the Heavenly Dao sect will make decisions on some important matters. The one holding the auction today is the Li family, one of the 3 major families. Because Tianchuan City was not far away, Lin Fan did not take long to enter Tianchuan City. He has brought Chuyu here a lot in the past few days. He is quite familiar with Tianchuan City. The Li family auction house is located in the core of Tianchuan City. It is a 100-foot attic. It is very gorgeous and conspicuous, so it is not difficult to find it, arrive. However, even though Lin Fan had been in Tianchuan City for a long time, he still hadn't seen Yuji show up. Fortunately, the spirit stone had been directly given to Lin Fan, which did not delay his participation in the auction. His identity as the true successor of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect was enough to enter the auction house without being blocked from the door, otherwise Lin Fan would probably have to curse a few times. As for Zhou Xingdou, who had disappeared for a long time, he was currently sitting on the top floor of the 100-foot attic, and beside him was a thin middle-aged man, who was gingerly serving him tea. Zhou Xingdou casually took the tea and took a sip. After glancing at the thin middle-aged man with his purple and silver eyes, he said in a cold voice like a cold pond. Master Li, you should understand what I mean by Dao child. This thin middle-aged man is none other than Li Weiyuan, the current head of the Li family, one of the 3 major families in Tianchuan City. This name, even if placed in the entire Tianchuan Holy State, can be said to be famous and powerful, and it is called Li Killing Saint. That emaciated figure, carrying hundreds of thousands of dead souls, each one a monk's order, made the Li family the most difficult to mess with among the 3 major families in Tianchuan City. But even such a vicious person was not qualified to sit side by side in front of Zhou Xingdou. He could only serve tea and pour water cautiously on the side with a look of flattery on his face. Li Weiyuan's sinister eyes were full of flattery at this moment, and he quickly assured. Don't worry, Dao child, everything is arranged by Li personally and there will never be any accidents. Zhou Xingdou nodded lightly, but at this moment, he suddenly felt something. There was a hint of amusement on that handsome face that looked like a celestial being, and he said slowly. It's almost time to start. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou suddenly transformed, and his extraordinary and heroic punishing Thunder Emperor armor turned into a fat and tacky gold robe. The whole person suddenly swelled and became obese, and the skin that was originally as flawless and fair as jade also became a little darker. All the features of that handsome face were hidden, and the edges and corners were smoothed by the filling of fat. The purple aura of the real eyes disappeared, and the silver eyes changed, turning into a pair of slightly obscene and squinting eyes. In just an instant, Zhou Xingdou transformed into a greasy, fat, middle-aged man. His once unattainable temperament also turned into a vicious and cunning one. Zhou Xingdou looked at his now fat palms and was very satisfied with his changes. After all, this is a one-to-one replica of the wretched men in the Thunder Sword anime from the previous life. Even just looking at it makes people disgusted. Let's put it this way, if Zhou Xingdou encounters someone like this, he will definitely kill him without any trouble, so as not to worry about it. However, it was not him who was troubled today, but Lin Fan. Zhou Xingdou stood up with his bloated body, looked at Li Huayuan and said, "What do you think, Master Li?" Faced with Zhou Xingdou's appearance, Li Huayuan was satisfied with calling him handsome without conscience. Dao Child's transformation technique is truly the pinnacle of perfection. Even Li didn't see any flaws in it. In fact, this transformation technique is not without leakage. Once you use your hands or suffer damage, this transformation will be broken immediately. However, this level of change is enough to deal with Lin Fan and his old grandfather who carries around his soul. Zhou Xingdou moved his bloated body at this moment, and the layers of fat continued to tremble, and he sneered. "Now you should call me Lao Wang." At the same time, Lin Fan also successfully entered the auction house. Perhaps because of his true identity, he was not placed in an ordinary seat, but in a stand with upper seats. Lin Fan sat on a soft stool, overlooking the crowded seats below, and an indescribable feeling of superiority came to his heart. But at this moment, an extremely fat middle-aged man in a gold robe walked up to the stand opposite him. This made Lin Fan's good mood disappear immediately. For some reason, this middle-aged man made his senses very uncomfortable. Moreover, this person was sitting opposite Lin Fan. Unless he closed his eyes, as long as he looked at the auction table, he could catch a glimpse of a lewd smile on his greasy face, which made Lin Fan feel uneasy. However, the fat middle-aged man was still polite. When he noticed Lin Fan looking at him, he slightly arched his hands towards Lin Fan. Even though Lin Fan had a very bad impression of this person, he was probably not ordinary enough to sit in this high-ranking position, so he politely returned the greeting. At the same time, a solemn old man walked onto the auction stage, glanced at the packed crowd, and said loudly, "Now that everyone has arrived, I announce that the auction will begin." As he spoke, several pretty women walked up to the auction stage holding a tray wrapped in red cloth. The old man also stepped forward and lifted up the red cloth to reveal a pill. "This is the first item to be auctioned today, King Grade Treasure Pill, 8 Yuan Leak Repair Pill. As for its function, I don't need to say more. The starting price is 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones is equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. This is just the starting price, but even so, as soon as this elixir came out, someone at the auction seat took a fancy to it and made a direct bid. I will offer 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. 6,000. 8,000. Lin Fan originally wanted to fight for it, but after all, the 8 Yuan leak repairing pill is a pill that repairs the foundation, and it is suitable for him now. But looking at the rising price, he finally endured it. After all, his goal today was the 3-life resurrection lotus. Although he had millions of high-grade spiritual stones, he did not dare to squander it easily. In the end, the 8 Yuan leak repairing pill was bought away with 12,000 high-grade spiritual stones by an old man in the Divine King realm. Lin Fan was excited about the 8 items in a row. Each item was what he needed, but he had to look at it for the sake of the 3-life reviving lotuses. And he also discovered that the fat man opposite didn't seem to be bidding, and he didn't bid from the beginning to the end. Now the auction was coming to an end, which made Lin Fan a little worried. After all, although this fat man is a bit wretched, he looks like a wealthy person at first glance. It is impossible for him to attend the auction for no reason just to look at it. Naturally, he is here for the auction items. I'm afraid he's a strong rival for the 3-life resurrecting lotus. The fat man opposite was naturally transformed into Zhou Xingdou, and he specially prepared this auction for Lin Fan. He provided all the auction items, including the 3-life resurrection lotus. The first 8 items are just makeup, and the last 3 items are the highlight. After the 8th auction item was sent away, the voice of the old man presiding over the auction sounded again. Next, please present our 9th item for auction, the remains of the saint. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a corpse was carried onto the auction stage. The corpse's head and body were separated. Even though it was dead, it still retained a strong holy will. Everyone present was amazed at the remains of the saint. There is no need to say more about how difficult it is to kill someone in the holy realm, and it is even more rare to have such a complete body. At this moment, even the strong man who originally only came to the auction to fight the autumn wind couldn't help but cheer up and looked directly at the remains of the saint. The old man looked around, pointed at the saint's body and said, "This saint's remains are extraordinary. People here can probably tell that this saint's holy charm has reached its peak. He was killed when he was about to break through to the holy level. It is definitely not an ordinary corpse." Lin Fan was also restrained by the work of the Li family auction house at this moment. The saint's body could be put up for auction, which was not unreasonable. But at this moment, his ancestors' furious words rang in his ears. "Damn it, this man is of the Lin family's blood, he is the saint of the Lin family." This immediately stunned Lin Fan. The blood of the Lin family. Isn't that his relative? But before he could recover, he heard the fat middle-aged man opposite say again, "My little friend, that saint's body looks very much like you." As soon as these words came out, most people in the auction turned their eyes to Lin Fan, and then turned to the saint's body. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "It's true, my son and I are not as similar as the two of them." People around me immediately joked, "I suggest you check your bloodline carefully." Lin Fan also immediately looked at the saint's body, and a feeling of blood connection came to his heart. Then he looked at the head, and was once again stunned. Because this face is 70% similar to his own, but he is a middle-aged boy. The fat man in gold robe suddenly laughed like thunder and said, "Ha ha ha ha, little friend, that can't be your biological father." The words, "Daddy," woke Lin Fan out of his daze, and the memory that was so long ago that it was about to dissipate came to mind at this moment. That was his father Lin Tong, looking at him with a loving face, and said softly, "Just call him Lin Fan." And that face in the memory overlapped with the dead and ferocious corpse at this moment, and an extreme grief broke out in his heart, making him tremble all over. But no one cared about his current mood. The old man who was carrying him just glanced at Lin Fan lightly, and then continued. "As for the wonderful uses of the saint's body, I don't need to say much. Whether it is used as medicine, refining weapons, or making puppets, it is an excellent material. The starting price is 300,000 high-grade spiritual stones." The starting price of 300,000 yuan made the people at the auction agitated again, not because the price was expensive but because it was too cheap. Even if it were doubled again, 600,000 high-grade spiritual stones would be considered a bargain. Even the most ordinary saint's body would cost 800,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This also made many people who came to watch the excitement unable to sit still, and they were all ready to bid for it. However, the first bidder was indeed Zhou Xingdou. "It will be very comfortable to use the saint's body refined into a toilet. I will pay you 600,000 spiritual stones." The first bid doubled the reserve price, and everyone couldn't help but focus their attention on Zhou Xingdou, but when they saw the man's greasy and wretched appearance, they looked disgusted. But this move immediately made many people give up. After all, 600,000 high-grade spiritual stones, even if they are not expensive for the saint's body, are not something that ordinary people can afford. 800,000. A mournful cry rang out, and Lin Fan's fists were clenched by his fists. 2 lines of tears were shed, but he stared at Zhou Xingdou with a fierce look in his eyes. He has confirmed that the saint's body is his father, Lin Tong, who has been missing for many years. As for Zhou Xingdou's insulting remarks just now, he felt extremely sad and angry. If the Li family hadn't been difficult to offend, he would have stepped forward to tear Zhou Xingdou to pieces now. When Zhou Xingdou saw Lin Fan actually asking for 800,000 yuan, he immediately pretended to be surprised, and then laughed at Lin Fan and said, "Ha ha ha ha, it seems he is really your biological father." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou's fat face changed with a look of contempt. "But you, a poor guy, also want to fight with me. I have to accept your father's toilet, otherwise I won't be able to poop at night." 900,000. This sentence of 900,000 yuan directly turned off those who were still eager to try. The price was increased 3 times to 900,000 high-grade spiritual stones, which directly exceeded the total amount of some people. Lin Fan's ears also heard the shouts of his ancestors. "Boy, you are crazy. Don't forget that you are here for the three-life resurrection lotus today. Even if this person is your father, he is already dead. Lin Fan was also swayed by the price of 900,000 yuan, and the spiritual stone Zhou Xingdou gave him was only 120,000 to 300,000 yuan. If he continued to increase the price, he might be able to take a photo of his father's body, but the starting price of the three-life resurrection lotus might not be enough. But that's me. Boy, dead people cannot be resurrected. Even if you take pictures, it will be useless. But if you get the three-life resurrecting lotus, I can provide you with more powerful power. Then I can take back your father's body. What's more, your father abandoned you and your mother when he was born. You haven't even seen him a few times, so there is no need to feel sad about it. Quote. Lin Fan also fell silent and stopped bidding. He just looked at Zhou Xingdou fiercely, with resentment in his eyes almost overflowing. Who are you? Do you dare to tell me your name? Zhou Xingdou straightened his fat body, shook his waist, and laughed wildly. I am your mother's lover and your wild father. Zhou Xingdou, who has now changed his appearance, can be said to be letting himself go, constantly provoking Lin Fan with words, and he feels extremely happy in his heart. This immediately aroused Lin Fan's anger. His weak aura at the peak of enlightenment rose and he shouted angrily. You wanna die? But at this moment, the old man on the auction stage burst out with divine King Qi and rushed straight towards Lin Fan, making him feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain. This is Chuyuan City, the Li family's auction house. If you want to take action, consider whether you have the strength. Lin Fan clenched his fists so tightly that his nails had already penetrated into the flesh, and drops of blood dripped from the tips of his fists, but in the end he had no choice but to sit down honestly. He is not afraid of the Li family, but if he is disqualified from bidding because of his actions, the three-life resurrection lotus will really have no chance. A small impatience will ruin a big plan. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Lin Fan kept comforting himself and closed his eyes directly, no longer looking at Zhou Xingdou who was making insulting moves towards him. In his last life, he clearly hated Zhou Xingdou, but he could withstand it for 20 years and only killed Zhou Xingdou when he was no longer of use, which proved his endurance. Zhou Xingdou naturally didn't think that just Lin Tong's body could make Lin Fan break through and run away. After all, based on his understanding of Lin Fan, if he hadn't verbally attacked him, this beast might not have been impulsive just now. But the real show is yet to come, and this is just the appetizer. After seeing that the situation was stable, the old man on the auction stage asked. 900,000 spiritual stones, are there any bidders? Seeing that there was no good show, everyone started to bid. After all, this saint's body was of the highest quality. Even if it cost 1 million high-grade spiritual stones, it would not be a loss. 910,000. 950,000. 980,000. Seeing Lin Fan closing his eyes, Zhou Xingdou stopped raising the price crazily, and finally paid 1.08 million high-grade spirit stones to buy back the saint's body that he had originally put up for auction. The auction house also had Lin Tong's body delivered to the stand where Zhou Xingdou was. But Lin Tong's body was spread out in front of Zhou Xingdou's feet as a footpad, while his head was placed on the railing. Those unblinking eyes were looking straight at Lin Fan across from him. As soon as Lin Fan opened his eyes, he would look back at his ghost father, which made him feel the father's love he lacked when he was young. Now that the saint's body was auctioned, the old man who presided over the auction spoke again. The next thing is the finale of this auction, but it cannot be said to be an object. It should be said to be a living person. As he said that, the auctioneer pushed up a cage wrapped in red cloth from below. Lin Fan also opened his eyes at this moment, but when he opened his eyes, he saw his own father's head staring straight at him. This scene almost stopped him from breathing, but for the sake of the three-life resurrection lotus, he once again suppressed the anger in his heart. In his eyes, the fat man opposite him already had a way to kill him, and he would kill him from now on. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's mood eased a lot. Mentally, he had won. When the auction was over, he would ask the Li family, as Zan Heavenly Dao sect, where he got his father's body, and the dead body. The identity of the fat man. At this moment, he also returned his attention to the auction table. In front of this final object was the remains of a saint, and behind it was the three-life resurrection lotus. It was probably no ordinary object, and he was very curious about what it was. I saw the old man in charge of the auction walking towards the cage. The entire auction house looked at the cage curiously. It was further back than the saint's body. It was still a living person. Could it be that he was a living saint? Just when everyone was curious, the old man opened the red cloth on the cage, revealing the delicate figure inside. This is a beautiful woman with a slender figure and fair skin. She is wearing a brocade dress, but the brocade dress is dirty. Her delicate face was full of fear, and her whole body was shaking as if she had encountered a great terror. She huddled in the corner of the cage and watched everything in horror. But there were voices of dissatisfaction in the audience. Is there any mistake, a woman in the physical state? Aside from her good looks, how can this woman be regarded as the finale? Did your Li family auction house make a mistake? Damn it, a woman with such a level of cultivation still needs to use spiritual stones to auction off a lot of them outside. But unlike everyone's dissatisfaction, when Lin Fan saw this figure, his heart suddenly felt cramped, his face turned pale, his breathing became rapid, and his pupils trembled. Zhou Xingdou had already focused all his attention on Lin Fan, observing his expression carefully. He had been waiting for this scene for a long time. Everyone, I can only say that this girl has a big secret, and she is absolutely worth every penny. The starting price is also 300,000 high-grade spiritual stones. But Lin Fan stood up at this moment. The person in this cage was none other than Chuyuan, who he had searched through Junjuan's residence in the morning but could not find. Looking at his beloved who was imprisoned in a cage for others to buy at auction, Lin Fan felt his chest become clogged, and a feeling of sadness mixed with extreme anger surged into his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. Lin Fan stood on the stand, his eyes turned scarlet, and his whole person exuded strong murderous intent, and he shouted sternly like a rampaging cub. How dare you auction her? Lin Fan's voice resounded throughout the auction house. This time, Zhou Xingdou didn't need to say anything, but a man from the noble realm world said dissatisfiedly. Why are you shouting so loudly? Isn't it your father just now and now your daughter-in-law? At this time, Chuyuan in the cage was also attracted by the sound. When he saw tears falling from Lin Fan's bright eyes, he immediately grabbed the cage emotionally and shouted sadly to Lin Fan. Master, please save Chuyuan. Lin Fan's face was distorted, and endless sadness and anger bloomed in his heart. Li family, you kidnapped the true followers of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect and put them up for auction. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of Tianwei? This time was different from Lin Tong's corpse. After all, Lin Fan had disappeared not long after he was born. The two had blood ties, but not much emotion. But Chuyuan is different. She grew up with him like a sister and a servant. Now she has fallen in love with Chuyuan and believes that Chuyuan is her true destiny. But just when the two were about to achieve perfection, his true love was auctioned off as an item, so how could he calm down? As soon as Lin Fan said this, the people present started making noises in shock. The person who kidnapped Zhan Heavenly Dao sect also put it up for auction. This was no small matter, it was equivalent to slapping Zhan Heavenly Dao sect in the face. Even if the Li family is like a subsidiary of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, they must give Zhan Heavenly Dao sect a reasonable explanation, otherwise they will have to bear Zhan Heavenly Dao sect's thunderous wrath. At this time, the expression of the old man on the auction stage turned gloomy, and his murderous eyes focused on Lin Fan. Little friend, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. We have a slave contract with this girl, and she is not the true follower of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless. The people in the audience started to discuss each other one by one. The Li family relied on Zhan Heavenly Dao sect to make its fortune. Many members of the family work in Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. How could they do such a stupid thing and cut off their foundation? Yes, no matter how stupid the Li family is, they can't do such a thing. Even if they did, how could they be stupid enough to put people up for auction? Lin Fan did not show any timidity towards the old man's threat and gritted his teeth and said, "The true followers are all recorded in the sect, do you think you can hide it from the truth?" But at this moment, a sudden sound of bidding broke the confrontation. The starting price is 300,000 yuan, right? I think the girl looks pretty good, so I'll use her whole house as a housewife. I'll pay 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The bidder was also the wretched Uncle Zhou Xingdou transformed into. As he spoke, he licked his lips with his tongue and looked at Chuyuan in the cage with a lustful look on his face. Lin Fan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and shouted angrily. Beast, you are looking for death. Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan took a step forward. At this moment, his 360 orifices were operated to the extreme, and he jumped up and rushed towards the opposite stand. Seeing Lin Fan coming towards him, Zhou Xingdou did not hide, but leisurely kicked Lin Tong's body at his feet. Before Lin Fan could get close to Zhou Xingdou's stand, a huge suction force came from behind, pulling him back from Zhou Xingdou's body. This made Lin Fan extremely angry, and he quickly looked back, only to find that Yu Ji had appeared behind him at some point, looking at him with cold eyes. The situation was urgent at this moment. Lin Fan didn't even notice the cold look in Yu Ji's eyes. As if he saw a savior, his anger dissipated and he hurriedly said, "Elder Yu Chuyu has been kidnapped by the Li family, please save her. He is just a true disciple and does not have any real power in Zon Heavenly Dao sect, nor can he represent Zon Heavenly Dao sect. And Yu Ji is the elder of Jushuan Peak, and she even knows that Chuyu is her follower, and the Li family has no way of denying her." But Yu Ji's expression remained unchanged and she said coldly, "I have already checked. Chuyu quit Zon Heavenly Dao sect yesterday. Now she is indeed not a member of Zon Heavenly Dao sect." Hearing this, Lin Fan's pupils trembled, his brain buzzed, and he went blank. He froze on the spot and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How is it possible?" Zhou Xingdou smiled at the corner of his mouth at this moment. If he wanted to do it, how could he leave any loopholes? He had informed Zon about this matter and no one in Heavenly Dao sect would care about it. Chuyu had also been removed from the list. Even if Lin Fan wanted to use Zon Heavenly Dao sect's power to save Chuyu, he would not be able to borrow half of it. Seeing Lin Fan's appearance, Yu Ji secretly cursed a piece of trash in her heart and said lightly, "The Li family has a lot of influence in the sect. Even I, the elder, can't interfere. Now that Dao Child is out and away, if you want to save Chuyu, you can only auction it normally." The host of the auction house naturally knew Yu Ji, so he didn't say anything more, but hit the hammer, with a bit of coldness still remaining in his words. Lao Wang next door offered 500,000 yuan, will anyone increase the price? Everyone in the audience looked at each other in confusion. Being disturbed by Lin Fan, they couldn't understand the situation. What's more, a woman in the physical state was not worth 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This also made them guess who the old Wang next door was, and his actions were so arrogant and inhumane. Lin Fan looked at Chuyu again, who was like a wounded cub in the cage. A sense of powerlessness arose in him, making him extremely uncomfortable. Even his bid sounded like a low roar. 600,000. At this moment, his ancestor's scolding sounded again in his ears. "Lin Fan, are you going to miss my important event for a maid?" This scolding completely detonated Lin Fan. At this moment, he no longer used his mind to talk to his ancestors and shouted directly. "Roll." Now Chuyu's significance to him has long gone beyond the scope of a maid, and her status in his heart has even surpassed that of the remnant soul in the jade pendant. The remnant soul in the jade also had to surrender. "Lin Fan, I'm begging you, ancestor, as long as I get the 3 life reviving lotus, I will definitely help you take back Chuyu. Don't let a small thing cost the big." After hearing Lin Fan's loud shout, Zhou Xingdou continued to bid leisurely. "You have more money than I do. 700,000. Quote. Lin Fan glared at Zhou Xingdou, his scarlet eyes bursting with endless killing intent. At this moment, he directly blocked the words of his ancestors, gritted his teeth and continued to quote. 1 million. So many people caused a commotion in the auction house. How could a woman in the physical state auction millions of high-grade spiritual stones? The price was already close to the remains of a saint. At this moment, some people were laughing in their hearts, some were exclaiming, and some were already considering whether to put their wife and daughter up for auction. But Lin Fan's offer directly angered his ancestors who were still trying to persuade him. "Very good, Lin Fan, ancestor, I am so blind that I recognized a loser like you." Zhou Xingdou was a little surprised by Lin Fan's bid. He didn't expect that Lin Fan would go so far for Chuyu. If 1 million high-grade spiritual stones were sold, Lin Fan would basically be disqualified from auctioning the 3 life resurrection lotus. But true love cannot stop Zhou Xingdou's behavior, and even makes him more excited. 1,300,000. This price basically eliminated Lin Fan's room for bidding. After all, the spiritual stone he gave Lin Fan to survive was only 1.3 million. But Lin Fan didn't stop bidding. He stared at Zhou Xingdou with murderous eyes. In his heart, he had tortured Zhou Xingdou's changed body 1,000 times. After being silent for a while, he gritted his teeth and shouted. 1,500,000. Zhou Xingdou was neither angry nor angry. He understood that Lin Fan definitely did not have 1.5 million high-grade spiritual stones. He casually looked at the auction table and said, "President Li, could this kid be the one hired by your Li family? I now very much suspect that he is driving up prices, and there is no way he can afford that many spiritual stones." Host Li on the auction stage also understood what Zhou Xingdou meant, and immediately called the person who was going to verify the capital for admission. After questioning, he looked at Lin Fan with a cold face. "Little friend, you only brought 1.3 million high-grade spirit stones today, how can you offer a high price of 1.5 million? Lin Fan was not afraid if he was exposed, but instead threatened with a fierce look on his face. "You Li family should think carefully. I am Zhou Dao Child, the true successor of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect, the registered disciple of Luoxia Sword Immortal." Normally, the Li family would have given Lin Fan a face with his multiple identities and would not pursue it too much. But today the Li family knows better that the person bidding against Lin Fan is the current Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect Dao Child, the first disciple of the Luoxia Sword Immortal. There is no need to say who is more important. It's not that I don't respect Zhou Dao Child, it's just that I don't trust Zhou Dao Child's men, and I can't even prove that I have 1.5 million spiritual stones. What's more, I have never heard of Luoxia Sword Immortal having a second apprentice. Quote. Lin Fan became the registered disciple of Luo Sha Sword Immortal, which was just Zhou Xingdou's excuse to promote Lin Fan into the true succession. In fact, Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect did not recognize this identity. Now that Lin Fan took the initiative to speak out, he was naturally humiliating himself. Yuji also shook her head. Lin Fan's move was not a wise move even in ordinary times. After all, this is Tianchuan City, a place where people fight for wealth, such as auction houses. If the Li family deliberately spread Lin Fan's remarks about the true inheritance of Zhan Heavenly Dao Sect because of his status, Lin Fan would definitely be punished by Ning Yez. At this moment, Chuyu cried to Lin Fan. "Master, Chuyu is not worth it. Don't harm yourself for Chuyu. Chuyu's heart has always been the master's, and that's enough." It was okay that Chuyu didn't speak, but Lin Fan completely lost his mind when he spoke. But now he has not made a fortune, and he really has nothing to offer. Even if he takes out his treasured weapons and medicines, he still cannot collect 1.5 million. Host Li also said again, "If you can't prove that you have 1.5 million high-grade spiritual stones, then the bid you just made will be invalid, and this girl will be handed over to the old Wang next door for 1.3 million. Lin Fan looked at Lao Wang next door, who was stepping on his father's corpse and looking at Chuyu with a lewd smile. His mind was in a mess, and his heart went to his chest. "Ancestor, don't blame me. If you want to blame Zhou Xingdou. He only gave me 1.3 million high-grade spiritual stones, and there is nothing I can do." As Lin Fan spoke, he pulled down the jade pendant hanging on his chest, raised the jade pendant high with scarlet eyes, and said crazily, "This jade pendant hides a remnant soul of Supreme. I am willing to exchange this object for spiritual stones." The remnant soul of Supreme. This word immediately attracted the attention of countless people present, and the simple jade pendant became the focus of the entire auction house. Even Yuji looked at Lin Fan in surprise. The implication of Supreme's remnant soul is too great. Every Supreme can be said to be the one who gathers the greatest accomplishment in the world. The memory contained in even array of remnant soul is a priceless treasure to a major force. Zhou Xingdou was also surprised by Lin Fan's madness. What he did at the auction house today was just to sow discord between the two and break through Lin Fan's defense. But he didn't expect that Lin Fan would just take out his Jade Noble in exchange for Chuyu. This immediately disrupted Zhou Xingdou's plan. Director Li's eyes were suddenly filled with light, and a look of greed came over him. In an instant, the Divine King's aura burst out, and he took out the simple jade pendant with one hand. The auction also became chaotic. The temptation of Supreme's remnant soul was enough for them to risk their lives. For a time, the sky was filled with divine glory, and divine symbols splashed out like water. Even though Yuji's holy aura burst out and overwhelmed the whole place, it still couldn't stop the crowd that had been corrupted by greed. Zhou Xingdou also cursed Lin Fan in his heart for being evil. Dao integration showed the remnant soul of Supreme in such a situation, which completely messed up the situation. And the jade pendant also burst out with a burst of light of the lotus at this moment, and a roar rang out from among them. Lin Fan, you beast, when my ancestor recovers, I will cut you into pieces. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth buzzed, and an unstoppable power arose. This terrifying power pressed in all directions, causing everyone present to have drastic changes in their expressions and panic. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and wherever the power passed, those who snatched the jade pendant were suddenly exploded into blood mist. All space was not only shattered at this moment, but also completely annihilated. And the simple jade pendant disappeared directly into the void during this fluctuation. Even Lin Fan was attacked by this power, but I don't know if the person in the jade had a hand, but this boundless power only knocked him out, and directly hit the cage where Chuyuan was. Zhou Xingdou was also thrown away by this power, but he was protected by the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, and was quickly pulled into the void by Yuji's quick eyes and hands, but he did not receive much damage. It's just that the change in his body was broken at this moment and returned to its original state. Fortunately, the scene was already chaotic at that time, and there was only one person in the auction house, otherwise the identity might have been revealed. But even so, Zhou Xingdou didn't see much joy on his face, because the situation was out of his control. But it has to be said that Lin Fan is in serious trouble. This wave of power has affected not only the Li family auction house, but also the central area of Tianchuan City. The casualties are hard to estimate. Even if Zhan Heavenly Dao sect is punished, let alone spying on the power of Supreme's remnant soul, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do anything in the future. Even though the jade pendant hiding Supreme's remnant soul has disappeared, few people would believe it. They just thought it was Lin Fan's way of taking Chuyuan away to mess up the situation. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded just right in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully driving a wedge between Lin Fan and the ancestors of the Lin family. Lin Fan's fate will later disappear, depriving him of his qi, 1500. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine 10. Congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 1500. Being deprived of 1500 qi points made Zhou Xingdou a little dissatisfied. Logically speaking, the 3-star entry for Return of the Dead Father deprived Lin Fan of 2000 key points. The 4.5-star entry for Jade Nobleman could not be lower than the key point for killing Lin Tong. Maybe it's because the remnant soul in the jade has not died. But he just asked Princess Iron Fan to chase the simple jade pendant that escaped into the void, hoping to catch up. And the reward is the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine. Although this medicine is indeed of great use to him, after all, one pill can open 1,000,000 giant elephant particles. Adding the previous 10 pills, it can directly double his giant elephant particles. But getting the same thing twice in a row made Zhou Xingdou wonder if he was lazy during the system upgrade and directly fixed the reward to Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine. However, although today's situation was out of his control, his purpose of weakening Lin Fan had been achieved, but he did not play Chuyuan in front of him. Breaking Lin Fan's defense made Zhou Xingdou a little unwilling. There was a 3-year agreement with Yun Jinji to support him, but with Lin Fan's current strength of 1499, he could no longer make waves. If Lin Fan was a person of great luck and had no destiny to protect him, Zhou Xingdou would have been able to kill Lin Fan by force at this moment. At the same time, Lin Fan also understood that his current situation was not optimistic and he did not dare to stay in Tianchuan City for a long time. Lin Fan hurriedly opened Chuyuan's cage, and at some point a deep talisman appeared in his hand. Zhou Xingdou naturally noticed Lin Fan's actions, looked at the talisman with slightly condensed eyes, and murmured, "The Great Teleportation Sigil. Interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan grabbed Chuyuan's arm and squeezed it hard with his palm, causing the talisman to shatter. In an instant, a purple light flashed, covering the two people and disappearing in an instant. When the purple light dissipated, Lin Fan and Chuyuan's figures disappeared, and even their auras no longer existed. All traces of the two of them here have been wiped out, as if they had never appeared here. The Great Teleportation Talisman is an escape artifact. Its greatest function is that it can directly initiate teleportation even in a forbidden space. And it will erase all traces, making it impossible for people to notice that it has been moved to all directions. This talisman is a product of ancient times and has been lost for a long time. The reason why Zhou Xingdou knew about it was because Lin Fan told him about it in his previous life. It's just that he didn't expect that Lin Fan has obtained this object now, and Zhou Xingdou can be sure that he definitely has more than one in his hands. But what makes Zhou Xingdou even more strange is that Lin Fan can obviously use this item to replenish the spiritual stone, so why bother with the jade pendant containing the supreme remnant soul to cause trouble? This made Zhou Xingdou a little confused and unpredictable. When Zhou Xingdou was puzzled, he received a message from Princess Iron Fan. The escaped remnant soul of Supreme has been stopped by him, but the situation seems to be a little complicated. Zhou Xingdou did not dare to neglect. If he allowed this jade pendant to escape and return to Lin Fan again, everything he had done today would be in vain. Then he looked at Yuji aside, told her the location, and immediately started to move there. In an instant, the two of them arrived at the state bordering the Tianquan holy state to the east, the heavenly origin state. But as soon as he stepped out of the void, a powerful residual power almost overturned Zhou Xingdou. A series of supreme holy flowers enveloped the place, the holy power filled the sky, and the power of heaven and earth surged like the sea. After stabilizing his body, Zhou Xingdou could see the current situation clearly. There are a total of 18 saints here, all of whom are at the lowest level of the holy realm, and there are even a few great saints among them. Not all of these 18 saints took action, some stood in the void, and some covered the movement in this area to prevent others from discovering it. The auras of the remaining 8 holy saints and one great saint reached their peak, and their holy power was unreserved, surrounding one person with a siege force. The person being besieged was none other than Princess Iron Fan, who had just sent a message to Zhou Xingdou. Princess Iron Fan was seen holding a pair of frost-edged green-edged swords, capable of defeating 9 enemies without losing. The great holy power was destroyed by the fierce sword energy under her sword blades. The 8 saints plus one great saint were unable to break through her sword net. Even if the 8 saints were slow to dodge, their lives would be in danger if they were struck by the green blade. This made the 2 great sages who were watching unable to bear it any longer. One of them shouted directly at Princess Iron Fan, "Hand over the remnant soul of Supreme, and I will spare your life today." Princess Iron Fan raised her eyebrows, a chill flashed in her beautiful eyes, and shouted, "A group of ants are expelling insects. If my cultivation had not been sealed, you would not even be qualified to stand in front of me now." When facing Zhou Xingdou, Princess Iron Fan's character was somewhat restrained, but facing these enemies, her Rakshasa girl's ferocity could no longer be suppressed. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Iron Fan felt an extremely sinister intention, and the terrifying evil intention stirred up time and space. The evil intent boiled like fire, but was as cold as black ice. The holy flowers all over the sky were wiped out in a flash, causing the 8 holy saints and one great saint who besieged them to retreat one after another. The evil intention was unstoppable, shattering everything it touched, making all the saints present feel frightened, and making the great sage feel fear in his heart. Even Zhou Xingdou was amazed by Princess Iron Fan's unparalleled fighting prowess. She could fight 8 peers and a great sage alone in the realm of the holy saint. Even he could not do this in his previous life. But at this moment, the other 2 great sages no longer watched the battle, and suddenly took action, one with a punch and the other with a palm. The fist came out and the heaven and the earth roared together. A fist seal where the power of heaven and earth intertwined with the peak holy power was like a divine mountain falling from the sky and pressing down on Princess Iron Fan. The 2 frost blades in the hands of Princess Iron Fan are now glowing with fierce light. One sword protects the whole body, and the other sword strikes the incoming fist mark at the speed of lightning. The fierce and sharp sword light passed through the palm prints, and the huge power collided together, emitting a buzz that resounded through the sky. Zhou Xingdou looked at the battlefield with slightly squinted eyes, his face a little solemn. Even if he appeared now, he might not be able to suppress these holy realms. The temptation of Supreme's remnant soul is enough to make these people take risks and ignore everything. If the guess is correct, this group of people may be members of a certain force participating in the auction. But they didn't expect that they would track down the whereabouts of the holy remnant soul in time, and even so many holy realms would come to visit, and even cover up the movement to prevent other forces from competing for it. Zhou Xingdou even felt that someone might have seen in advance that Lin Fan was carrying the remnant soul of the holy saint and arranged to snatch it. But I never thought that Lin Fan had no intention of hiding it, and just took out the remaining soul of Supreme in front of everyone, confusing the situation. 3 great saints and 15 holy saints, Such a luxurious lineup cannot be produced by ordinary forces, and even if they can produce it, they will not dispatch so many easily. Fortunately, these three great sages did not try their best to open the law manifestation of heaven and earth, otherwise Princess Iron Fan might not be able to bear it and would have to use the banana fan to fight the enemy. Xingdou, is that swordsman one of yours? A serious female voice sounded, and a heroic figure appeared here, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Seeing this beautiful and upright woman, Zhou Xingdou smiled and said, "Aunt Ning, I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you don't come, my men will go on a killing spree." Naturally, the great sage is not something Zhou Xingdou can deal with. If Princess Iron Fan is allowed to sacrifice the banana fan, she may not be able to survive in the 18th Saint realm. Besides, I am Zan Heavenly Dao Sect Dao child after all. I can shake people, but I can't wait for the Chinese New Year. However, the appearance of Ning Yez did not scare these 18 saints. Princess Iron Fan was also struggling due to the siege of the three great saints, and her defense was no longer enough. Even though she was at a disadvantage, Princess Iron Fan never showed any embarrassment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger and her murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't stopped her, she would have already used her banana fan to annihilate these holy realms. At this moment, the great sage withdrew from the scene with Princess Iron Fan and said to the other two great sages, "A supreme saint, don't worry, I'm here to hold her back. Don't hold back anymore, activate law manifestation and grab the remnant soul of Supreme quickly." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Xingdou knew that this was probably not a big force nearby, or even someone from the absolute beginning Dao realm. The terror of Ning Yez was never due to her upright and stern character, nor to Tian Zhi's right to take care of Jushuan Peak. From beginning to end, her terror is built on the basis of absolute strength. Under that beautiful skin, there is a killing power that cannot be ignored, even more terrifying than the head of the Li family, Li Weiyuan, Li Killing Saint. Looking at the fierce great sage coming towards him, Ning Yu's beautiful eyes turned coldly and asked, "Are you allowed to live?" Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, took a moment of silence for these holy places and then said, "It's okay to keep one." The moment Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Ning Yu slowly pulled out the sword from her waist, and suddenly a sword light that was extremely majestic and awe-inspiring, as if it was about to pierce the heaven and earth, shot across the fierce sky. At this moment, time and space followed Ning Yez's slow movements, as if they were becoming muddy, making people feel as if they were being slowed down countless times. The great sage who rushed towards him at such a high speed was moving like an earthworm. Even with this situation, Ning Yu showed a hint of contempt in her eyes, and with a slight scratch of the divine sword in her hand, she let the world understand what it means to have sword energy that spans 30,000 miles, and the light of one sword can chill 19 states. The heavenly sword chi spread horizontally and vertically, and wherever it passed, the void suddenly collapsed. In an instant, the heaven and earth collapsed, and the endless power caused the sky to shake, causing the stars to tremble. This sword is so stunning that it is indescribable. Everything here is destroyed by this sword, no one can defeat it, no one can stop it, and there is even a hint of transcending the holy realm. The great sage who rushed towards Ning Yez had his eyes widened at this moment, with only fear and despair in his eyes. It was just him, the other two great saints, and the 15 saints who were all extremely frightened at this moment, and their hearts were filled with fear. No one thought that the great sage Ning Yez had such terrifying power and could wield such a terrifying sword. What's even more terrifying is that although their movements are slowed down countless times, their thoughts continue to move normally with time. Under this extreme sword, they could not even fight back and could only watch death coming. The first one to bear the brunt was the rushing great sage. Its holy power and power of heaven and earth were worn away by the light of the sky-piercing sword. His holy body collapsed and disintegrated under the light of the sword, dispersing inch by inch like grains of sand blown by the wind. But his consciousness was always awake, and he could only watch his holy body, soul and vitality dissipate, and was eventually completely consumed by the sword energy. The 15 holy saints were much luckier than him, and the sword energy made loud rumbling noises. Bang bang bang. The holy body exploded silently and turned into 15 streaks of blood mist. In a few breaths, there were only 2 great saints among the original 18 saints, and they were still struggling. Ning Yez's strength amazed even Zhou Xingdou. "Aunt Ning, what step have you taken?" Ning Yu instantly sheathed her sword, and the endless sword energy instantly penetrated the bodies of the remaining two great saints, then returned it to the scabbard, slowly shook her head and said, "No, I only took half a step." Zhou Xingdou was immediately speechless. He took half a step up from the peak of the great sage, which was half a step to supreme. It goes without saying that supreme is terrifying. Although supreme is not yet supreme, he can already use some power of law, and his terror is enough to make him look down upon supreme. Zhou Xingdou originally thought that Ning Yu would have to spend some time facing these three great saints, but he never thought that it would all end with just one sword. Ning Yu stared at her with Zhou Xingdou, and couldn't help but think of her own lapse that day. She turned serious, her face turned slightly red, and she said slowly, "I have kept those two great saints. They are not dead, but their cultivation has been ruined. If you want to ask any questions, you can torture them yourself. I will not accompany you to play house here if I have something else to do." Hearing Ning Yu say that this was just playing house, Zhou Xingdou was not annoyed. Instead, he looked at her with a smile and said warmly, "Aunt Ning, don't you want the remnant soul of Supreme? Now you have half-stepped into the Supreme realm. If you refine the remnant soul, you may not be able to take that step completely. Anyway, now that the jade pendant is not allowed to escape, Zhou Xingdou does not value the value of Supreme's remnant soul." Ning Yu suddenly glared at Zhou Xingdou, the red glow on her face instantly dissipated, and said solemnly, "I am free and I am free, so why do I need external help?" After saying this, I don't know if he was annoyed or not, he ignored Zhou Xingdou, and the round figure disappeared in an instant. Zhou Xingdou also burst into laughter for a moment. Yes, there is no need for a powerful enough existence to rely on external objects to break through. This is an insult to them and will also pollute their own way. Princess Iron Fan, carrying two half-dead sages, came to Zhou Xingdou, looked at the direction where Ning Yu disappeared and said, "This woman's character will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. It is better for the master to take her under his command." Zhou Xingdou hugged Princess Iron Fan into his arms, raised her face that still had a fierce look on her face, and said softly, "You are very considerate of me." Princess Iron Fan's fierce look just now was gone, leaving only tenderness and obsession. She opened her red lips and said softly, "The slave family doesn't care how the master treats others, as long as the slave family is not abandoned." Princess Iron Fan's gesture made Zhou Xingdou's loving heart rise. If it wasn't the right time, he would have loved her so much. But he still kissed her lips selflessly and said softly, "Don't worry, I will never abandon you." And the two half-dead sages looked at Zhou Xingdou and Princess Iron Fan being affectionate in front of them as if no one was around. They didn't take them seriously at all, trembled with anger, and cursed. "You man and woman, you want to be killed or chopped into pieces, how dare you insult us like this?" The curses of the two also reminded Zhou Xingdou that there were two great saints that he had not dealt with, so he stopped flirting with Princess Iron Fan and turned to look at the two great saints. The reason why he was kept alive was naturally because Zhou Xingdou couldn't tell which force this group of people belonged to, and he was more curious about who had the ability to conspire with him to get Lin Fan the jade pendant containing the remnant soul of Supreme. Thinking of this week, Xingdou's eyes became sharp. He reluctantly let go of Princess Iron Fan's slim waist, leaned over and looked at the two of them. "Tell me who was behind it and how to track down the remnant soul of Supreme, and I might spare your lives." One of the great sages looked at Zhou Xingdou with contempt in his eyes, and when he mentioned the ancient gods, there was a hint of fanaticism. "Ha ha ha, you think that by catching us, you are qualified to spy on the ancient gods. You are daydreaming." Ancient god. This was not the first time Zhou Xingdou heard this term. Not long ago, when he killed Lin Tong once said that the ancient gods were immortal, but Zhou Xingdou did not take it seriously at that time. Thinking of Lin Tong's method of swallowing Lu Ju's explosive power, Zhou Xingdou frowned. "I am afraid that this ancient god is quite evil. However, I have never heard of any force having an ancient god. Even in my previous life, I had never heard of such an ancient god." But just when Zhou Xingdou wanted to press for something, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. This sense of crisis suddenly made him feel something bad. He had no time to say anything else and immediately took Princess Iron Fan's hand. In an instant, the energy, blood, divine power, and divine soul power exploded to the extreme, but instead of taking action, it turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly exploded for dozens of miles. At the same time, a burst of black light burst out from the bodies of the two great saints. This black light rose in an instant, exuding all kinds of heart-stopping ominous auras. The black light swallowed everything it passed, spreading to a few feet in front of Zhou Xingdou before stopping and dissipating. The auras of the two great saints have completely disappeared and cannot be found, and they even seem to have never appeared in the world. What's even more terrifying is that the dozens of miles covered by the black light have now turned into complete nothingness. All living matter was completely annihilated, not even space or even the void left any traces. There was only black holes exuding an ominous smell of nothingness. At this moment, there is a mysterious attic outlined by endless ancient mysterious runes. An old man with boundless aura and unpredictable crane-haired face suddenly opened his bagua pupils containing endless fairy light and spat out a mouthful of black blood. But he didn't pay attention to the mouthful of black blood, and there was a look of horror on that immortal face. How could this be? The catastrophe is clearly still 40 years away. Then he pinched his fingers, and countless great Dao runes were flowing on his fingertips, and his face suddenly became more frightened. Zhou family Zhou Wuji, how dare you go against heaven? Zhou Xingdou looked at the ominous nothingness in front of him, and a drop of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. If he had been slower just now, he would have been swallowed by the black light, and the consequences would be disastrous. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. The terror and ominousness of that black light definitely exceeded Zhou Xingdou's imagination. It can even be said that the threat of Lin Fan, the son of destiny, is not worth mentioning compared to this ominous black light. This made it difficult for Zhou Xingdou to calm down. This was the first time that he felt powerless when faced with something. Even when facing Yanwang, he felt confident because he knew that Yanwang did not dare to move and could not move him. But this ominous black light made me terrified, because it seemed that nothing could stop it, not even Tian Zhuo had time to save him. Zhou Xingdou breathed a long sigh of relief with lingering fear, and looked at Princess Iron Fan. Princess Iron Fan looked at the black void with a look of shock on her face, and said in a solemn voice, "Master, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time." Zhou Xingdou did not refute. This was no longer something he could control. It would be better to report it to Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. And the moment Zhou Xingdou left, a terrifying Taoist figure flowing around his body appeared above Zhou Xingduxing's position just now. It is Zhan Jizi, the sect leader of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. It's just that his face no longer had the gentle and friendly smile as usual, only endless solemnity and chill remained. Xuanjizi casually shot out a ray of fairy light, which dispersed the ominous atmosphere in the room, and replayed the earth, water, wind and fire, making the laws of heaven and earth intersect. After restoring everything to its original state, he sighed and said, "The great calamity is coming." After Zhou Xingdou returned to Jushuan Peak and asked Princess Iron Fan to return to Qingxin Hall, he stepped directly into Jushuan Hall and rushed into Tian Zhuo's residence. Pushing open the door, Tian Zhuo's peerless figure was revealed. She was still sitting on the platform. She was as magnificent as nine heavens' profound maiden and could not be looked directly at. She was cold and beautiful in the world. It is so beautiful that it transcends all words in the world and is indescribable. Tian Zhuo's beautiful eyes that were as bright as the stars and the moon slowly opened their eyes, a faint shadow of the great Tao flashed past, and a cold and ethereal fairy sound sounded. "Your heart is afraid." This fairy sound was like light cutting through the darkness, cutting through the haze that enveloped Zhou Xingdou's heart after encountering the ominous black light. Only then did Zhou Xingdou realize that he was actually sweating profusely at this moment. The once indifferent and noble face had long since lost its hopeless indifference. He took a deep breath, which was actually mixed with traces of black threads, but the release of this breath made him relax and calm down. And the traces of black energy that were spit out were instantly wiped out by the extremely rich and supreme sword intent here. But even so, Zhou Xingdou's face still didn't look good, because he didn't notice such changes in his body at all, let alone the black energy that invaded his body. Zhou Xingdou calmed down, looked at Tian Zhuo and asked, "You already know everything." Tian Zhuo nodded slightly, and then the fairy voice came up again. "I know you have a lot of doubts, but you don't have to delve into it. I will guarantee that it will not appear again within the realm of Zhan Heavenly Dao sect." How could Zhou Xingdou not dig deeper? This thing was absolutely extraordinary, and it was so threatening that even he felt frightened. How could he give up asking so easily? What the hell is that? Tianjier's magnificent and bright star eyes flashed slightly, and her ethereal fairy voice became solemn. The unknowable, indescribable, and indescribable existence is called the ancient god by his followers. Zhou Xingdou frowned. It sounded like he said something, but in fact he said nothing. Then he turned to ask. Are all those holy places its believers? This time Tianjur did not play riddles again and said slowly. Yes, he is also a traitor to the Chuyuan realm. Zhou Xingdou's breath condensed and he asked again. Is it also related to the evil spirits outside the territory? Tianjir's pair of bright starry eyes suddenly showed a hint of surprise, as if he didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to think so far. But she did not refute and said softly. Yes. Zhou Xingdou was also speechless for a moment and stopped asking Tianjur. For an unknown person, there is not much benefit in knowing it. Tianjir will not harm him. If he can say that it is impossible to hide it. I just didn't expect that so many things and changes would happen just by scheming against Lin Fan. It seems that the gold content of Destiny's Child cannot be underestimated, and the more cautious it is at the last moment. It has to be said that if Zhou Xingdou had been replaced by someone else, Lin Fan would have died countless times today by throwing the jade pendant. Even Zhou Xingdou was almost swallowed by the ominous black light. Zhou Xingdou did not intend to dwell on the matter of black light anymore. It was not an existence that he could detect now, so he had better take care of the matter in front of him. Thinking of this week, Xingdou showed signs of fatigue, staggered to Tianjur's platform, sat on the floor and rested his head on Tianjur's perfect thigh. For some reason, a sense of security enveloped him. Even though he was sitting half-length on the floor, he didn't feel the coldness of the floor. He only felt warm and comfortable all over. This feeling made Zhou Xingdou drop all his guard, and a sea-like feeling of exhaustion surged through him. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had slept. Even when he was having fun with a woman, he never dared to sleep for even a moment. But now he just wants to sleep for a while, even if it's just for a while. This also made him afraid that Tianjur would push him away, and he murmured while half asleep. Let me lean on you for a moment, just for a moment. Tianjur looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was sleeping on his lap. His cold smile melted like an iceberg, revealing a faint smile that surpassed all beautiful things. There were indescribable emotions in those bright star eyes. He gently stroked Zhou Xingdou's face with his jade hands and said softly. I'm here, have a good sleep. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. Lin Fan naturally does not receive as good a treatment as Zhou Xingdou, and the activation of the great teleportation seal is not without cost. At least with his strength in the awakening realm, even if he was protected by the power of the talisman, crossing the void would still give him a narrow escape. He is now in an inn in a remote town in Tianchuan Holy State. Because it is remote enough and there are traces of the Great Movement talisman to erase it, he doesn't have to worry about being found. This is also an inn that he has rented a long time ago, so that he can have a place to move directly when encountering today's situation. Naturally, it was for the sake of Yun Jinji's safety that the moving location was not set to Lin's residence. After all, except for people with strong backgrounds like Zhou Xingdou, who would bring enemies home to avoid killing the whole family at once. Moreover, it was too stupid to return to Lin's house. Even if others found her home, as long as she was not caught, Yun Jinji would at least not be in danger for her life for the time being. As long as he is still alive, there is the possibility of a comeback, rescue or revenge. But if he dies, then everything will stop and it will be completely over. Although he lost the ancestral jade pendant today, Lin Fan was not too distressed. The core skills of the ancestors have been mastered by oneself. For other fragmentary skills, it is of course best to have them, but it is not impossible to not have them. What's more, he doesn't trust the remnant soul of his ancestor. He always feels that keeping it in his hands will cause great consequences for him, and he has to guard against the remnant soul of his ancestor seizing his body. Although it is a pity to lose it, it is not necessarily a bad thing. It's not that he doesn't want to exchange the spiritual stones for the Great Movement symbol, but that the Great Movement talisman is different from other sigils. It is precisely because of the loss of the Great Movement seal that the world does not know that this talisman is like a magic weapon and needs to be identified before it can be used. All the Great Movement seals in Lin Fan's hand have long been recognized by him. After all, with such a life-saving thing, who wouldn't use it first? What's more, when danger comes, wherever there is time to recognize the master, It is natural to recognize the master in advance and release him immediately when danger is encountered. However, he had never imagined that the jade pendant would erupt with such power today. This also made him feel that the Supreme Remnant Soul had evil intentions. After all, the Supreme Remnant Soul had told him that he could not use some power to help him in the Remnant Soul state. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt a sense of hatred for the Remnant Soul of his ancestor who had taught him so much. Then he looked at Chuyuan who was unconscious beside him, and then he reduced the anger in his heart and smiled. In his eyes, everything was worth it for Chuyuan. At the same time, the entire Tianchuan city was in chaos. Li Yuan, the head of the Li family, looked at the Li family auction house in ruins, his cold cheeks twitching slightly. His hands were still stained with blood, and the blood of his own race was not included in it. Those who originally survived under that power died at his hands. And not only his Li family, but also the nearby Fang family and the Ning family's property were affected. Families of the dead and injured, fellow disciples, masters, and disciples surrounded the place. But because of Li Yuan's appearance, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Li Shisheng's name was never called out, but killed. Li Yuan took a deep breath, looked at the crowd and said, "The Li family will provide compensation to the families of the deceased at the Li family auction house." Speaking of this, Li Yuan changed the subject, and murderous intent surged through his body like a sea of blood. "But if you let me know who is talking nonsense, the whole family will be exterminated." Compared with the Fang family and the Ning family, who usually don't deal with each other and like to make things worse for each other, they were surprisingly quiet today. No one asked what happened at the Li family auction house, and it would become an unknown piece of history in Tianchuan city. But after the crowd dispersed, a figure appeared next to Li Yuan. The man was holding a fly whisk, exuding a half-martial and half-Dao aura, and the power of the holy saint surged through him. It was the long-lost great elder of the Shenwu sect, Yuan Tian. Li Yuan looked at Yuan Tian with a gloomy expression on his face. "Yuan Tian, are you satisfied?" Yuan Tian touched his beard and said with a smile. "Satisfied, naturally satisfied. I just hope that Mr. Li will consider what Yuan said. Yuan is looking forward to working with Mr. Li." Li Yuan gave Yuan Tian a hard look and said with a hint of irony, "Your Shenwu sect is really loyal enough, and now you have formed a team for the young master of the Zhou family." Yuan Tian naturally heard the sarcasm in the words, but he still laughed and said, "Yuan Mo has said this. Whether he can grasp it depends on the Li family master himself, but Yuan Mo does not want today's incident to have any impact on the young master, or even the people around him." Speaking of this, Yuan Tian's smiling eyes flashed with a faint cold light. Otherwise, Shenwuzong wouldn't mind starting another supreme war. Time flies, time flies. 9 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During these 9 days, Zhou Xingdou stayed in Jushuan Palace and never took a step forward. Of course, he wouldn't be able to sleep for 9 days, but if he could, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, it was very comfortable to rest on Tian Zhuo's jade legs. But the black light he encountered that day also made Zhou Xingdou understand the shortcomings of his own strength. He was not idle these 9 days, but was always in a state of cultivation. His cultivation level climbed from the late stage of True God to the peak of True God in these 9 days. These 9 days of free time also allowed Zhou Xingdou to take the opportunity to digest all the 20 dragon elephant elixirs rewarded by the system in these days. Now the number of giant elephant particles has climbed to a terrifying 30 million. 30 million giant elephant particles gave him an astonishing arm strength of 3,000 dragons, which is a strength of 300 billion kilograms. Such terrifying power also made Zhou Xingdou's body full of blood and vitality, and his body was filled with colorful light, and his skin was like glass. This also allowed Zhou Xingdou to realize the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, and his current supreme power method changed to the second layer, the flying essence technique, and the devil's wings. Not only that, he had also gained some understanding of the Thunder Emperor's treasure art in the past few days, but even if he obtained Luo Hanyi's natural sword heart, his understanding of the Luoxia sword cannon still remained at the moment when he was empowered by the sword heart. There is no progress at all. Compared with his own strength, Kendo is still lagging behind. Zhou Xingdou was by Tian Zhuo's side. How could Tian Zhuo not know his progress in the past 9 days? But Tian Zhuo didn't show any surprise. His fairy face was still cold and peerless, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his words. If it really doesn't work, then you should stop practicing swordsmanship, otherwise you will be disgraced as a master swordsman in the future. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and retorted. All the great Dao in the world arrive at the same destination by different paths. With my current strength, even if I swing my sword to cut down even a Dao sect master, I will still suffer from hatred. How can I say that I have insulted your name? When Tian Zhuo heard this, he glanced at Zhou Xingdou with his bright starry eyes. Then why did you worship me instead of worshipping Tian Lian as your master? Tian Lian is the master of the Profound Heaven Peak Body Training Hall, and his major is body training. Zhou Xingdou thought of the 5 big and 3 thick Tian Lian, curled his lips and said. It's not because you are good looking that I want to take you home as my wife, otherwise no one would want you as my teacher. But as soon as these words were spoken, a clear shout was heard. Begging for a beating. Immediately, the vicious sword in the room began to tremble violently. Zhou Xingdou's eyes twitched, and he screamed something bad. He rushed out of the room, and a pair of dark wings suddenly appeared on his back. The wings were so exquisite that they gave people a sense of eerie beauty. This is exactly what Zhou Xingdou has recently realized, the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, the changes in the current method of supreme power, the second layer, devil's wings. This pair of wings made Zhou Xingdou feel his speed surge, and he opened the door and disappeared into the sky in an instant. But Tian Zhuo showed a charming smile at this moment, looking in the direction of Qingxin Palace, with a little doting and love in his bright star eyes, and shook his head slightly. At the same time, Zhou Xingdou also returned to Qingxin Palace. He didn't want to be buried alive by those vicious swords again. After all, it hurt to be honest. However, before he stepped into the Qingxin Palace, he felt a few more breaths inside, and one of them was extremely unfamiliar. Before Zhou Xingdou could step in, figures hurriedly came out of the palace to greet him, and Yuan Tian's flattering voice suddenly sounded. Young master, I haven't seen you for a few days, but I didn't expect that the young master is even more powerful now. He is so domineering that he makes his subordinates feel ashamed and want to grab the ground with their heads. Hearing this long-lost flattery, Zhou Xingdou glanced at Yuan Tian lightly. I still know that when you came back, I thought you died in Great Yan. He was not surprised by Yuan Tian's return. After all, he had no doubts about Yuan Tian's loyalty. It's just that it's been some time since the Great Flame was destroyed, but Yuan Tian has never come back, which makes Zhou Xingdou a little dissatisfied. Yuan Tian naturally heard the dissatisfaction in Zhou Xingdou's words, and explained with a smile. Yuan will spend the rest of his life serving you, the young master. How could he die in Dian so easily? It's just that those seniors wanted to visit the young master. In order to prevent them from disturbing the young master, my subordinates went to great lengths to let them go back. The old man Yuan Tian mentioned was naturally the supreme who came to destroy the Great Flame. Zhou Xingdou also nodded slightly. If those people came to visit him, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. After all, they were respected seniors who had fought for the Zhou family for many years. If they really wanted to visit Zhou Xingdou would not be able to refuse. But they were probably all here to persuade him and tell him the truth. Just thinking about it gave Zhou Xingdou a headache. Yuan Tian's explanation naturally satisfied Zhou Xingdou, so he stopped pursuing him. Princess Iron Fan twisted her slender waist and came to Zhou Xingdou's side. Her plump body was close to Zhou Xingdou, her red lips lightly opened and she whispered. Master, this man has brought back a woman. I have checked her and asked her to wash up. She is waiting in your bedroom now. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed slightly, and then he looked at Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian gave Zhou Xingdou a lewd smile that every man would understand, and then said very wisely. Young master, Mr. Yuan heard that Brother Fahai is constructing in the valley. Please let me go with you, so that I can complete the valley as soon as possible. Can. Zhou Xingdou glanced at Yuan Tian with great satisfaction and had to say that a caring subordinate was more important than cultivation. After Yuan Tian left, Zhou Xingdou looked at the lovely Princess Iron Fan in his arms and asked a little abruptly. Madam, what do you think of Yuan Tian? Princess Iron Fan raised her eyebrows slightly and said slowly. A bit tactful and sophisticated, but his loyalty to his master should be true. But Zhou Xingdou shook his head. He is not tactful at all. It is just his dress. Yuan Tian is so wise and foolish that he will never be extraordinary in the future. Iron Fan Princess Zhou Xingdou's comment was a little confusing. If this person wasn't Zhou Xingdou's subordinate, she might not even look at such a glib person. Seeing the puzzled look on Princess Iron Fan's face, she smiled meaningfully and said, "His loyalty may be greater than you and I imagined, and the things and plans he has done are also greater than you and I imagined." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou stopped talking and stepped into the Qingxin Palace with Princess Iron Fan in his arms. How could he not know what Yuan Tian had done? Li Yuan, the head of the Li family, had already informed him about Yuan Tian's persecution of the Li family. For example, when Yuan Tian saw the people wearing the jade pendant of remnant souls that day, even the members of the Li family all died and no one escaped. Directly suppressing the matter of Supreme's remnant soul that should have alarmed countless forces in one fell swoop. The auction house incident, if Yuan Tian hadn't rushed to support him, would have had little impact on him, but it would have caused some trouble. After all, Zhan Heavenly Dao sect intervened if the trouble got big, and he would be able to find out if the trouble went bad. And if everyone in the world knew that Lin Fan was pregnant with the Supreme Remnant Soul Jade Pendant, would Lin Fan still participate in the 3-year appointment with Lu Yanran? Yun Jinji will also be affected by Lin Fan. Even if she takes shelter in the name of her Dao child, she is afraid that there will be a desperado who is about to expire and desperately needs the remaining soul of Supreme to gain a chance to break through. It can be said that Yuan Tian is already equivalent to Lin Fan's benefactor and a good subordinate who supports Zhou Xingdou. After entering Qingxin Hall, Zhou Xingdou did not rush into the bedroom, but asked Princess Iron Fan to take out the jade pendant that attracted the ominous black light. Princess Iron Fan also quickly took out the jade pendant, but did not hand it directly to Zhou Xingdou. Instead, she held the jade pendant in her hand and displayed it in front of Zhou Xingdou. As if she was afraid that Zhou Xingdou would misunderstand, Princess Iron Fan explained. "This jade pendant is very powerful. If the owner takes over, he may be able to escape." Zhou Xingdou naturally understood this. The power emitted by the jade pendant that day was unstoppable even by Yu Ji, the holy saint. If it weren't for Princess Iron Fan, who could attack the great sage, the remnant soul jade pendant might have escaped and been acquired by the 18 saints related to the ominous black light. Looking at this simple jade pendant, Zhou Xingdou tentatively said to the jade pendant, "Senior, please show up and see me." If he had not experienced that ominous black light, Zhou Xingdou would have definitely let Princess Iron Fan destroy the remaining soul of the ancestor of the Lin family without hesitation. But now Zhou Xingdou felt that perhaps the remnant soul of the ancestor of the Lin family might know why these people were chasing him. But unfortunately, after a long time, there was still no movement on the jade pendant, as if it was a dead thing. Princess Iron Fan frowned and guessed. It must be too weak. After all, this jade pendant has suffered a lot of trauma in the fight between me and those holy realms. But Zhou Xingdou took out a golden lotus flower at this moment. The lotus flower exuded strong medicinal power. Even just one breath can make people's minds clear and their souls feel nourished. This was also the last item in the auction that day, the ultimate holy medicine that could restore the power of the soul, the 3-life resurrection lotus. "Senior, I don't mean any harm. These 3 soul-reviving lotus rites should be treated as a meeting gift between you and me," Zhou Xingdou said to the simple jade pendant, and placed the 3-life resurrection lotus in his hand on the jade pendant. At this time, the jade pendant really reacted. The entire jade pendant was like a pool of water at this moment. The 3-life resurrecting lotus slowly sank into the jade pendant and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But after accepting the 3-life reviving lotus, the jade pendant suddenly fell into deathly silence like before, completely ignoring Zhou Xingdou's call. Zhou Xingdou's silver-white eyes filled with purple energy also narrowed slightly at this moment, and there was a devouring chill in his eyes. Remnant Soul's behavior of taking benefits and not working made him murderous. But just when Zhou Xingdou was about to let Princess Iron Fan destroy the remaining souls, an old and extremely weak voice sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. "My little friend, my remnant soul has been severely damaged. Thank you very much for your 3-life resurrection lotus. After digesting the 3-life resurrection lotus, I will show up to thank you." Remnant Soul was naturally willing to speak out, and Zhou Xingdou naturally suppressed his thoughts and put a smile on his face again and said to Yu Pei, "Senior, just rest assured and recover. I will have a long talk with him after he recovers. This ancestor of the Lin family is probably afraid that in his current weak state, he will be captured by himself once his remnant soul appears. He probably had to digest the three-life resurrection lotus and have the power to protect himself before he showed up to talk to him. However, Zhou Xingdou is not worried about whether this remnant soul will regain its strength and whether it will burst out with more powerful power and escape. With Princess Iron Fan suppressing it, unless this remnant soul possesses supreme level power, it is impossible to escape from Princess Iron Fan's grasp. But with just one top-grade holy medicine, even the divine item that has the power to repair the soul, the three-life resurrection lotus, it is impossible for a remnant soul to have supreme level power. What's more, the remnant soul of the ancestor of the Lin family is weaker than before. No matter how strong the three-life resurrection lotus is, it can at most make his remnant soul stronger than before, but not to the point where even Princess Iron Fan cannot suppress it. Thinking that Zhou Xingdou no longer cares about this simple jade pendant, he asked Princess Iron Fan to put it away and walk to her bedroom. Pushing open the door, an extremely plump figure appeared in Zhou Xingdou's eyes. This is not a young and beautiful girl, but it is the age when a woman is the plumpest and most flavorful. The woman wears a fiery red phoenix crown and a noble golden phoenix robe. Her skin is as smooth and translucent as fat jade. She exudes the temperament of having been in a high position for a long time, which fully embodies the word grace and luxury. But her beautiful face looked a little hollow at the moment. Even if Zhou Xingdou stepped into the bedroom and closed the door, there was no fluctuation from beginning to end. Zhou Xingdou looked at the noble and plump beauty in front of him, his index finger trembled slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This woman is also the biological mother of Prince Huo Lingtian of Great Yan, and the Queen of Great Yan, Yushuhua, who is less than one person but more than 10,000 people in the Great Yan dynasty. But now that the Great Flame has been destroyed, her name as queen is no longer in name only. Zhou Xingdou approached Yushuhua, raised his hand to fiddle with the noble and gorgeous phoenix crown on her head, and asked knowingly, "Are you Huo Lingtian's mother?" Hearing Huo Lingtian's name, a glimmer of light flashed in Yushuhua's empty eyes, and then she became excited. "Please let Tian'er go, I will grant you whatever you want." Yushuhua's words made Zhou Xingdou's hand fidgeting with the phoenix crown pause, and his eyes froze slightly. According to Yushuhua's point of view, Huo Lingtian did not seem to have died in Dian Imperial City. But he was not stupid enough to ask Yushuhua, and at this moment he lifted Yushuhua's delicate chin with his fingers, and said with a hint of confusion in his silver-white eyes full of purple energy. "It's a blessing to meet Empress Yu today. I wonder if the Empress can sleep with me at the same table." Zhou Xingdou's obscene words made Yushuhua's phoenix eyes burst into anger. She wondered how anyone dared to speak like this to her in the first place. The kind voice said angrily, "Young disciple, I would rather die than suffer this humiliation." Yushuhua's insults did not make Zhou Xingdou angry, but instead made him smile even more. "Why, I don't want to save your Tian'er anymore. To be honest, I'm a very cautious person and like to cut the grass and roots. What's more, I'm the Prince of Dian." When Huo Lingtian was mentioned, Yushuhua's body trembled. That was her weakest defense now. Are you able to let Tian'er go? Don't Queen Yu know who I am? Let me tell you, my surname is Zhou, and Dian was destroyed because of me. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that Yushuhua still didn't know who she was. But the fun of teasing the Empress of the Imperial Dynasty did make him feel a little interesting. Sure enough, Yushuhua immediately understood Zhou Xingdou's identity, her eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred, and she wanted to eat Zhou Xingdou alive. "Beast, you beast, Dian, have obviously apologized. Why do you still want to destroy my country, Dian Zuo?" Yushuhua cursed resentfully and rushed towards Zhou Xingdou, punching Zhou Xingdou in the chest. But her cultivation had long been banned, and the pink fist landed on Zhou Xingdou's chest limply, not like an attack but like coquettishness. The pink fist kept beating, but not only did it not hurt Zhou Xingdou at all, but the pink fist of the Thunder Emperor armor turned red, and Zhou Xingdou also said again, "It seems that Queen Yu wanted to provoke me into killing Huo Lingtian, but I do want to congratulate you for doing it. I will cut off Huo Lingtian's head and bring it over so that Queen Yu can take a good look at it." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou ignored Yushuhua's sudden change in expression, turned around and walked out the door with an indifferent expression. How could Yushuhua want Huo Lingtian to die? She immediately cried and grabbed Zhou Xingdou. "No, don't hurt Tian'er. If you have any questions, come at me, come at me." But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou gave Yushuhua a slight flick, causing Yushuhua to fall to the ground. The noble and gorgeous fiery red phoenix crown on her head also fell from her head at this moment, causing her thick black hair to scatter. Tears flowed from Yu Shuhua's eyes. Even if she fell to the ground, she still grabbed Zhou Xingdou's trouser legs with both hands and begged. "I can do anything. Please, don't hurt Tian'er." Now she no longer had the anger she had just now, only full of sadness. Zhou Xingdou had no intention of actually leaving, and all he did just now was to tease the great Yan Queen. At this moment, he looked at the disheveled Yu Shuhua, squatting down, with a playful look in his eyes like a cat catching a mouse. "Queen Yu, you don't want Dian's bloodline to be cut off from now on, right?" Yu Shuhua no longer dared to offend Zhou Xingdou, and nodded quickly, seeming to have made some determination, and said resolutely. "As long as you let Tian'er go, I will give you everything." Zhou Xingdou chuckled. "But the queen angered me just now, and now my anger is a bit big." Yu Shuhua's face darkened, and she naturally knew what Zhou Xingdou meant. After wiping her tears, she tied up her hair. But Zhou Xingdou helped Yu Shuhua up at this moment, picked up the fallen phoenix crown, and handed it to Yu Shuhua. "Put on the phoenix crown. I still like how graceful and luxurious you looked just now." Yu Shuhua closed her phoenix eyes, took a few deep breaths, put on the phoenix crown, arranged her hair, and put up the posture that belonged exclusively to the queen. She looked at Zhou Xingdou and gritted her teeth and said, "Are you satisfied?" Zhou Xingdou sat down on a chair nearby, looked at Yu Shuhua who had regained her noble posture as a queen, and smiled slightly. "Kneel down." Yu Shuhua clenched her pink fists. The anger and resentment in her heart had already reached its peak, but when she thought of her unsatisfactory son, her heart softened, and she knelt down in front of Zhou Xingdou with a plop. At the same time, Lin Fan turned out to be a blessing in disguise for the misfortune of that day. Not only did the power of the remnant soul jade pendant not harm him, it actually helped him clear the level, allowing him to break through the peak of enlightenment and enter the early stage of consciousness condensation. And after many inquiries, he found that he was not wanted and arrested, and even the news of Supreme's remnant soul had not spread. Zhan Heavenly Dao sect did not issue any punishment for himself, which made Lin Fan feel that someone should have suppressed the matter for him. This also means that he no longer needs to hide and can return to Zhan Heavenly Dao sect with peace of mind to participate in the 3-year appointment with Lu Yanran. A few hours later, Zhou Xingdou stepped out of the room with satisfaction. As for the wonderful things about Queen Yu, it was naturally beyond words. But conquering the queen of a country, not to mention anything else, the satisfaction in my heart is already worth the price of admission. Naturally, he couldn't let Yu Shuhua go easily. After all, this was Dian's last legacy, and it would be a pity to kill her. So Zhou Xingdou used Fireling Tian to threaten Yu Shuhua and successfully planted the Wanwu slave seal on him. As the Queen of Great Yan, Yu Shuhua naturally cannot be immortal, and her cultivation has already reached the realm of a saint. It also happened to fill the vacancy of the maid of the fellow countryman who was killed by him, the crown princess of Dian Yu Yunlin. It's just that Yu Shuhua may not be able to get out of the room for a while. The 30 million giant elephant particles in her body, plus the bonus of the punishing Heaven Dao body, are not something ordinary people can bear. Even if Yu Shuhua is a saint, it will be difficult for her to compete if her cultivation level is sealed. Slowly walking into the palace, Zhou Xingdou stretched. The news that Huoling Tian was not dead did surprise him, but it did not make him too concerned. After all, the great flames were extinguished, and Huoling Tian, the divine king whom he had deposed, could no longer make trouble. He could even guess that Huoling Tian was not dead and that it must be related to Fang Tianyang. It was also possible that the two were together now. But there are only 2 days left before Lin Fan's 3-year appointment. At this critical juncture, Zhou Xingdou still needs to focus on dealing with Lin Fan. As for Huoling Tian and Fang Tianyang, they will have plenty of time to play around after Lin Fan is dealt with. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou walked out of Wenru Township, not because he was tired of it, but because the system's repair time was about to end. Zhou Xingdou was still a little curious about what would happen if the system was successfully repaired. After all, it cost him 30,000 luck points and a reward for killing a lucky person. Zhou Xingdou followed his inner calculation and counted down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. When the count reached 1, Zhou Xingdou's ears buzzed, and the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host, the system has been repaired. Ding, congratulations to the host, unlocking the transmigrate function of the heavens. Ding congratulations to the host, unlocking the luck value mall. Ding congratulations to the host, because the system's function has become stronger. In the future the host can forcefully kill people who have not cleared their luck. Ding congratulations to the host, you got the system repair reward luck value, 10,000. The continuous system prompts made Zhou Xingdou frown, but he did not expect that after the system was repaired, 3 functions were added in succession. However, Zhou Xingdou already understood this when the system was upgraded by forcibly killing people with great luck who had not cleared their air numbers. But this transmigration made him a little curious, so he opened the system panel and wanted to see the changes. Name: Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent: Punishing Heaven Dao Body, Innate Sword Heart. Realm: Peak of True God Realm. Cumulative luck value: 49,498, 19,498. Gongfa Baoshu. Zui Taihuang Sutra Part 1 Basic Accomplishment Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power Introduction, Lady Baoshu Introduction, Luoxia Sword Code Introduction. Rare Items and Magical Weapons. Punishing Thunder Emperor Armor, Wonderful Items of Heaven and Earth, Prison Suppressing Sword Peak, Supreme Weapon, Qingxin Palace Magic Weapon. Person of Luck. Lin Fan, Yun Jinji, Yuji, Chuyu. The number of transmigrate of the heavens. 0. Those who kill the people with destiny have a chance to obtain the number of transmigrate of the heavens. System Warehouse. Thunder Emperor's Throne, Supreme Artifact, Divine Phoenix Elixir 1. After casually scanning the panel a few times, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly. His panel had not changed much. Only the luck value had changed to the cumulative luck value, and then there was an extra frame for the heavens transmigrate. Moreover, the number of times after the heavens transmigrate is still 0. And only those who kill the people of destiny can obtain the number of times. Then Zhou Xingdou pointed his finger at the 4 words, transmigrate, on the panel, and a line of annotations suddenly appeared below. Transmigrate the heavens. Use the power of the system to allow the host to randomly select a suitable world to transmigrate. In that world, the host can seize the world's luck. When returning, the system will issue rewards based on the luck the host has captured in that world. Looking at this annotation, Zhou Xingdou rubbed his chin. This heavenly transmigrate is essentially no different from the dungeons in online games in previous lives. You can get rewards by raiding the dungeon. However, Zhou Xingdou found the setting of transmigrate to other worlds interesting. Does that mean it is possible for him to transmigrate into certain novel worlds in his previous life? For example, in a certain fantasy sewer, there was a Poseidon named San who, like Lin Fan, had the ability to kill someone with pure luck. That kind of thing is so interesting. After all, in a world where a god can only have the strength of £1,000,000, with the power of 3,000 dragons, I am afraid that I can sink the entire continent with one full blow. What's more, that world is rich in beauties. However, this can only be done after obtaining the number of times. After all, the transmigrate of the heavens is randomly drawn, and I may not be able to draw that world. It is useless to think about it now. As for the luck value mall, Zhou Xingdou didn't find any introduction on the panel, so he tentatively said to the system in his heart. System, open the luck value mall. Ding, the host does not need to tell the system, he can call up the system mall with just a thought. The system's reply immediately made Zhou Xingdou look confused. After all, in addition to getting rewards, the system would only speak when it found a lucky person. Moreover, the system's speech has always been relatively modular. But now, because of one sentence, he immediately explained a lot. This situation has almost never happened before. But guessing thousands of times is worse than practicing it once. Zhou Xingdou immediately asked the system again in his heart. System, will you be able to talk to me after this repair? The system immediately replied. Ding, this fix allows the system to simply talk to the host. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly and he asked the system. System, what is your purpose? If Zhou Xingdou is not curious about the purpose of the system, it is definitely impossible. Now that he can have a conversation, he can't help but want to ask. The system was silent for a while and then replied. Ding, the system cannot answer this question. After receiving this answer, Zhou Xingdou was not disappointed. He also knew in his heart that it was impossible for the system to answer such a question, and he had never expected to get an answer in the first place. Furthermore, the system has been of great benefit to him. Even if he has doubts about the system, he still has to say that the system has helped him a lot. At least the system has not harmed him now. The two sides are still in a win-win and mutually beneficial situation. It is unwise to break this situation now and doubt the system. Then was it you who caused my rebirth? Zhou Xingdou asked the system again, but this was just a casual question on his part to test his Q&A with the system. After all, in his eyes, his rebirth must have been caused by the system. But the system's answer made his pupils tremble. Ding, the rebirth of the host has nothing to do with the system. Does your own rebirth have nothing to do with the system? The system's answer really shocked Zhou Xingdou. He had always thought that his rebirth was caused by the system. After all, reversing time and space and sending oneself back 20 years later, apart from the system, who else in the world can do such a heaven-defying move? But now the system clearly stated that his rebirth had nothing to do with him, which made Zhou Xingdou puzzled. So how did you get reborn? Zhou Xingdou also quickly asked again. Then how did I get reborn? But the system's answer is the same as the first question. Ding, the system cannot answer this question. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly. It seemed that the system would only answer some questions about system functions or relatively simple questions. It seems that there may be another reason for his rebirth, but Zhou Xingdou is puzzled by what kind of power brought him to be reborn 20 years ago. After all, I didn't bring anything back with me from my previous life. Anyway, I was sure that I didn't have any treasures or rare objects to make me reborn. Nowadays, it is really difficult to get answers to these questions. Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to suppress his doubts and open the third function brought about by the system repair, luck value mall. With a thought in his mind, a golden light curtain appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou's eyes, covering the template. This golden light curtain was also the luck value mall. It's just that there aren't many things on the luck value mall today, only 4 types of cards. Innate luck stripping card. It can peel off the innate luck of the lucky person. Note, it is only valid for people with great luck and lucky people. The innate luck stripping card strips the talent type innate luck, and the host can give it to himself use. Price: 10,000 luck value. Ignore the strong kill card. The condition of being unable to kill by fate and luck can be lifted in advance. Note, it only removes the unkillable condition and isolates the protection of heaven, destiny, luck, etc., but the difficulty of killing luckless ones is not reduced, and the difficulty fluctuates with their luck value. Selling price: 50,000 luck value. Chi clearance card. Clear the opponent's chi, but you will not receive luck value rewards. Note, it can be used directly for those with great luck. Those with special luck, such as the Son of Destiny, need to ignore the strong kill card before using the chi clear card. Price: 20,000 luck value. Lucky person exploration card. Use this card to directly explore the lucky people within a state, directly open the panel and provide their location. Note, as the host's accumulated luck value increases, the range of this card can be increased. Price: 2,000 luck value. Looking at the 4 types of cards in the luck value mall, Zhou Xingdou fell into deep thought. The good news is that the luck values that have been useless are now useful, but the bad news is that these cards are ridiculously expensive. But I have to say that these cards are indeed of great use to me. I have already used innate luck stripping once, but the difference with this card is that the talent type innate luck can be used by myself. For example, Yun Jinji's Tianfeng bloodline and Luo Hanyi's natural sword heart are innate luck. And it can only be used against people with great luck, that is, it cannot be used against people of destiny like Lin Fan, so the price of these 10,000 luck points is not cheap. However, if one encounters someone with such natural luck as Tianfeng bloodline again, 10,000 luck points will not be considered a loss. The second ignore kill card is extremely useful, as it can directly remove the condition of being unable to kill. This means that if you have this card, you don't need to wait until Lin Fan's energy is cleared, you can directly remove his destiny protection and kill him. But the luck value of 50,000 is a bit scary. The luck value I have accumulated so far is only more than 49,000, close to 50,000. Even if he didn't spend the 30,000 luck points needed to repair the system, he still couldn't afford this ignore kill card. Even so, having this card made Zhou Xingdou feel more at ease. After all, with this card, even if he made a 3-year agreement, he could not kill Lin Fan. In the future, he could accumulate luck points in exchange for this card to kill. Although this card is expensive, it gives Zhou Xingdou a backing. The third chi clearing card is more like a card that is matched with the ignore kill card. With the existence of these 2 cards, there will be almost no situation in the future where the lucky ones cannot be killed. However, it is a bit uncomfortable to clear the air count and not get the luck value reward. Unless your luck value is rich to a certain extent, or you urgently want to kill a lucky person, you should not use this card. After all, the price of 20,000 luck points, plus the inability to obtain luck value rewards, can only be said to be a last resort, and it will be a waste of blood to use. As for the last Luck Explorer card, it is the most worth redeeming card today. The price of 2,000 luck values is not expensive, and the exploration area covers a whole state. After discovering the lucky person, the panel will be opened and the location will be provided. This is undoubtedly a god card for Zhou Xingdou. And the exploration range increases with the accumulated luck value. It's just that the current exploration scope is a bit small, and can only explore one state. Although there are many lucky people, it is impossible for them to be full of cabbages all over the streets. Not all states have them. Although they are cheap, they may be very wasteful to use. Therefore, Zhou Xingdou does not intend to redeem it now. After all, if he wants to explore all the dozens of states in a domain, he will need a lot of luck exploration cards. It is more cost-effective to explore with a purpose in the future. However, the 30,000 luck values I spent were indeed worth it. The repair of the system allowed me to see many possibilities. Whether it is the Zhudian transmigrate that has not yet been transmigrated a few times, or the luck value mall, they are absolutely worth every penny. And it also removes the restriction that the luck cannot be killed, which saves me a lot of tricks in the future. The system also reminds you at the right time. The system additionally reminds the host that whether it is the transmigrate of the heavens or the card in the luck value mall, it may be triggered to drop when killing the luck player. And as the system continues to be repaired, the system's functions and luck value mall card items will also increase. Zhou Xingdou's eyes lit up after hearing this, and the card fell from the person who killed the lucky one. This is indeed good news. After all, the Luck Explorer card is okay, it only costs 2,000 luck points. The price of other cards is too high, such as the Ignore Strong Kill card, and you may not be able to afford it even if you want to buy it. Being able to drop it will naturally save Zhou Xingdou a lot of luck. This made Zhou Xingdou feel a little regretful. If he had known that Lin Tong would have been killed earlier, he might have dropped some cards or something. But thinking about it, Zhou Xingdou felt relieved again. After all, for Yun Jinji, he couldn't keep Lin Tong until now. After all, Lin Tong was too unstable. Although Lin Tong's hair turned green due to him, Zhou Xingdou must not let any sign of it appear on his head. He must eliminate all unstable factors that make his hair appear green. Even a little bit is absolutely not enough. This is more important to him than countless cards, because it is his dignity as a man. He can do this regardless of the consequences or the cost. Zhou Xingdou put away all the light curtains in front of him at this moment. These things are not worth exchanging now, and it is not the time for him to use them. After all, the 3-year appointment in 2 days is the top priority. Chuyuan has also reported the situation to himself in the past few days, so Zhou Xingdou naturally knows where Lin Fan is hiding. After so many days, Lu Yanren's 10 pieces of Heavenly Spirit Flame Jade have been almost digested. Through the perception of Wanwanayan, Lu Yanren has now reached the same level as Zhou Xingdou, the peak of true God. There is only one step left to enter the realm of Divine King. Under this situation, even if Lu Yanren could not break through the Divine King during the 3-year appointment, she could directly crush Lin Fan to death just by relying on coercion. Moreover, Lin Fan only had 1,499 chi left. Even if the 3-year agreement failed, only 1,500 chi would be deducted. What's more, he still has the jade pendant in hand. If it's really close, he doesn't care what information the ancestors of the Lin family know, and directly destroys their remaining souls, which should be enough to deprive him of some energy. The most difficult thing to solve now is the Great Movement Seal. After all, even if the space is blocked, that thing can still be forcibly moved, and it will also erase traces and make it difficult to trace, making it almost unsolvable. He must find a way to deal with it, otherwise even if Lin Fan's energy is cleared and he is still allowed to escape, all his efforts since his rebirth will be in vain. But the space seal can be ignored, the formation is basically useless, and I don't understand the Great Movement Talisman at all. This talisman has been lost for a long time, and there is no way to deal with it. I just hope that I will be fast enough by then, lest you, Lin Fan, be too late to use the Great Teleportation Seal. Of course, even if the space confinement and formation were useless, Zhou Xingdou still needed to go to the Lu family to make arrangements to nip problems in the bud. What's more, Lu Yanren's Saint Master will also be present, and Zhou Xingdou naturally doesn't intend to let him go. After all, after the construction of the valley is completed, there is still a need for a gatekeeper, and the Saint Realm is enough. It just so happened that I wanted to test Lu Yanren's Jifeng sword cannon and see how advanced it was now. Thinking of this week, Xingdou no longer hesitated. After summoning Princess Lin Fan, the two figures suddenly appeared in the Lu family. The entire Lu family has become his slaves. Sometimes Zhou Xingdou would think that the Lu family was also very lucky. Even though the whole family was imprinted with a slave mark by him, it was still a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for him, the Lu family would have ended up being exterminated under Lin Fan's hands in the future. The results for Lu Yanren and Li Shuru will not be very good either, far more miserable than being their own slaves. What's more, Li Shuru was favored by Zhou Xingdou. Now that the Lu family has obtained the Jifeng sword code, a lot of resources, and Zhou Xingdou's protection, it can be said that it is prosperous. Zhou Xingdou ignored the Lu family disciples whom he admired and walked directly to Lu Yanren's courtyard. Lu Yanren also felt Zhou Xingdou's arrival, and immediately quit her cultivation state. She opened the door and bumped into Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt soft jade in his arms, and a green and astringent smell poured into his nose, making him frown. After all, he was a little offended by the undercooked taste. However, although Lu Yanren's face is still a little green, but now that she has entered the realm of true gods, her body has grown several times again. Under that face that was full of youth, she was as plump as Li Shuru. But it's a pity that Zhou Xingdou is still not interested in Lu Yanren's young face because of his pickiness. But Zhou Xingdou did not push Lu Yanren away roughly, he just ducked past Lu Yanren. When Lu Yanren came back to her senses, Zhou Xingdou was already standing in the center of the courtyard with his hands behind his hands. He exuded an aura of loneliness and independence, and looked at Lu Yanren with a pair of purple and silver eyes with a hint of indifference. 10 pieces of heavenly spirit flame jade have not pushed you to the realm of divine king. You have disappointed me. Lu Yanren's graceful body suddenly trembled, and she knelt on the ground with a plop, her bright eyes flashing with tears, and she said timidly. Yanren has disappointed her master. She deserves to be punished by death. To be fair, Lu Yanren was not slow in absorbing it. She did have some talents, but the time was too short, and there was still a lot of power of the heavenly spirit flame jade in her body that had not been digested. Zhou Xingdou naturally knows this, but he just doesn't want to pick the green fruit, and still needs to let Lu Yanren know some dignity. So naturally it won't be too difficult for Lu Yanren. Get better now. Now that you have reached the peak of true God, how is your practice in Jifeng sword code? Lu Yanren breathed a sigh of relief, but there were still tears in her eyes. This was not because she was afraid of being punished, but because she was sad that she had disappointed Zhou Xingdou, so she said with a slight cry. Recently, Yanren has been digesting the heavenly spirit flame jade given by the master, and has neglected the practice of swordsmanship. The extreme wind sword code is now just a beginner. I disappoint the master. I'm sorry. As he spoke, the tears that had just stopped flowed out again like a spring, wetting the clothes on his chest. Zhou Xingdou was not disappointed when he heard this. He did not even expect that Lu Yanren would master the extreme wind sword code to basic accomplishment in this short period of time. This kind of talent in swordsmanship has far exceeded Lu Yanren's talent in cultivation. It is not an exaggeration to call him a genius in swordsmanship. You must know that the extreme wind sword code is not a rubbish technique. Even Huo Lingtian, the prince of Great Yan, has become greedy. Its power is self-evident. Not to mention others, Zhou Xingdou couldn't do it anyway. Even 20 years after his previous life, he still couldn't learn the Luoxia sword code. In this life, I obtained Luo Hanyi's natural sword heart and directly obtained Luo Hanyi's swordsmanship. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get started with the Luoxia sword cannon. But even with the help of Yuji's top-grade cauldron and Luo Hanyi's natural sword heart, he was still confused about the training behind the Luoxia sword code. Don't even say you understand, you can't even read it. This made him once wonder if he was an insulator in kendo. Even though he had made so many efforts, he was still in a situation where you don't know me and I don't know you about kendo. Therefore, Lu Yanren's talent in swordsmanship also gave Zhou Xingdou some love for talents. After all, he now needs fresh blood to establish his power, and Lu Yanren has become the first. As for the Lu family, except for Li Shuru, a woman related to him, he wouldn't care too much. His power couldn't possibly want everything. Zhou Xingdou naturally stopped attacking Lu Yanran. Instead, he nodded slightly and said, "Your swordsmanship talent has not disappointed me, you have done a great job." Lu Yanran was immediately overjoyed. She was even happier to receive Zhou Xingdou's praise than any good thing, but she also said modestly, "Thank you for the compliment, master. Yanran's performance is not good enough. She will work harder in the future." Seeing Lu Yanran's youthful and energetic look, Zhou Xingdou sighed. It would be great if Lu Yanran looked more mature. He wouldn't have to go to so much trouble and just accept it. Added an additional chapter for the master certification of, "Let's eat a carrot." Time flies by, and 2 days pass by in a blink of an eye. Zhou Xingdou has been staying in Li Shuru's boudoir for the past 2 days. He gave Lu Yanran some advice when he had nothing to do. Although Lu Yanran was not allowed to break through the Divine King, it made her cultivation more solid. He also took out a holy medicine to strengthen Lu Yanran's foundation. After all, Lu Yanran has shown that her value is not limited to the present, and Zhou Xingdou will naturally not let her stop her future cultivation path. What's more, if Lu Yanran matures that day, Zhou Xingdou will make back his capital with profits. Of course, I spent more time in the past 2 days communicating with Li Shuru in depth. Zhou Xingdou also told Li Shuru the news that Lu Ju was dead. However, regarding the death of her ex-husband, Li Shuru not only did not feel sad at all, but was extremely happy and even more festive than the Chinese New Year. She also said that Lu Ju died well, so that she could be with Zhou Xingdou forever, and she worked harder to please Zhou Xingdou and became more unrestrained. Zhou Xingdou will naturally not forget about business. After all, Lin Fan is the top priority. It is not Zhou Xingdou's character to be greedy for pleasure and forget about hatred. The Lu family has now sunk 18 formations, and all the Lu family disciples are preparing for the arrival of the 3-year agreement. So early this morning, Zhou Xingdou left the gentle hometown of Princess Iron Fan and Li Shuru. Because Yu Ji, who had disappeared for a long time, had used the sound transmission stone to deliver messages to him, Lin Fan had contacted her yesterday, hoping that Yu Ji could protect Lin Fan's 3-year agreement. Lu Yanran also walked out of the room early, exited the cultivation state. Her aura reached its highest point, and she wiped the magic sword awarded to her by Zhou Xingdou. Everything was ready, just waiting for Lin Fan to throw himself into the trap. At the same time, Lin Fan had prepared everything in the inn. He had been preparing for this day for 3 years, because of Yishui's humiliation 3 years ago. Lu Yanran, after today, you will regret the decision you made 3 years ago forever. As he spoke, Lin Fan's eyes burst out with a ruthless look. Not only did he want to defeat Lu Yanran, but he also wanted to torture the woman who made him lose face in Lingyan City 3 years ago. But looking at Chu Yu, who was wearing a brocade dress, the ruthlessness in Lin Fan's eyes faded away, even though it had been some time since he rescued Chu Yu from the auction. But in the past 10 days, Chu Yu had been extremely indifferent to herself, and even showed great resistance to her approach. Lin Fan could only think that Chu Yu was stimulated by the auction that day, and his guilt for Chu Yu deepened. After all, he blames himself for not protecting the woman he loves well. Some wounds still need time to be healed, and he, Lin Fan, can afford to wait. After Lin Fan packed up everything, he looked at Chu Yu with a loving face and said with some reluctance, "Chu Yu, I'm leaving. When this matter is over, we will return to Zan Heavenly Dao sect." He was not sure if it was dangerous to go to Lu's house this time. After all, in Lin Fan's eyes, Yu Ji might not be reliable. But now Lin Fan really didn't have a better candidate. He also thought about contacting Zhou Xingdou, but when he remembered that the second-generation ancestor only gave him more than 1 million high-grade spirit stones, which caused a conflict between him and his ancestor, a wave of hatred surged out. Come to mind. Therefore, there are still some risks in this 3-year agreement. Chu Yu is too weak and easily injured, so it is safer to leave Chu Yu here. After all, Lin Fan didn't know if there would be an ambush today. Although he hadn't heard about the Supreme Soul Jade Pendant and no one wanted him, Lin Fan had to guard against it. If there was really an ambush today, Lin Fan would immediately use the Great Movement Seal to move back here and fly away with Chu Yu. This is why Lin Fan did not tell Yu Ji where he was, but asked Yu Ji to wait for him in Lingguang City. But he believed that the balance of fate would tilt to his side, and there was no way he, Lin Fan, would lose. After today, he, Lin Fan, will definitely soar into the sky. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is vast, allowing birds to fly. Then Zhou Xingdou, Yu Ji, and Lu Yanran will all kneel in front of him and worship. At this moment, Chuyu rarely spoke to Lin Fan. You have a good trip. Lin Fan was immediately pleasantly surprised. He did not realize the deep meaning of Chuyu's words. Instead, he looked at Chuyu with a happy face and said affectionately, "Yes, wait until I come back." Little did they know that after he left, Chuyu immediately found the trash can and vomited it out, the look of disgust no longer hidden on her face. "You beast, you have disgusted me for so many days, and finally today, I hope you die a clean death and don't come out to disgust others again." Being with Lin Fan every day these past few days made her want to die. If everything wasn't Zhou Xingdou's mission, she would have wanted to die here. Even though the two of them didn't have any physical contact, just being in the same room with Lin Fan made her feel dirty. Lin Fan naturally has no way of knowing all this. At this moment, he is still dreaming of defeating Lu Yan and then sleeping together with Chuyu to achieve the dream of supreme existence. At the Lu family's location, Zhou Xingdou and Princess Iron Fan had already hidden themselves, and Lu Yanran's sage master finally appeared. It's a pity that this saint is not a peerless beauty. On the contrary, she is very old and wears very simple clothes. If you don't observe carefully, you will just think that she is an ordinary old woman. Moreover, this old woman has an imperceptible aura of twilight, which is an aura that only appears on people who are approaching their longevity. The holy power that should be at the peak of the sun is also a little weak, rising and falling between falling to the holy realm and the peak of the saint, and is very unstable. This also let Zhou Xingdou know why Lu Yanran, the master, rarely showed up. A saint in such a situation might run out of energy at any time, and taking action against others would also accelerate the loss of vitality. Even Zhou Xingdou felt that it would not be difficult for him to kill the old woman. Perhaps he could cut off her life with one strike of the spear of Hades. The saint in this state also made Zhou Xingdou give up his plan of taking him as a slave and guarding the valley. After all, he was not running a nursing home. However, the people of the Lu family were very respectful towards this saintly old woman. After all, monks like them, with their shallow vision, could not see the old woman's dying state. Only Li Shuru, who had now broken through the realm of Divine King, could see something unusual about Master Lu Yanran, but she didn't say anything more and still thanked. "Senior, please come here specially today. The Lu family is very grateful." The old woman hunched over her body, coughed a few times and then said with a smile, "Haha, as Yanran's master, how can I miss today?" But after seeing Lu Yan, the old woman's cloudy eyes revealed a look of shock. Because Lu Yanran's body is surging with vigorous power of the true God. The old woman couldn't help but rub her eyes and looked at Lu Yanran in disbelief. She even felt that she was confused. But no matter how she rubbed her eyes, the power in Lu Yanran's body was extremely solid and surging, not fake. The sun is shining brightly. Noon. Lin Fan finally arrived at the Lu family in Lingguang City after a long journey, but he was wearing a long black robe and a bamboo hat to hide his face and figure. At this moment, he felt inexplicably excited. He had been working for this day for 3 years. Along the way, he was not only rushing, but also gathering the undefeated belief. When he arrived at the door of the Lu family, his undefeated belief had reached its peak. Even if his origins were damaged today and without the help of his ancestors, Lu Yanran would never be his opponent. Lin Fan could already imagine Lu Yanran's expression full of shock and regret after being defeated by him, which made him extremely happy. It's just that his dress can hide it from others, but not Yuji. Yuji's figure appeared behind him in an instant and said coldly, "You're taking this too far." Lin Fan was not too surprised by Yuji's appearance. After all, he had already informed Yuji of his arrival, and it was he who asked Yuji to protect him this time. The journey was too far and took some time. Lin Fan turned his head and stared at Yuji, then took off the bamboo hat on his head, grabbed the black robe and threw them into the air, revealing a black outfit and a strong body. The sound of hunting sound also sounded instantly here, as if the world was celebrating Lin Fan's appearance. Lin Fan no longer hesitated and shouted to the gatekeeper who looked at him like a fool. Zan Heavenly Dao Sect's true disciple, Lin Fan, comes to the Lu family today to fulfill his 3-year agreement. Lin Fan's shout was extremely loud, like the sound of a bell, startling the crowd around him, and all eyes were focused on him at this moment. The Lu family disciple guarding the door sneered, then opened the door and said with disdain in his eyes. Master Lin, please invite me. The Lu family has been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan naturally noticed the disdain in the eyes of the children of the Lu family, and a hint of murderous intent suddenly rose in his eyes. After giving the man a severe look, he and Yu Ji stepped into the Lu family together. In the Lu family, Lu Yanran was already impatient with waiting. Now when she heard Lin Fan calling the door, she immediately got up and walked towards Lin Fan. The moment the two met, a fierce hostility had already begun. At this moment, Lu Yanran had already hidden her cultivation, and what she revealed was just her cultivation of concentrating consciousness. The two consciousness condensing qi machines also began to confront each other. For a moment, the air flow poured into the two people's bodies, and the wind roared. Lin Fan looked at Lu Yanran, who was still in the concentrated consciousness state. His eyes condensed, hatred and murderous intent surged, and he said in a deep voice. Lu Yanran, didn't you think about today when we broke off the engagement? Lu Yanran looked at Lin Fan with disdain and snorted coldly. You worshipped Zhan Heavenly Dao sect and became the true successor without relying on external force. You are a waste and you are so proud. These words were like a steel needle piercing Lin Fan's heart, almost breaking Lin Fan's undefeated belief. Because what Lu Yanran said was indeed true, he relied on his mother, Yun Jinji, to become the true successor of the Heavenly Dao sect. However, Lin Fan's defense was not completely broken with just a few words, but his expression became even more gloomy. Lu Yanran, there is no need to talk nonsense. You will definitely lose today, so just wait and become my slave. Naturally, the 3-year agreement was not empty talk. When Lu Yanran agreed 3 years ago, she had said that if she lost, she would not only kneel down and apologize but also become Lin Fan's maid. But Lin Fan's price was surprisingly small. After defeat, he only had to never mention the engagement and never appear in front of Lu Yanran. Therefore, in fact, the conditions for the bet between the two parties were not equal, and fate quietly favored Lin Fan. However, the two talents were very different at that time, and Lu Yanran did not expect that Lin Fan could reach the realm of condensing consciousness within 3 years. At that time, she had just become a sage and was very energetic. She never thought that she would lose to Lin Fan, a loser. That's why this unequal agreement was created. Lu Yanran's character was no better than that of Lin Fan, and she was immediately angered by Lin Fan. She couldn't help but feel angry when she thought that such disgusting garbage would make her a maid. Just dream about it, you disgusting thing. At this moment, Lu Yanran's master also came out, looked at Lin Fan and said slowly. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that by worshipping the Heavenly Dao sect, you can do whatever you want? The powerful holy power on the old woman's body made Lin Fan's breath stagnant. He felt a pressure coming on him and quickly looked at Yu Ji beside him. Naturally, Yu Ji would not reveal her secret. She waved away the old woman's holy power and said coldly. A dying saint is not honest enough to wait for death at home, and then comes out to embarrass himself. The old woman felt the holy aura exuding from Yu Ji, and her old face darkened for a moment. In her current state, she would probably be killed if she collided with Yu Ji. But she was not intimidated by Yu Ji. Her turbid eyes stared at Yu Ji and snorted coldly. Even though I'm about to die, I still have some friends. If you plan to bully the younger ones, I'm not someone to be bullied easily. Yu Ji glanced at the old woman coldly and said indifferently. I, Zhan Heavenly Dao sect, am not like you, and I am not capable of bullying the small ones. Yu Ji's protectiveness made Lin Fan feel relieved, and his original suspicion of Yu Ji was relieved a lot. After all, he was also afraid that Yu Ji had ulterior motives. After all, Yu Ji's attitude towards him had changed too much these days. If Yu Ji didn't protect her carefully today, even if she defeated Lu Yanran, she would still be unable to leave the Lu family. After all, the Great Movement Talisman is very precious, and he doesn't have many in his hands. He only needs to use it once and less often, so it's best if he doesn't use it. Lu Yanran, stop using those tricks and start. Lin Fan had no intention of quarreling with the Lu family at this moment. His cultivation was at its peak, and his energy and blood surged like a river. Suddenly, Lin Fan pulled out a long sword, a top-quality treasure. The sharp sword light shone with cold light and pointed directly at Lu Yanran. As a condensing consciousness, he, Lin Fan, is not afraid of anyone. Lu Yanran had already suppressed her anger, and could no longer hold back the sword in her hand. She let out a sweet cry, and stabbed Lin Fan with sword energy. It was Zhou Xingdou's arrangement that she not use all her strength at this moment. If she directly exploded with the power of the peak of the true god at this moment, Lin Fan would definitely escape immediately. So she had to use the power of the condensation level to make Lin Fan relax his vigilance and hold him back, and then wait for the opportunity to explode so that he could kill him with one strike. Lin Fan looked at the long sword thrust by Lu Yanran, with a smile on his face. His combat power was naturally beyond the ordinary imagination. Cross-border fighting was a common occurrence for Lin Fan, not to mention that in his perception, Lu Yanran was in the same realm as him. The sword blade in his hand suddenly moved horizontally, blocking Lu Yanran's weak sword. The energy and blood in his body boiled at this moment, and the power on the blade suddenly surged, shocking Lu Yanran back. Lin Fan held the sword in his hand and still stood on the spot without any movement. He shook his head and said, "Weak, too weak." After saying this, Lin Fan took a step forward and immediately turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Lu Yanran again. The long sword in his hand struck hard at Lu Yanran, who had just stopped. At this time, Lu Yanran also understood the terror of Lin Fan. Even if she only used the power of condensed consciousness, she was still a true god, and her strength far exceeded that of ordinary condensed consciousness. But now she couldn't block Lin Fan's sword. Not only did Lin Fan's side have a lot of spiritual power, but it also had extraordinary strength. If it hadn't been for the true god's physique, the tiger's mouth of her sword-holding hand would have been shattered at this moment. At this moment, he looked at Lin Fan's figure rushing towards him again. The figure was already far faster than the speed that Ningxi should have. The incoming sword flashed with precious light, streaked across the sky and emitted an air explosion that ripped apart the air. It contained terrifying power and murderous intent, and struck directly at Lu Yanran's forehead. Lu Yanran dared to be careless at this moment. The extreme wind sword code had to be used at this moment, and the strong wind suddenly roared and buzzed. The sword in her hand made a sword cry, burst out with a burst of green light, and whipped up a strong wind to block Lin Fan's powerful and heavy sword. Boom! The two swords clashed, making a crisp impact sound, but the power on them caused the airflow to flow backwards, raising dust for a while. In this exchange, Lu Yanran was once again at a disadvantage. The strong wind was shattered by Lin Fan's violent power, causing her to retreat again and directly hit a building in the Lu family, making a muffled groan. "Lu Yanran, if you only have this little strength, just admit defeat." Zhou Xingdou hid in the void wall and watched all this. To be honest, a battle of this level was too boring for him. But he had to marvel at Lin Fan's combat prowess. He could see that Lin Fan was not trying his best, and there were other methods that he had not used. But even so, Lu Yanran, who was suppressed in the realm of condensing consciousness, had no power to fight back. If not for the true god's body to absorb the damage for her, Lu Yanran would have lost at this moment. But at this moment, Lu Yanran stood up from the ground, her whole body surging with spiritual power, and her eyes shining with determination. Her belief in not wanting to lose was no weaker than Lin Fan's. The extreme wind sword code was revived again, and the true meaning of Feng Zhang was clearly understood in her heart. It's all in vain. Lin Fan snorted coldly. He said this just to stimulate Lu Yanran and make her not to give up easily. He didn't want to let her go so easily. In an instant, he moved the long sword in his hand again, and the surge of spiritual power turned into sharp sword energy, which rained down on Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran swung her long sword, a glimmer of green light surged in her eyes, and a long wind barrier spread out in front of her, blocking all Lin Fan's sword energy. At this moment, she felt like she was blending into the wind, her figure was elegant and free, and she started a fierce confrontation with Lin Fan. Zhou Xingdou was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Yanran to comprehend the true meaning of the wind sword in the extreme wind sword code during the battle. Although he could not defeat Lin Fan at this moment, he was able to compete with him. Lin Fan's swordsmanship was extremely sharp, and each sword carried strong killing intent and power. It was unstoppable, and Lu Yanran had to do her best to resist. But she was also extremely skilled in swordsmanship, and every move was extremely fast and agile, creating a fierce collision with Lin Fan's offensive. The figures of the two people intertwined on the ground, the swordlight and spiritual power intertwined, making countless buzzing sounds, and the scene was extremely intense. Lin Fan's expression also became solemn, and Lu Yanran's sudden outburst made him understand that he could not delay it any longer. Suddenly, a violent but sacred power burst out from Lin Fan's body, and an extremely ferocious power erupted on him. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed when he saw this. This power was not like a human being, but was similar to a dragon. Moreover, it was not erupted by any artifact, but Lin Fan's own power. Lin Fan's whole body shook, and his body became extremely heavy. For a moment, the stone slab under his feet was shattered by the shock, leaving a deep hole with every step. When he first practiced the true dragon physique technique given to him by his ancestors, although he did not succeed in practicing it and his true origin was backfired, he has not recovered to this day. But he didn't gain nothing. He left a dragon's power in his body and using it could greatly increase his strength and physique in a short period of time. This surge of power was enough for him to suppress the Mingguan monks, but now it was overkill to deal with Lu Yanran. But Lin Fan didn't want to delay it any longer, so he could only use this dragon's power, because he felt that something bad might happen if he delayed it any longer, and he wanted to make a quick decision and leave the Lu family as soon as possible. Lin Fan, who had used Long Wei, had undergone a qualitative change in strength. Each sword was mixed with violent power. Lu Yanran was so overwhelmed that she could not lift her head and could only retreat step by step to defend. Lu Yanran also felt a sense of unwillingness in her heart at this moment. She did not want to be defeated by Lin Fan like this. She wanted to prove her strength and talent in front of Zhou Xingdou. But it was a pity that Lin Fan didn't give him a chance. He no longer kept his hand to guard against others, and the long sword in his hand suddenly let out a bright light. His energy and spiritual power were condensed at this moment, and the sword blade buzzed continuously and struck with a crash. No, it shouldn't be a strike, it should be said to be a smash. Because in Lu Yanran's eyes at this moment, the extremely sharp sword blade was like a mountain smashing everything into pieces, and it even exuded a heart-stopping ferocity as it hit her. But at this moment, a gentle voice came to her ears that made her feel like a spring breeze and dispelled all fears. Now is the time to unblock your cultivation. A smile suddenly appeared on Lu Yanran's lips, and with a bang, a vast divine power was released from her body. Lin Fan, who was originally powerful, became weak in her eyes. In her eyes, the sword that was smashed down at extremely high speed was surprisingly full of loopholes. The long sword in her hand also revealed his true appearance at this time, and the extremely sharp divine light bloomed, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. Before Lin Fan could react, Lu Yanran's powerful extreme wind enveloped the room and swept everything away. Extreme wind fall. There was a loud shout, the sword came out like a dragon, and Feng Ruo cut through all the sharp blades. In an instant, Lu Yanran's figure turned into a stream of cyan light, slashed through Lin Fan's body, and appeared behind Lin Fan. All this happened in an instant. Lin Fan didn't even have a chance to react, so he froze in place. A gentle wind blows. Click. The top-quality sword in Lin Fan's hand made a crisp sound and shattered with a click. Immediately, a bloodline appeared on Lin Fan's white neck, but strangely, the bloodline suddenly healed again. However, Lin Fan also knelt on the ground with a plop, and the blood that had once been boiling reached its lowest point. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and blood marks were split in other parts of his body. Countless blood spurted out, turning him into a bloody man for a while. Zhou Xingdou was not too surprised that Lin Fan survived a true god's blow. If a true god could kill Lin Fan, then he would have arranged so many things. As expected, Lin Fan's split blood marks instantly healed as before after a few breaths, and his breath was actually picking up. But at this moment, the system prompt that Zhou Xingdou had been waiting for finally sounded. Ding, due to host reasons, Lin Fan's 3-year agreement failed, and 1,500 chi points were deducted. Ding, congratulations to the host. Lin Fan, the son of destiny, lost to Lu Yanran. The 3-year agreement with destiny failed and dissipated, depriving Lin Fan of 1,500 chi. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining luck value, 1,500. Ding, congratulations to the host, the fate of Lin Fan, the son of destiny, has been cleared. Please kill him as soon as possible to get the reward. After hearing that Lin Fan's luck had been cleared, Zhou Xingdou no longer hesitated. Suddenly, the Lu family lit up with a divine light covering the sky, covering it with countless divine symbols. 18 large formations were instantly erected, sealing everything away. Zhou Xingdou instantly stepped out of the void wall and appeared in front of Lin Fan, who was kneeling on the ground vomiting blood. His silvery white eyes filled with purple energy were filled with endless killing intent. 30 million giant elephant particles around him were boiling to the extreme at this moment, and a giant elephant covering the sky and earth appeared behind him and roared ferociously. Lin Fan also noticed the movement in front of him, and looked up hurriedly. At this moment, he had not yet recovered from the failure with Lu Yanran, and he suddenly showed some doubts. "Elder brother, why are you here?" But the answer that greeted Lin Fan was Zhou Xingdou's punch that tore apart space and destroyed everything, carrying supreme brute force. This punch contained all of Zhou Xingdou's power, and terrifying lightning flashed on the fist. It also contains Zhou Xingdou's endless hatred and murderous intention. Lin Fan must die today. Buzz. A punch was thrown out, as if the ancient divine mountain was smashed down. The heaven and earth buzzed for a while, and everything in the world was colorless at this moment, as if only this punch existed. Lin Fan's eyes widened, and his fist hit his face. First, his eyes exploded, and then his flesh and blood were like dead wood. Under the extremely terrifying force, his entire head turned into powder. Before the force could reach the space that was distorted by the shock, Lin Fan's body was torn apart, and then with the terrifying force that followed, his flesh and blood disintegrated bit by bit. This scene was like flames melting ice and snow. A living person was being wiped out bit by Zhou Xingdou's punches. The pain in it can be imagined. It was a pity that Zhou Xingdou had already smashed Lin Fan's head into pieces, otherwise Lin Fan's painful screams would have been heard. Before this, Zhou Xingdou always imagined today in his mind, imagining how to torture Lin Fan and make Lin Fan miserable. But when this moment really happened, Zhou Xingdou realized that he didn't even want Lin Fan to live any longer. Lin Fan's existence has now completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. All his substances have been completely obliterated by Zhou Xingdou. But in Zhou Xingdou's ears, there was no sound from the system. This made Zhou Xingdou's face darken and he screamed inwardly. He couldn't care about anything else at the moment. Suddenly, a pair of dark wings appeared on his back, turning into a bolt of lightning and rushing towards the sky at an incredible speed. At the same time, Chuyuan, who was in the inn, was in a very happy mood, humming a ditty happily with a smile on her face. For her, it was an excellent day to get rid of Lin Fan's disgusting beast and stay with her master Zhou Xingdou forever. But at this moment, scarlet ancient formations suddenly lit up in the inn, and endless vitality gathered in the room. A blood-colored sigil appeared in the center of the formation, blooming with red light. Blood threads were pulled out from the blood-colored sigil, and a human shape was outlined in the void. Chuyuan stared at all this with her mouth agape, the bloodshot threads clinging to her quickly, and in an instant they formed a figure that she least wanted to see. Lin Fan. With the appearance of Lin Fan, there was a sound of joy in the world, and boundless spiritual power and vitality poured into Lin Fan's body at this moment. After a burst of blood, his eyes slowly opened. Puff! After Lin Fan recovered, a mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out, and his breath fell to the bottom in an instant, but his eyes burst out with heart-shaking extreme hatred and anger, and he shouted in a low voice. Zhou Xingdou, I didn't expect it to be you. Lin Fan really didn't expect that Lu Yanran could explode with such terrifying power, which was far beyond the limit of what his protective object could withstand. What's more, he didn't expect that when he was at his weakest and most vulnerable, Zhou Xingdou, who had been helping him, would appear and kill him mercilessly. If he hadn't obtained not only the great teleportation seal but also a life-altering talisman in that ruins, he would have been completely wiped out from the world at this moment. But even so, Lin Fan's condition at the moment was not good. The sea of consciousness was directly destroyed by Zhou Xingdou's terrifying power, causing his state to fall back to enlightenment. His soul was extremely damaged, and his origin was already damaged. Even if he was resurrected at this moment, he would still be extremely weak. Even a person in the physical realm could kill him. But in the end, Lin Fan survived, but his hatred for Zhou Xingdou also reached its peak. One day, I will cramp Zhou Xingdou, peel off his skin, and torture him to death. Then Lin Fan looked at the horrified Chuyuan and saw the woman he loved deeply. His dizzy mind suddenly became clearer, and he understood that he should not stay here for a long time. Lin Fan quickly walked towards Chuyuan, who was still in shock, grabbed her sleeve and said in a gentle tone. Chuyuan, it's not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Let's leave first. I'll explain to you later. As he spoke, a great teleportation talisman appeared in Lin Fan's hand. Now that the sea of consciousness was destroyed by Zhou Xingdou, he could not use his spiritual consciousness to activate the talisman, so he could only use the stupidest method to crush it and activate it. But just when Lin Fan was about to crush the great teleportation talisman, a fiery red sword light flashed in front of him, making him feel a chill on his arm. Lin Fan looked down in shock, only to see that the arm holding the great teleportation talisman had been cut off by a sharp, fiery red sword. The hand holding the great movement seal also fell to the ground at this moment, and a heartbreaking pain suddenly shot up from his arm. But at this moment, the other arm holding Chuyu's sleeve also felt a chill. Only then did he see clearly who the owner of the fiery red sword was. The person who cut off his arm was Chuyu, whom he had grown up with, his childhood sweetheart, and whom he loved deeply. At this moment, Lin Fan had forgotten the pain in his arm, because the cramp in his heart was 10 times more painful than the pain in his body. Chuyu held the red lotus sword in her hand, and the fiery red sword light flashed on her beautiful face, but there was only disgust and excitement in her eyes. Why? Lin Fan looked at all this in disbelief, his face uglier than his dead father, looking at Chuyu in great pain, like a wounded cub, almost crazy, his voice almost growling. But even so, Chuyu did not stop. The red lotus sword in his hand took the opportunity to stab out again, and the extremely sharp blade directly penetrated Lin mortal pill field. But Chuyu did not stop. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and used his slender jade legs to thrust the sword completely into Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan was already extremely weak at this moment, and even more heartbroken. He was actually pushed back by Chuyu's red lotus sword. Chuyu also didn't know where the strength came from, and her legs and jade hands continued to move forward until the red lotus sword nailed Lin Fan's body to the wall. Seeing Lin Fan's tragic situation, Chuyu also burst out into a cheerful smile again. Beast, being in the same room with you these past few days has almost disgusted me to death. I have wanted to kill you for a long time. The sword wound in his dantian made Lin Fan's aura extremely depressed, and blood continued to flow from his mouth. The blood from his severed arms also gurgled, and soon a pool of blood formed on the ground. But these words were not as heartbreaking as Chuyu's words, which made him extremely sad. With his mouth full of blood, he kept questioning. Why, I paid so much for you. I freed you from slavery, spent a lot of money to buy the best treasures for you, and even gave up the remaining soul of Supreme. Why do you do this to me? Chuyu looked at Lin Fan, who was nailed to the wall, with disdain, and insulted him with extreme disdain. Little beast, your top-notch treasure has long been crushed to pieces by its master, who is much more generous than a waste like you. Did you see the red lotus sword just now? It is a top-grade magic weapon, much more expensive than your broken top-grade treasure. After hearing Chuyu's words, Lin Fan's injuries were affected by his emotions, and he immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood again. But what made him more sad than the other words in Chuyu's words was the owner in Chuyu's words. Behind the woman he loves deeply, there is always a master he doesn't know. This feeling is more uncomfortable for a man than killing him. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's figure appeared behind Chuyu, and his thick arms hugged Chuyu's soft and slender body from behind. In fact, when Chuyu cut off Lin Fan's arm, he had already arrived here, but found that Chuyu had actually cured Lin Fan, so he never showed up. But in this situation, it would be a pity if he didn't show up and give Lin Fan a serious blow. Chuyu naturally knew that the person hugging her was Zhou Xingdou, and her face suddenly became a bit fanatical and obsessed. She ignored Lin Fan, who had a dull face, and said softly, "Master, Chuyu has missed you so much these days." Zhou Xingdou laughed twice. He had never been so happy since his rebirth. Ha 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 ha, you did a good job. You are the biggest contributor to this matter. I will reward you well. Now everyone could see that Lin Fan was helpless, otherwise he would have activated the great teleportation talisman and left just now. Lin Fan also understood at this time that the owner of Chuyu's mouth was none other than Zhou Xingdou. Seeing Chuyu facing Zhou Xingdou, showing a flattering attitude towards him that he had never shown before, Lin Fan opened his mouth wide and breathed rapidly. The corners of his mouth kept twitching due to the injury, and finally he yelled in pain. "Zhou Xingdou, I'm finished." But Lin Fan's yelling and cursing at this moment could no longer anger Zhou Xingdou, but instead made Zhou Xingdou feel even happier. His experience in the previous life was no more miserable than Lin Fan's. Not only did he have no sympathy for Lin Fan, he even felt that all this was not enough. Thinking of this week, Xingdou looked at Lin Fan jokingly and said sarcastically. How funner, let's take a good look at how Chuyu uses it. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou blocked Chuyu's red lips and kissed them selflessly, making sounds from time to time for Lin Fan to hear. Ah, Zhou Xingdou, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Lin Fan roared angrily, but tears fell unconsciously from the corners of his eyes. He didn't understand why the 3-year agreement that he was sure to win would turn into this. Today, Lin Fan's burning heart has been shattered at this moment. The cramping pain in his heart and the injuries on his body have made him extremely crazy, comparable to any kind of torture in the world. Zhou Xingdou also appropriately let go of Chuyu and ended the selfless kiss, because a charming figure appeared in this room. After Lin Fan saw that figure, a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in his almost despairing mood, and he roared crazily. Sister Yu, help me kill him, help me kill Zhou Xingdou, I want him to die badly. The one who came here was naturally Yuji. Princess Iron Fan had the supreme remnant soul jade pendant related to Lin Fan, which was prone to accidents. Zhou Xingdou did not dare to let her come. But Yuji is different. She still has Zhou Xingdou's all-changing slave mark on her body, and there is no way she can betray her. What's more, she was Lin Fan's former investor and Lin Fan's last hope. Yuji looked at the extremely tortured Lin Fan, her disgusting emotion no longer concealed. Does a dog-like thing deserve to be called sister? Then Yuji twisted her plump body, got close to Zhou Xingdou and said foolishly. Master, why haven't you killed him yet? He's so disgusting. At this moment, Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood again, and the glimmer of hope that had just arisen was extinguished again. He received too many stimulations at one time, each one of which made him miserable. It also made Lin Fan's state of mind shattered at this moment, and his face became hollow and stupid. When Zhou Xingdou saw this, he also knew that Chuyu and Yuji had no effect on Lin Fan at this moment. Because Lin Fan had entered a state of despair, Zhou Xingdou also took advantage of the situation and came to Lin Fan. Looking at Lin Fan, who was nailed to the wall with the red lotus sword, Zhou Xingdou felt like he was in another world. In the 20 years since his last life, he had treated him as a brother and supported him as much as possible. Although he only wanted to please Lin Fan because he knew he was the son of destiny, his efforts were no less generous. Those are real resources and real contributions, not empty talk. But he couldn't feed him enough, and he didn't know how to feed Lin Fan, a white-eyed wolf. In the end, Lin Fan chopped off his head and wiped out everything, ending up with a dead body. But now Zhou Xingdou is extremely calm, looking at Lin Fan, the son of destiny who was unstoppable in his previous life and pushed for everything. Lin Fan, have you ever thought about today? But this sentence was actually not meant for Lin Fan, but for Zhou Xingdou himself. He had waited too long for this day, and had made many arrangements since his rebirth to achieve this day. Although there were some twists and turns during the period, Lin Fan still escaped, but Chuyu could still count it as his own move, but he didn't expect that this most insignificant move was the key to Lin Fan's desperation. Lin Fan remained silent at this moment, and did not look at Zhou Xingdou. There was only an endless void, and his whole person was like a living dead. Zhou Xingdou's sword pierced Lin Mortal Pill's field, and he pulled out the red lotus sword that Lin Fan had nailed to the wall. Countless blood also splashed on Zhou Xingdou's body along with the sword body. Zhou Xingdou bathed in Lin Fan's blood, looked at Lin Fan who was still empty and desperate, and said, By the way, I forgot to tell you, I was the one who killed your father. I was also responsible for that auction house, and I also transformed the fat man sitting opposite you at the auction. Lin Fan's eyes at this moment were still like a dead fish, without any fluctuation. Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry. He held the red lotus sword, patted Lin Fan's cheek with the fiery red sword blade, and said to himself, Your ancestor's jade pendant is also in my hand now. Oh, by the way, do you remember that you asked me to cleanse Yun Jinji of the cold poison? On that day, everyone in Lin House became my slaves, and Chuyu was also included in my account. In Yun Jinji, actually you should call me father now. After all, your mother is very moist. At this moment, Lin Fan finally had some waves in his eyes, his pupils were trembling, and a strong resentment and anger emerged in him. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou suddenly took action, and the red lotus sword exploded with endless power in his hand. The blazing sword tip pierced Lin Fan's chest in an instant, completely shattering his heart, and an all-consuming destructive force completely shattered Lin Fan's remaining soul. This time, no miracle happened again. Lin Fan, who had exhausted all his strength, no longer had the protection of the Son of Destiny. Lin Fan's pupils, which had just made waves, slowly faded away, and his body, which was struggling to get up, instantly collapsed weakly. "Don't worry, I will take good care of your mother and Chuyuan for you." Zhou Xingdou looked at Lin Fan, who had lost all life, and said slowly with the corner of his mouth raised. A sense of relief also arose in Zhou Xingdou's heart, and the hatred that had reminded him all the time and made him feel uneasy also dissipated like clouds of smoke at this moment. It even made him look a little confused. The system prompt also sounded at this moment. "Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Destiny, Lin Fan. Ding, kill the Son of Destiny for the first time, and you will be rewarded with 30,000 luck points. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, True Dragon Body Casting Method. Everyone is like a dragon version. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Great Teleportation Seal 100. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, ZMI, one of the ancient 9 character secrets. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Holy Realm War Slave 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Luck Explorer Card 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Innate Luck Stripping Card 3. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Transmigrate Times in the Heavens 1. The constant beeping of the system woke Zhou Xingdou out of his daze. Looking at the rolling screen of light in front of him, Zhou Xingdou was also slightly surprised. What the system said was indeed true, and the reward for killing the Son of Destiny was indeed extremely generous. The rewarded 30,000 luck points directly made up for the cost of repairing his system, and he was given 100 Dragon Elephant Holy Medicines. These 100 Dragon Elephant Holy Medicines are enough to activate 1/8 of the giant elephant particles in Zhou Xingdou's Divine Elephant Prison suppressing power. Then came the True Dragon Body Casting Method, but there was a bracket at the end that said, "Everyone is like a dragon version." This made Zhou Xingdou a little confused, and then he clicked on the 5 words, True Dragon Casting Method. True Dragon Body Casting Method. Everyone is like a dragon version. True Dragon Body Casting Method, a method of casting acquired physiques, can allow people to cultivate extraordinary physiques. From low to high, the physiques are divided into Heavenly Python Body, Divine Dragon Body, and Holy Dragon Body, True Dragon Body. After cultivating the True Dragon Body, you can transform into a peerless True Dragon and possess some of the power of the True Dragon. Originally, it is extremely risky to practice and the requirements are extremely high, so the system modified this method for the host to make the True Dragon Body Casting Method simple and anyone can practice it, so the system calls it the Everyone Like a Dragon edition. After reading the details of the True Dragon Body Casting Method, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh that this dog system is quite thoughtful. If anyone can practice this body casting method, then its value will be great. When this method is perfected, one can transform into a real dragon and possess some of its power. That is a real dragon. Even if you look at the heavens, it is the most ferocious beast. And it is extremely rare. There are probably not many pure-blooded true dragons in the entire Chuyuan realm. If there are any, they are the supreme beings. Not to mention that the physique is not a big deal. Even Zan Heavenly Dao sect did not ensure that all his disciples have a physique. It can be said that this true dragon casting method can directly create a powerful force that can be passed down for countless years. Even in a certain sense, this true dragon body casting method, everyone is like a dragon version, exceeds all previous rewards. Just when Zhou Xingdou was excited, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding host, don't be too happy too soon. Everyone is like a dragon, but not everyone is a dragon. Even if the system simplifies the true dragon body casting method, not everyone can build a true dragon body. Zhou Xingdou didn't care much about being thrown cold water by the system. Even so, the true dragon body casting technique, everyone is like a dragon version, was still a rare treasure. The great teleportation seal at the back was almost interesting. Although there were 100 of them, Zhou Xingdou didn't take much fancy to them, but it was good to use them as a life-saving device for his woman. The ancient 9-character secret is also extremely terrifying. It is 9 kinds of supreme secret techniques, each one is an ultimate technique. Among them, ZMI is a supreme healing technique that can restore mana, soul, and body, and restore all injuries to the original state almost instantly. Even if there is only one drop of blood left, he can instantly return to his peak state. Even if the use of the secret code will consume one's own life source, it does not hinder its terror. It is still a supreme technique. After getting the secret of Zhezi, unless Zhou Xingdou exhausts his life source, it will be almost difficult for him to die in the future. Just these things made Zhou Xingdou feel like he was making a lot of money, not to mention that there were 3 Holy Realm War slaves, 10 Luck Explorer cards, 3 innate Luck Stripping cards, and the Heavens Transmigrated ones. Zhou Xingdou not only looked at Lin Fan, who was still dead, but he really wanted to thank him for creating so much value for himself even in death. However, he did not intend to destroy Lin Fan's body. The dead Lin Fan was still of some use to him. After confirming that Lin Fan was dead, Chuyuan tiptoed to Zhou Xingdou and said in an extremely coquettish manner, "Master, will Chuyuan be able to be by your side from now on?" Lin Fan's death was not important to Chuyuan. What was more important was whether he could be by Zhou Xingdou's side in the future. Zhou Xingdou lifted Chuyuan's chin with his fingers and smiled at the corner of his mouth. "Of course, and I will reward you extra." He really wanted to thank Chuyuan. After all, if it weren't for her, Lin Fan would have been able to escape today. After all, even Zhou Xingdou didn't expect Lin Fan to have 2 lives. If he hadn't been rewarded for killing Lin Fan, he might not have even known that Lin Fan was not dead when he was in the Liu family. As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou hugged Chuyuan's soft and delicate body, and then looked at Yuji's charming face, saying nothing. "After all, my own understanding needs to be replenished today." The corpse of the deceased was not yet cold, but the spring scenery filled the house for a while. But what Zhou Xingdou didn't know was that at this moment, the Chuyuan realm was undergoing great changes. Blood filled the sky, heaven was crying, and the universe was trembling. At this moment, in a small village, a strange man wearing a red dragon and gold robe woke up from a coma. And a powerful voice came from his ears. "Ling Tian, you finally woke up." Ling Tian looked confused, stood up a little weakly, and looked at the man speaking beside him. "Tianyang, why am I here? Why don't you take me back to Dai'an?" Fang Tianyang's expression suddenly turned ugly. Ling Tian had been in a coma since he was crippled by Zhou Xingdou that day. He didn't stay for a few days before sending Ling Tian back to Dai'an, but he didn't expect to catch up with Mian, a force affiliated with the Zhou family. Fang Tianyang couldn't save Dai'an, but he couldn't watch his friend die, so he was entrusted by Queen Dai'an to escape with Ling Tian by virtue of his identity as Zan Heavenly Dao sect. Ling Tian saw that Fang Tianyang's face was ugly and his pupils were filled with confusion, but before he could ask further questions, he realized that his profound cultivation in the Divine King realm had disappeared. The entire Dantian is empty. This feeling of emptiness caused Ling Tian's expression to change dramatically. "My cultivation, why has my cultivation disappeared?" But in just a moment, he recalled the scene that day. His cultivation was ruined by Zhou Xingdou, and his fiancée was also snatched away by Zhou Xingdou. "Ah, Zhou Xingdou, I want you to die." A long and painful scream resounded through the sky, and Ling Tian was almost crazy, beating the bedboard under him crazily. Fang Tianyang hurriedly stopped Ling Tian. Now Ling Tian's Dantian was gone and he was no different from a mortal. He had been unconscious for so many days and his body was extremely weak. If Ling Tian didn't stop his anger, he would be so angry that something would happen to him. While restraining Ling Tian, Fang Tianyang injected powerful spiritual power into Ling Tian's dry meridians and comforted him. "Calm down, the top priority now is to take good care of your health before we can talk about anything else." But Ling Tian didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, he glared at Fang Tianyang and said, "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, Fang Tianyang, how could I have suffered such a great insult?" Fang Tianyang also frowned when he heard this and said dissatisfied, "If you didn't covet other people's sword cannons, how could this happen?" The fact that he has done this for Ling Tian is considered to be the most benevolent and righteous person, and he has a clear conscience towards Ling Tian. But Ling Tian ignored Fang Tianyang at all and continued to yell and curse crazily. He raised his fist and punched Fang Tianyang in the face. "It's because of you. If you didn't invite me, how could I have gone to Tianshuan Holy State? How could I have discovered that sword code, and how could I have offended Zhou Xingdou?" It's just that the weak fist couldn't shake Fang Tianyang in the slightest. Instead, his fist was bruised with blood from the shock. Fang Tianyang understood that at this moment Huo Lingtian was just looking for a target to vent his emotions, and the right and wrong were no longer important in Huo Lingtian's eyes. Seeing Huo Lingtian, who was yelling and cursing crazily and full of resentment towards himself, Fang Tianyang was completely disappointed in Huo Lingtian and waved his arm to throw away Huo Lingtian, who kept punching him. Huo Lingtian hit the ground hard and let out a painful groan, unable to get up for a while. He was already a mortal, and if Fang Tianyang hadn't used his strength, he would have fallen to death. Fang Tianyang snorted coldly, looked at Huo Lingtian and said, "HMPH Fang has treated you with all his kindness and righteousness. Now that Dian has been destroyed because of you, Huo Lingtian, please take care of yourself." Hearing this, Huo Lingtian forgot about the pain for a moment. After being stunned for a while, his eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "What did you say? The Great Flame is destroyed. Great Yan has become history." 8 affiliated forces of the Zhou family descended on the imperial city, and a dozen supremes took action. In less than a day, the imperial city of Great Yan was reduced to nothingness, and both Emperor Yan and your ancestor were dead. I was also entrusted by your mother to escape from the Great Fire with you in a coma. Now you are no longer a prince, just a subjugated slave. Quote. Fang Tianyang looked at the dull Huo Lingtian and shook his head. At this moment, he was extremely disappointed with Huo Lingtian. But he was still soft-hearted. After sighing, he threw down a storage ring and ignored Huo Lingtian, who was stagnant in place. Huo Lingtian felt as if the sky was falling, and he was in a trance. Did the great Yan dynasty fall? Because of yourself? This was undoubtedly a blow to his already riddled mind. For a moment, Huo Lingtian was so angry that he vomited out a mouthful of his hard-earned blood. His heart felt like 10,000 needles were pricking him at this moment, making him miserable. The pair of enchanting eyes suddenly turned terrifyingly scarlet, and the tears dripped from the corners of the eyes, but they were not watercolored, but scarlet tears of blood. The heart-rending cries made the listener's heart tremble and the listener tremble. But at this moment, the bloody light in the sky was eternal, dyeing the earth red, the universe was trembling, and the big sun hanging in the sky was also dim at this moment. The moon also appeared at this moment, but it was not as white as before, but extremely scarlet, revealing an enchanting beauty. The stars were shining dazzlingly across the sky at this moment, and for a while the sky and the earth were mourning as if they were mourning someone's death. These ominous visions made the creatures in the entire absolute beginning realm fearful, and an inexplicable feeling of sadness arose in their hearts. It was as if the building was about to collapse and the hero who saved the common people fell. Countless people shed tears silently for a while. At this moment, Huo Lingtian heard a ghostly voice. Do you long for power? Not only Huo Lingtian was like this, but the entire Chuyuan realm was like a whale falling from the sky, with all kinds of strange phenomena constantly erupting. In a small city, when a young beggar was being bullied, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. How could this emperor's descendants live in such misery? In another mass grave in the wilderness, a corpse suddenly opened its eyes, looked around with some horror, paused for a long time and said in surprise, I actually transmigrate. In an abandoned temple, a frustrated Confucian scholar was burning his books. Just when he was about to commit suicide, he discovered that there seemed to be something extra in the books burning in the fire. At the same time, a handsome young monk found a simple little pagoda after haggling with vendors at a street stall. For a time, people who were once as humble as ants, or who had been bullied, received huge opportunities that they had never dared to imagine, and that could turn their lives around. This vision that enveloped the entire world not only affected ordinary people, but also made those supreme sects restless. Those supreme beings in the Chuyuan realm who were hidden from the world were also speculating on the secrets of heaven because of this unusual phenomenon. Some of their faces were frightened, and some were solemn. Because the sky in the Chuyuan realm is in chaos. Only the majestic old man in the supreme purple pagoda in the ancestral land of the Zhou family showed a smile of relief at this moment. Zhou Xingdou was unaware of all the great changes outside, because now he was enjoying the warmth of gentle village in front of the corpse of his enemy. But even if Zhou Xingdou knew about the changes in the outside world, I'm afraid he wouldn't be afraid, but would be very happy. For him, these life-changing people are not threats, but leeks waiting to be harvested by him. After all, after killing Lin Fan in revenge, Zhou Xingdou felt a little confused. It would be best if a new plaything appeared. Zhou Xingdou did not indulge for too long. After all, Chuyu only had the physical realm and was too weak. So in just one day and night, Zhou Xingdou collected Lin Fan's body and returned to Zhan Heavenly Dao sect. It's just that at this time, the strange phenomena between heaven and earth have disappeared, and the sky has returned to the same blue as before. If it weren't for the conversations with other disciples, Zhou Xingdou might not have known that there had been such a huge phenomenon. He naturally guessed that this should be because he killed Lin Fan. After all, it was the Son of Destiny who was killed, and the fall of the Holy Realm would cause the phenomenon of holy death, let alone a Son of Destiny with an infinite future. This god is no different from his own son who died. Zhou Xingdou originally planned to take Luo Hanyi back to Zhou's house after finishing dealing with Lin Fan, and ask about the Zhui Emperor Sutra. However, Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry to go back. After all, he got a lot of good things after killing Lin Fan, and he couldn't wait to digest them. It's not too late to go back after digesting this harvest. Therefore, Zhou Xingdou did not go to Jushuan Hall after returning to the sect, nor did he look for Luo Hanyi. After leaving the exhausted Chuyu to the care of Yu Shuhua, who had become his slave, he plunged into the quiet room of Qingxin Palace and opened his own panel. Name: Zhou Xingdou. Odd number. Talent: Punishing Heaven Dao Body, Innate Sword Heart. Realm: Peak of True God Realm. Cumulative Luck Value: 79,498, 49,498. Gongfa Baoshu. Zhui Taihuang Sutra Part 1 Basic Accomplishment Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power Introduction, Lady Baoshu Introduction, Luoxia Sword Code Introduction. Rare Items and Magical Weapons. Punishing Thunder Emperor Armor Wonderful Items of Heaven and Earth Prison Suppressing Sword Peak Supreme Weapon Qingxin Palace Magic Weapon. Person of Luck. Lin Fan, Yun Jinji, Yuji, Chuyu. The number of transmigrate of the heavens. 1. Those who kill the destiny have a chance to obtain the number of transmigrate of the heavens. System Warehouse. Throne of the Thunder Emperor Supreme Artifact Divine Phoenix Elixir 1. Dragon Elephant Holy Elixir 110. True Dragon Body Casting Method Everyone is like a dragon version Great Teleportation Seal 100. ZZ Secret. Holy Realm Battle Slave 3. Luck Explorer Card 10. Innate Luck Stripping Card 3. This harvest directly filled his originally somewhat empty system warehouse. The most important thing to him now is naturally the number of times the heavens transmigrate. After all, there are currently no lucky people, and the only way to get rewards is to clear dungeons. But the best is naturally saved for the end. Zhou Xingdou suppressed his curiosity and looked at the ZZ secret in the system warehouse. You don't have to worry about anything else, but for an immortal skill like ZZ, the sooner you can practice it, the better. After all, nothing is more important than life, so Zhou Xingdou naturally does not want to experience a third death. Thinking that Zhou Xingdou no longer hesitated, he immediately asked the system to extract the secret word. Suddenly, countless mysterious and ancient divine symbols suddenly appeared in Zhou Xingdou's mind, and countless true meanings were constantly intertwined and evolved. JZMI is different from ordinary magic spells. There are no long chapters and no written records. There are only profound and obscure true meanings and runes, but it still makes people feel that the method is terrifying. If Zhou Xingdou was allowed to comprehend it on his own, it would be difficult for him to comprehend its true meaning in a short period of time, let alone master it. Fortunately, with the help of the system, Zhou Xingdou knew Zhezimi, one of the ancient 9-character secrets, by heart without having to use his brain. In an instant, a simple rune that evolved from a true meaning rune suddenly appeared on Zhou Xingdou's sea of consciousness, exuding immeasurable vitality. The moment this talisman condensed, Zhou Xingdou attained the state of perfection. Suddenly, the flawless treasure body gave off a ray of light, and the aura of life that was originally far superior to that of the same state surged at this moment. The entire quiet room was filled with the power of life at this moment, and every ray of this power of life was comparable to the best medicine for recovering injuries. And this is just the life force overflowing from Zhou Xingdou's cultivator. The vitality contained in his body has reached a terrifying level. Even the essence of life was sublimated at this moment. Zhou Xingdou could feel that even if his life essence was depleted, it could be replenished faster than ordinary people. The price of using the secret code is the loss of life source. Such changes allow Zhou Xingdou to use the secret code more frequently. But even so, JZMI will eventually have limits, and everything will always have a limit that cannot be crossed. At this time, Zhou Xingdou also opened his eyes leisurely. He could feel that when the secret was perfected, the particles in his body were also stimulated by the life essence. At that moment, they were comparable to 10 dragon elephant holy medicines. That is 10 million giant elephant particles. Combined with the previous 30 million giant elephant particles, he has now completed repairing a fraction of 840 million, not to mention that there are still 110 dragon elephant holy medicines in the system warehouse. When all are digested, it will be enough to reach 100 million giant elephant particles. But it is a pity that Zhou Xingdou's power has reached the limit that the body of the true God realm can hold. If he continues to activate it, it may damage his future foundation. It is the same in everything, the moon is full and it loses, and the water is full and it overflows. Zhou Xingdou is originally a supreme Tao foundation, and all extremes have been broken long ago. Now that we have reached the peak of true God, if we break through the extreme realm again, it will not bring benefits but disadvantages. However, it is impossible for him not to continue to turn on the giant elephant particles. When he broke through the peak of the true God, he could break through the Divine King level one after another. After all, he was a great saint in his previous life. As long as he is willing not to be afraid of damage to the Supreme Tao Foundation, becoming a saint in one day is no joke. It's just that he still wanted to reach every realm until there was no way out, so he didn't break through the paper-like Divine King level at that time. But now there is no need to wait any longer. Zhou Xingdou closed his eyes again, and his real body suddenly shook, and there was a buzzing sound. The Divine King level is as if it doesn't exist. It can be broken with one touch and has no blocking effect. For a moment, divine power surged, brilliance bloomed on the treasure body, and waves of magic rose up. The four supreme divine treasures in Zhou Xingdou's dantian vibrated at this moment, welcoming the birth of their king. The fifth supreme divine treasure also condensed suddenly at this moment, but this supreme divine treasure is more magnificent than the other divine treasures. As soon as he appeared, the other four supreme divine treasures guarded him and surrounded their king. The fifth magnificent divine treasure was immediately connected to the other four supreme divine treasures, directly controlling the power of the five divine treasures, making the five become one. When the divine king reached the realm, the aura on Zhou Xingdou suddenly surged, and the soul in the sea of consciousness also expanded rapidly at this moment. All power was continuously compressing and quenching the chain, turning into the power of the divine king. Zhou Xingdou slowly opened his eyes again and exhaled a breath of essence. Breaking through before the realm of the great sage is as simple as eating and drinking. He doesn't even need to worry about failure, because it is impossible to fail. Zhou Xingdou didn't pay much attention to breaking through the divine king, and instead looked at the true dragon body casting technique everyone like a dragon version on the system warehouse again. However, this time Zhou Xingdou did not choose to withdraw directly, but asked the system. System, can you not extract the true dragon body casting technique into your mind and directly compile the technique into a book for me? The system did not interrupt and directly replied. Ding, the host's request, system can do it. Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly and said to the system again. Then compile the true dragon body casting method into a book and put it in my hand. Zhou Xingdou was not very interested in practicing the true dragon body casting technique, so he was unwilling to extract it directly into his mind. The foundation of the true dragon body casting method is actually to cultivate people into true dragons, and then their bodies will have true dragon blood. This is what Zhou Xingdou doesn't want. Although the real dragon is powerful, he doesn't want to taint his own bloodline. Zhou Xingdou is the bloodline of the Zhou family, the supreme immortal family. His bloodline does not need to be supplemented by miscellaneous blood, even if it is the true dragon bloodline that countless people are happy with. At least Zhou Xingdou's bloodline told him that no bloodline in the world was more noble than his, and any adulteration of bloodline would be an insult to him. Not to mention the bloodline of ferocious beasts. Therefore, Zhou Xingdou did not intend to practice the true dragon body casting technique. He had to leave it to his subordinates to practice. Then he would not need to extract it into his mind, but directly extract it into a book, which would save him trouble. In the blink of an eye, a book exuding dragon power appeared out of thin air in Zhou Xingdou's hands. The cover of this book seems to be made of dragon scales, and there are patterns like fish scales on it. The above-mentioned 5 characters of flying dragons and phoenixes, true dragon casting method. There is also a line of small words in the corner of these 5 characters, everyone is like a dragon. Zhou Xingdou was not interested in looking through it. After looking at the cover, he threw it into the storage ring. Now the only things in the system warehouse that he can directly use are the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine and the Holy Realm War Slave. There was no rush for the dragon elephant holy medicine, but the Holy Realm War slave made Zhou Xingdou a little addicted. After all, the Holy Realm War slaves are like a lottery. The people drawn are almost random, which gives you the pleasure of gambling. However, Zhou Xingdou did not expect that the system would give 3 of them at once. After all, he had only obtained 2 Holy Realm War slaves. The first time I drew the Tiger Fa High, the second time I drew the Iron Fan Princess with a banana fan. Both of them can be said to be extremely extraordinary. One of them was a Buddhist deity in his previous life, the great Python god Maharaja, one of the 8 heavenly dragons. One of them is the Iron Fan Immortal, the Iron Fan Princess Rakshasa, who can make Monkey King, the Monkey King, who is causing trouble in the heavenly palace, helpless even if he does not have the fixed wind pill. It can be said that this Holy Realm War slave is worth every time you use it. The only drawback is that even if you draw a character who is against the heavens, he will be trapped in the Holy Realm. Even the built-in innate Lingbao cannot use its full power. System: extract the Holy Realm War slaves. Zhou Xingdou didn't bother and directly extracted all 3 Holy Realm War slaves. Suddenly, 3 magnificent light curtains connecting all the heavens and worlds appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou, and incredible and terrifying figures were outlined on the screen at a rapid speed, constantly changing. The first light curtain was set, and a figure with a ferocious beast's head and human body appeared above the light curtain, holding a gong in one hand and a stick in the other, with a scarlet demon flag stuck behind his back. But when he saw this figure, Zhou Xingdou's mouth twitched. War slave, Xiao Zhuanfeng. Realm: early stage of sainthood. Real body: diamond rhinoceros. That's right, this is the little demon patrolling the mountain in Sichualing, Xiao Zhuanfeng in Journey to the West. Although the world of Journey to the West is a top-notch world in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, Xiao Zhuanfeng still disappointed Zhou Xingdou. Not to mention anything else, this little Zhuanfeng's own strength is definitely not at the saint level. The saint's early cultivation level is probably forced by the system. But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, this Holy Realm War slave is picked randomly, so I might have been lucky the first 2 times. Now that I think about it, it is possible to draw an ordinary person. Now, it is better to draw a little fool than to randomly draw some unknown trash. Xiao Zhuanfeng also lowered Zhou Xingdou's psychological expectations. At this time, the second magnificent light curtain also stopped instantly, but the result this time seemed to be good, because there was a woman on the light screen. A very beautiful woman. Wearing a pure white dress, she has a beautiful and mature face. Her body is plump to the extreme, and every inch of her skin is smooth and shiny. Her double peaks are in the clouds, and her slender waist is full. Even if it is completely covered by the pure white skirt, Zhou Xingdou knows that under the skirt, there must be a pair of extremely plump legs. What's even more touching is that there is a hint of gentleness and virtuousness between her eyebrows, but also mixed with a hint of indifference, which makes people's hearts flutter. War slave, Qing Yanjing. Realm: the middle stage of the great sage. Identity: divine maiden, Qing Yanjing. Looking at this name, Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed. He remembered a certain memory from his past life. Isn't this the mother of a certain master? The identity of the pagoda divine maiden on the panel also confirmed Zhou Xingdou's idea. He was not mistaken. It really was. It is said that the system knows its own quirks, so it always messes with these people. Princess Iron Fan and Qing Yanjing are both stunning beauties who are married women. However, Qing Yanjing's strength made Zhou Xingdou a little confused. There was no word, sealed, in the middle stage of the Great Sage, indicating that her strength was equivalent to her own world. It seems that the side that dominates the world is not strong. After all, Qing Yanjing is a strong person standing at the top of that side of the world, no matter in the early or late stages. The third light curtain also stopped at this moment, but compared to the first 2, this figure seemed a bit ordinary. Because he is not as interesting as Xiao Zhuanfeng, nor is he as interested in poking at himself as Qing Yanjing. Zhou Xingdou is not familiar with this character. It can be said that he does not know him at all. The most important thing is that he is not a woman, but an old man. There are some things that Zhou Xingdou doesn't pay much attention to, and it's hard to be interested in them. War slave, Luo Balian. Realm: late saint stage. Identity: holy grade weapon refiner, ancestor of the Luo family. Note: this person is a native of the Chuyuan realm, so there is no need to extract a host, he will automatically find a host. It cannot be said that a holy weapon refiner is useless. After all, he is an existence that can refine holy weapons. It can be said that even if he is only in the late stage of saint, he is definitely more precious than in the late stage of saint. But the unfortunate thing is that with Zhou Xingdou's status, how can he be short of holy soldiers? This kind of existence is dispensable. However, Zhou Xingdou did not expect that this Holy Realm war slave could directly extract people from the Chuyuan realm. But it is still better than drawing a character who is unfamiliar to him and does not know which world he is from. Zhou Xingdou may be a little happy if he just gains a slave of a saint-grade weapon refiner in the late saint stage. But spending a Holy Realm battle slave to extract, Luo Balian can only say that it is better than nothing, and even a bit wasteful. Xiao Zhuanfeng and Qing Yanjing Zhou Xingdou did not choose to take them to their side immediately, but temporarily placed them in the system warehouse to sleep. Then he set his sights on the heavens transmigrate. This opportunity for the heavens to transmigrate was Zhou Xingdou's top priority today. But Zhou Xingdou did not directly use this opportunity to transmigrate the heavens, but asked the system. System, if I use Zudian to transmigrate a random world now, will it be transmigrated immediately? Can I keep the random world and wait for transmigrate later? The system's voice also sounded immediately. Ding, you can keep the world without transmigrating it immediately, but the system is still seriously damaged and the retention period is only 30 days. If the host does not transmigrate within 30 days, the system will treat the host as automatically giving up. Zhou Xingdou felt relieved now. He had no plans to go to other worlds yet. After all, he still had some things to do. After all, he had promised his senior sister that he would take him back to Zhou's house to see the old man once things were over, and Lin Fan's remnant souls of his ancestors would also have to be dealt with in the next few days. As for Yun Jinji, if Lin Fan died, he might find some reason to tell her away from his relationship. Although killing Lin Fan made Zhou Xingdou a little confused about the future, it did not mean that he really had nothing to do. On the contrary, he might be even busier. After all, he is in charge of the luck-stealing system, and he is naturally opposed to the protagonist of luck. He will definitely be enemies with other luck seekers in the future, so he cannot slack off in his cultivation. And even though he no longer had the motivation to take revenge on Lin Fan, his ambition as a thief was still not satisfied, at least not yet. What's more, there is that ominous black light. Even now that he thinks of that ominous meaning, Zhou Xingdou feels cold in his heart. As long as there are still things that can threaten your life in this world, you can't completely feel at ease. Thinking of this week, Xingdou said to the system again. System, use the heavens transmigrate to extract the world. Ding. After receiving the request from the host, the number of transmigrate times consumed, 1. Ding. Start extracting the world. Before the system finished speaking, a light mirror bloomed in front of Zhou Xingdou, and various scenes appeared on the light mirror. The scene above the light mirror changed scene by scene, and countless worlds were displayed before Zhou Xingdou's eyes. Zhou Xingdou looked at the light mirror and saw the ethereal fairy spirit and the fairy world of gold core nascent soul. I saw tall buildings and a city full of mortals just like in previous lives. Magicians who chant spells, mortals who control technological giants, superpowers who struggle to survive in the zombies, knights who fly over walls and walls in martial Dao, and demons who destroy the world and destroy everything. There are also scenes that make Zhou Xingdou look strange, such as children hypnotizing others, an uncle holding a clock, and a student holding a black Bible. All kinds of things are running on the light mirror, and there are even many worlds flashing above the light mirror that make Zhou Xingdou very familiar and a little disappointed. Because he also saw the blue planet in it. Although he has no nostalgia for that world, the experiences of those decades are still unforgettable for him. But none of this matters now. The scene on the light mirror also pauses at this moment. It was a deep forest, and a human was fighting a powerful beast. But the strange thing was that the human's body was surrounded by rings of halo of different colors. World. Martial Soul World. Rating. 1 star and a half. World. The world of gods is not included. World Introduction. This is an extremely weak world. Human beings rely on stealing the power of humble beasts to enhance their own strength. Even gods who stand at the pinnacle of this world will be harmed by hidden weapons in a world of low martial arts, which is extremely sad. Note: please don't have a strong desire for such a garbage world next time, otherwise it will affect the randomness of the system, and in such a weak world, even if the host completes it perfectly, it will not be able to get too high a luck value. Looking at the introduction of the system, Zhou Xingdou took a deep breath. The world where the pure Lord Poseidon lived was so terrifying that he actually received a rating of 1.5 stars. Although Zhou Xingdou didn't know what this star and a half represented, he was certain that this star rating was probably not high. After all, even Chuyuan's luck and Maid of Destiny have a systematic 2-star rating. You can imagine how rubbish a 1.5 star rating is. Moreover, in the world introduction, the system can be said to have used all the derogatory words that can be used. It is extremely weak, stealing the power of humble beasts, and the peak gods will be harmed by hidden weapons in the world of low martial arts. It is extremely sad. Zhou Xingdou wanted to laugh when he saw it. The system is also a talent. It can also be seen from the annotation that the system is dissatisfied with the drawing of this world, but Zhou Xingdou also discovered from the annotation that it seems that his own will can affect the randomness of the system. This is good news for Zhou Xingdou, but I don't know if the impact will be big. However, it is normal for the system to be dissatisfied. After all, for the system, it should be hoping to randomly go to a world that is not bad, so that it can get more luck points and repair the system as soon as possible. But what does it know about the program of the system? I'm afraid I can only imagine the female system in my heart. How can it know the goodness of that world? If it is to obtain rewards, this world where the heavens randomly transmigrate to 1.5 stars can indeed be said to be extremely unlucky. But if it is for fun, then this world can be said to be very good, not to mention the bonus of past life feelings. In his previous life, Zhou Xingdou had always coveted Lord Poseidon's family, doing all kinds of silver and dancing, but now his dream has come true. What's more, going to this world to eliminate the evil Lord Poseidon himself is a great good thing that benefits all heavens and worlds, and the rest is just a matter of convenience. After all, she is not a womanizer, but when Lord Poseidon dies, her family will be helpless and pitiful. I am doing a good deed in helping to take care of him. Please slap all the good people in the world on the public screen. Ding. At the request of the host, Wuhun World will reserve the opportunity to transmigrate. The retention time is 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds on the 29th. After retaining the transmigrate of the heavens, Zhou Xingdou also calmed down his somewhat turbulent mind. Being able to resist not transmigrating on the spot can be said to have extraordinary concentration. After all, Zhou Xingdou felt that there were not many men who could resist such temptation. And he doesn't plan to leave the seclusion next. There is no need to keep the 110 dragon elephant holy medicines. The best way is to convert them into giant elephant particles as soon as possible. 110 dragon elephant sacred medicines are estimated to be enough to suppress the divine elephant by myself. The third layer and the fourth layer of the changes in the supreme power method are now understood. By then, your strength will be more than just an increase in brute force. Just do it. In an instant, a golden pill appeared in Zhou Xingdou's hand. The shadow of the dragon elephant flashed across the pill, and a dragon roar sounded. The rich aroma of the medicine made Zhou Xingdou's whole body restless. Zhou Xingdou did not hesitate. This was not the first time he had taken it. He swallowed the dragon elephant holy medicine in one gulp. Now that he has broken through to the divine king realm, Zhou Xingdou's digestion speed of the dragon elephant holy medicine has become extremely fast. It can be said that it has doubled several times. In just 3 days, he completely digested hundreds of dragon elephant holy medicines, and his power also completed a qualitative change at this moment. 10,000 giant elephant particles or 100 million kilograms of force, and 100 million kilograms of force is the power of one dragon. A single dragon elephant holy medicine will open millions of giant elephant particles for yourself, increasing the power of hundreds of dragons. Now if you swallow 100 of them, you will have 100 million giant elephant particles and the power of 10,000 dragons. And the power of 10,000 dragons is the power of one dragon. There were 30 million giant elephant particles before Zhou Xingdou retreated. When he was extracting the secret, the particles all over his body were stimulated by the terrifying life essence of the secret, and another tens of millions were added, totaling 40 million particles. In addition to the 110 million giant elephant particles opened for him by the 110 dragon elephant sacred medicines, Zhou Xingdou now has 150 million particles. Now, with a wave of his arms, he has the power of one dragon and 5,000 dragons. If he touches it in the holy realm, he will die. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's energy and blood had reached an unimaginable and terrifying state. If he were not in the 9 realms of the first Yuan, but in the universe above, Zhou Xingdou's blood energy could crush the stars. Even in the solid space of the 9 domains of the first Yuan, if the Zan heavenly Tao sect appears, the space can be torn apart and the void can be shaken with one clenched fist. As the saying goes, all saints are ants, but this law was broken by Zhou Xingdou in the realm of true God. A spear of Hades can kill a true saint. Now that he has broken through the Divine King and activated 150 million giant elephant particles, his strength has increased by an unknown amount. Now, as long as the saint dares to challenge him head-on and does not use space to move and escape, even if he uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, Zhou Xingdou can kill the saint. From this moment on, the saints of the Chuyuan realm will no longer be worth anything. In Zhou Xingdou Shen Zhang's prison suppressing power's current supreme power method changes have indeed been deduced to the end. Third layer, the strongest defensive method is the guardian of Hades. Fourth layer, the Hell's Furnace, the method of vigorous cultivation. What Zhou Xingdou is most interested in is the fourth layer, the powerful cultivation method Hell Furnace, which is also known as the most powerful refining and plundering method. Now his body has naturally condensed the furnace of hell. The terrifying thing about the Hell Furnace is that once it is refined, it can swallow all things and refine everything. Whether it's creatures, artifacts, the aura of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon etc. As long as it is swallowed by the furnace, it will be refined by the holy fire that burns and incinerates all things in the furnace, and will be transformed into various origins. Moreover, the 10,000 feet of holy fire in the furnace of hell will also constantly temper Zhou Xingdou's body and mana, strengthening his body and solidifying his mana. The most important thing is that Zhou Xingdou can use the hell furnace to refine his items containing life essence, directly replenishing himself the life source lost by ZZ. Not to mention other things, just the function of the hell furnace combined with the ZZ secret is so terrifying. The third layer's guardian of the underworld is only a little dim compared to the hell furnace, but it is extremely powerful when taken out alone. It is known as the strongest defensive method, so you know that it is by no means a weak method. It can only be said that the divine elephant prison suppressing strength is indeed a supreme skill that includes everything needed. Even if there is no other divine ability skill, just practicing this divine elephant prison suppressing strength will be difficult to defeat. After sorting out his own changes, Zhou Xingdou called it a day. His progress was so fast that in just over a month since his rebirth, he had crossed 4 realms from the perfected being realm to the divine king realm. And with the supreme Tao foundation, every situation reaches the ultimate perfection with no way out, which even makes him feel that he should take a break and take a look at the beauty of this world. Thinking of Xingdou stepping out of the room this week, in the system warehouse, there are also the supreme weapon Thunder Emperor's throne, a divine phoenix elixir, 100 great movement seals, 10 luck explorer cards, and 3 innate luck stripping cards. They are all things that are not useful yet. As for the prison suppressing sword peak in his dantian that spreads across Jojo, Tian Zhuer once said that it would attract evil spirits, but he has been going out a lot these days, but he has not encountered any danger. This also made Zhou Xingdou wonder whether this thing was as terrifying as Tian Zhuer said. As Zhou Xingdou's thoughts were turning, the plump body of Princess Iron Fan appeared, with a pair of jade legs flashing with smooth luster, and walked into his eyes, interrupting Zhou Xingdou's thoughts. The price for interrupting Zhou Xingdou's thoughts was to be hugged by Zhou Xingdou and kissed him hard several times. Princess Iron Fan had a peach-like face and shyly leaned into Zhou Xingdou's arms, but she did not forget the business and said softly, "Master, the remnant soul of Yu Peri has recovered a little and wants to see you." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows. If Princess Iron Fan hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about it. Let him come out. Princess Iron Fan immediately took out the simple jade pendant. The moment the simple jade pendant appeared, a beam of blue light bloomed, and a tiny figure condensed on the blue light. This figure is a man, and other characteristics are not important to Zhou Xingdou. As Zhou Xingdou, who wished that all the flies and mosquitoes in the house were female, he was not interested in men and did not bother to observe them carefully. The old man with the beam condensed was considered polite. The moment he saw Zhou Xingdou, he bowed his hands slightly and said, "Thank you little friend for the 3-life resurrection lotus. I am deeply grateful." Zhou Xingdou glanced at the phantom lightly and said with an extremely indifferent expression, "No need to thank you. I just want to ask you a few things." The shadowy figure stroked his beard and knew beforehand. "My friend, I want to ask the 18 saints who are chasing the old jade pendant. Zhou Xingdou was not surprised. He nodded slightly and played with Princess Iron Fan's smooth jade hands with his free hands. Yes, there is also the black light that took away the two great saints. The remnant soul sighed slightly and looked like he was remembering. Then it's a long story. Then let's make a long story short. Zhou Xingdou would not give this remnant soul a chance to talk about his memories in a long way, which would save some people from saying that they would just reminisce at every turn. The reminiscence of the remnant soul was suddenly interrupted, and he said after a pause. To make a long story short, I once joined the Chaos God cult outside the territory, but in the end I lost my way and was killed by the Chaos God cult. Only the remaining soul returned to the primeval realm through the jade pendant. Then when I woke up, I found that I was hung around my neck by descendants of unknown generations, so I became his master, and then he betrayed me. The Chaos God cult has been vaguely sensing that I am near the holy land of heaven, and there are followers who have been searching for me, so when I burst out my power at the auction, I was immediately sensed by those followers, and then nothing happened. Quote. The remnant soul spoke eloquently, but his tone was humorous and he did not make a long speech. Zhou Xingdou nodded with satisfaction. The description of the supreme remnant soul was indeed reasonable and not fake, so he continued to ask. What is the Chaos cult? Is Blacklight the ancient god of the Chaos cult? The remnant soul did not hide anything and continued. There is something about the Chaos cult. It is a loose force formed by a group of people with the same beliefs, and the Blacklight is the manifestation of the Chaos cult's beliefs. I don't know what it is specifically. I didn't enter the Chaos religion for a long time, and I haven't really entered the core yet. I don't even know what the faith is. I only know that as long as you believe in it and are pious enough, you can gain resources and strength. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou frowned. The remnant soul talked for a long time, as if he had said something, but he didn't seem to say anything. These things are no different from what Tian Zhuor said, except that there are more nonsense about remnant soul. The others. Remnant soul shook his head. No more, that's all I know. Zhou Xingdou looked at the remnant soul strangely. He felt that the remnant soul's attitude seemed to be getting better and better, and its posture became lower and lower. You know the current situation very well. The remnant soul villain grinned. Naturally, of course, you are of the Zhou family's blood. Even if I kowtow to you a few times, you are still climbing high. Remnant soul stood in fear and was worried. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be sophisticated in front of Zhou Xingdou in order to protect himself. But now he is also lucky to have discovered the Zhou family bloodline in Zhou Xingdou in time without any pretense. Otherwise, with the temperament of the Zhou family, my remnant soul may completely dissipate into heaven and earth today. Zhou Xingdou only thought that remnant soul was flattering him, but he was not surprised why he knew that he was of Zhou family blood. Instead, he smiled slightly and asked, do you want to live or die? To be honest, if this is all remnant soul knows, then his 3-life resurrection lotus is wasted, and Zhou Xingdou naturally does not intend to let remnant soul eat up his own resources. The figure of the remnant soul became lower and lower, bowed slightly and asked with his eyes rolling. Are you going to be a slave for me, or am I swearing to heaven? Zhou Xingdou looked at the remnant soul villain and was a little shocked. Are you so conscious? He originally planned to prevent this remnant soul from surrendering to him, otherwise he would throw the remnant soul into the furnace of hell for refinement. But he didn't expect that Lin Fan's ancestor, who was 100 times more knowledgeable about current affairs than Lin Fan, would directly ask him whether he was the one who took the slave mark or swore it. Even in this person, Zhou Xingdou saw a bit of Yuan Tian's character. He was really a talent. Zhou Xingdou didn't even scratch his mark, and directly condensed a Wanhua slave seal before suspending the jade pendant and said, you are very good, I admire you very much. It is my honor to be appreciated by adults. The remnant soul did not hesitate at all. A suction force came from the jade pendant and directly sucked the Wanhua slave seal. This made Zhou Xingdou a little uncomfortable and felt that it was a little too easy. This is the supreme. Even if there is only a trace of the soul left now, it is still the supreme of the past, and there is hope for recovery. He was surprisingly obedient to being imprinted with the slave mark of all forms, without even any hesitation. But the Wanhua slave seal cannot be faked. He can feel that the Wanhua slave seal has been planted and instantly wrapped the Supreme's true spirit. Zhou Xingdou then asked Remnant Soul again, is what you just said true? The Remnant Soul was respectful and swore an oath. It's absolutely true. If there is any deception, God will strike with 5 thunders. Zhou Xingdou nodded, not to mention planting the Wanhua slave seal, but the remnant soul could not make a false oath like this. Even if it is just a wisp of remnant soul, but he has entered the world of Supreme Realm, his words and deeds are not child's play. If there is a lie, he will be struck by thunder. What's your name? Remnant soul chuckled. The villain's name is Lin Hua, and the master can also call me Tians. The villain's name is Lin Hua, and the master can also call me Tians. Zhou Xingdou mused thoughtfully. He was a little uncomfortable with Lin Hua being dealt with so easily.